Good morning, good morning. Hey, can you hear me okay? Because I did not even hear my, my opening. So let me know if you can hear me. Pam, who's that? Is that Pam? Let me see. Yeah. Pam, can you hear me talking to you? Okay, hang on a minute. Okay. Okay, great. Good to see you all. Thank you for coming in. And I know it's early, but we got to get ready for our trial today. I've been thinking about this a lot overnight, and my husband had made a comment to me this morning. He said, "Did you read this story?" And I said, "What story?" And he goes, "Well, there's some lady that's went viral with women have everything they want, and then it's something about, and then they take their children's lives. What's going on here?" Something about that. Something about. It's just a very interesting story. I asked him to send it to me, but he forgot to. So anyway, I wanted to read that to you guys because I thought to myself after he read it to me, that's about right. That is about right. So anyway, and it just had more to do with why in the hell would you take the life of your children when you have the best American life? I mean, when you stop and think about it. Morning. So I just kind of like, anyway, I kind of wanted to read that, but he forgot to send it to me. But anyway, let me get my paper ready for my notes, because I am taking notes on every damn thing talked about in this case. There's lots of controversy going on. I'll tell you one thing that I am really sick and tired of seeing, and that is going over to TikTok or wherever, and you see all these ladies walking around. We stand behind you, Lindsay. Really? You stand behind somebody murdering their children? Really? Are you kidding me? Is this what we are today? No. I got problems with that. Just because you're having a tough time and you're not being honest with your doctors, you don't have an excuse to take the lives of your children. And because you failed to take yourself out when you went out the window, and now everybody feels sorry for you. What's wrong with America? Really? I mean, hang on, guys. Let me pull up my feed. All right. Get our little feed ready to go so we can watch the trial. We know they're going to start late, but we still have to get ready, Oh Lord, where's my StreamYard? YouTube. All right. Okay, why does it look like that? There's something very weird here. Let's see, pull it this way. No, it's like that. I hope I don't have to reopen that one too. Hang on a minute, guys. Okay. That looks weird. Okay, something looks weird about this today. It's like the screen is trying to split into two different things. I don't quite know what that is, but we will work through it. Okay. Trying to find a feed that I don't want us to have to look at big old red things all across the screen when we're trying to. I mean, look at this.
Get the help that she needed.
Listen to that.
She got downplayed, and this is what happened when women share. I don't feel good because we have to be strong, 24/7. We cannot feel weak. We cannot feel like, oh, I cannot deal with this right now, because we have to, as a woman, as a mom, we always have to be there. Regardless. Nobody will be there. Oh, let me.
These are the people standing over there saying we support Lindsay Clancy. Well, have they listened to every day of the trial just like we have? Have they paid attention to everything that we've paid attention to? Because for me, what I'm hearing is me. I'm not hearing I'm sick. I'm hearing me. So I don't know, guys. I just don't know. This is just, it is shocking. And I know we've talked about this before. We don't want to believe that a mother could do this. However, we have no other, it's in our face. Okay, we have no other choice. It's in our face. She has done this. The question is, why did she do it, really? Was she saying anything, whatever it is? I just went back and looked at my notes, I've just looked at everything, and I just always come back to the underlying mental health problem that she always had. It was nursing school. It was after Dawson. It was after Callan. It was countless days of Patrick hearing the same complaints all the time about sleep, about herself, I just can't imagine living in his shoes. I just can't imagine. Anyway, let me fix this over here. There we go. I might have to, hang on a second. I'm going to cut that feed and go back and get the right one because something's weird about the way this is looking right here. Cancel. I'm not going to leave that site. Stop sharing, but I am going to go get the right YouTube. Okay. See, it's like it's on the wrong. Okay. Let me see what's wrong with this thing. Why is it trying to go to the wrong damn? It's like it's going to the wrong, I don't know, browser or something. Something's weird about this. Let me pull it back up. But I don't know. It should be interesting today whenever we get into Trump. Okay, that looks right. Let's see, Lindsay Clancy, day 18. Experts are going to testify today, which will change some of these people's thoughts, I think. I'm not sure because, hang on a minute, let's see. Let me find the feed I like to use. I don't like all of them. Wait a minute. What is it doing? Come on. Okay, hang on just a second, guys. I've got to get my shit together over here. I do have coffee. I've not drank it yet. It's just sitting here in front of me, but I do have it. Now, let me get us back to where we need to be. Lindsay Clancy, day 18. Okay. Oh, my goodness. All right. I will get it together, I promise. Just give me about a minute or so. All right, guys. All right, who is that? That is Courtroom Confidential. That's AP. I don't like using AP. Okay. Let me find the right one. Who did we use yesterday? I'm trying to remember. It was the Hill, I believe. Okay. We'll use this one. All right, there we go. Make this big, and we are ready. Let me share my screen and we'll be ready to go. It is now 8:01. They should be coming in. Of course, now we know what's going to happen today. They're going to come in and what's the first thing that happens? Oh, that's right. We have to have a sidebar. There we go. All right. We're ready. Now we're ready. Now I can talk. We are ready. Oh, I want that piece of shit right there gone. I don't know why it's showing up. That thing is bad. I need to take this computer in. Now, whenever the trial starts, and I'm going to take myself off the screen because I want y'all to be able to see every piece of evidence that's provided to us. So let's see if we can get rid of this piece of shit right there. Yay, it's gone. All right, I hope everybody had a wonderful evening. I hope you went out to YouTube and caught some other stories to see what's going on in the world. I know myself, I don't really watch the news. I just go out on YouTube and pick the parts of the news I want to watch. Because really, if you stop and think about it, everything on YouTube is basically up to date, the same as it is on your regular television, except you don't have to sit through the commercials because if you have premium, there are no commercials, which is something I like. I don't like commercials, period. It's a waste of my time because I'm not going to shop off of those commercials. It's just not going to happen. So anyway, let me get this right here. Coffee's kind of hot still. All right, that's all right. Here, we'll put on a little side music while we sit and talk for a few minutes. Hang on a minute. Let me go down here and find stuff to listen to for just a minute. Turn this down. It's too loud. All right. About this one. I know you probably can't hear it because I can't hear it. Look, it's like, I ain't playing. Come on, man. What are you doing? Okay. Well, that's wild. It's like he doesn't want to play the music. All right. There you go. That should work. All right, now, there we go. We can listen to a little music, talk, get our coffee, get our water, get everything we need to get ready for trial this morning. I believe we're going to be on witness number 77, if I'm not correct, if I'm not wrong. Let me see myself together. Let's go over to my pages. All right. All right. The last thing they talked about was the charge, the jury charge, because they're getting ready to close the trial down. And the argument is intoxication versus no intoxication into the charge. I find that very interesting, and I feel like the judge is going to say no to the intoxication. And the reason why I feel like that is because what the prosecutor said yesterday afternoon was exactly correct. Look, she'd been weaned off, she was no longer supposed to be on those medications, so what intoxication are you talking about? If you have been weaned off of medication and you're not taking it because your doctor told you not to take it, if you're following orders, however, we know she does not follow orders of her doctors, then there's no reason for the intoxication to be in there. I feel like he's going to say no, but he could surprise me. He has surprised me in so many other different ways. Let me see. No, it's going to be witness number 78 that starts. We're going to start with 78 this morning. It's going to be Dr. Resnick. So how about that? Oh, come on, Pen, don't do that. All right, get ready. You know it's going to be Dr. Resnick. Okay. And I think that other doctor starts with an S, is going to testify as well. And then they'll go to the closing arguments. So. Okay. What you going to do this weekend? Anybody going to do anything fun? I'm not, because it's I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. It's the hottest days of the year this summer. 106, 107 with a high heat index. I am not even going outside. I'm staying in this house. I'm not doing nothing. I don't want to be out there melting in the excessive heat. I tell you what, have y'all ever compared 20 or 30 years ago to now as far as the heat goes? Because everybody say, oh, there's no such thing as the warming of the earth. That's all BS. No, I don't believe it's all BS, and I'll tell you why. Because it is hotter now than it's ever been. It absolutely is. If you go back 30 years, where's my phone? Let me see. I'll tell you something. Hang on a minute. Glasses on so I can read. I'm going to ask ChatGPT, what was the weather for August of 1960? I'm going to ask for the temps. All right. Oh, yeah, that's exactly what I want. Let's see what it says. August the 1st of 1960, in the Austin Leander area where I live, the high was 96, the low was 75. For the entire month, it never went over 100 degrees. And the highest for the month was, let me see, 96. 96 degrees was the hottest that it had gotten in August of 1960. Now I'm going to go to 1980 and tell you what it is. So August of 1980. Whoops. Right. Then in 1980, in the same area, August the 2nd was 101. August the 22nd was 102. Now let's go back, let's go over next another 20 years to August of 2000. Then we get over here to August of 2000, and the August 1st is 101. And it's August the 12th is 104. August 31st was 106. This was the year 2000. Now we're going to go to 2020. You can see where it's steadily climbing. August is getting hotter and hotter. So there absolutely is warming happening. Okay? In 2020, August the 3rd was 101. August the 14th was 105. August the 15th was 105. August the 28th was 105. Now, the hottest year I have ever had in Austin area is 2011. Oh my God. For 30-something days, we had hot, it was over 100 degrees. Let me see. We're going to go to 2011 now. Oops. Hang on. Oops. All right. So I'm just telling you, I mean, if you watch the weather and you go back in your history and you look at the area you live in, now listen to this. August 2011, Austin Leander area. Starts out on August the 1st of 105. Every single day until August the 13th, it's over 100. And then it drops down to 97. But every day after that until the 25th. So there was only 2 days in the month of August in 2011 that it was not over 100 degrees. August 28th of 2011, it was 110 degrees. That is the hottest it's been in this area ever. So let's go down to 2026 and see what we have so far. I mean, it's just a steady climb. It makes life miserable when you live in heat like that. I don't know how people live in Arizona. I don't get it. So far this year, for 2026 or August, we have had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days of over 100 degrees. And that was out of 13 days. So from August the 1st through August the 13th, 7 of those were over 100 degrees. Think about that. So yes, it's very clear that each year August is hotter and hotter and hotter. But anyway, let's go back and look at some stuff on Reddit that came out yesterday afternoon after the trial. Here we go. Let's go to Reddit. Listen to this. This person says, this is 1 day ago. As a virtual juror who's been watching from the beginning, my prediction is the majority find her not guilty by reason of insanity, but 1 or 2 members of the jury won't concede to that. I'm starting to worry about this shady-ass prosecutor, though, had made heated yesterday over Dr. LaPaz. Okay, so they're talking about Dr. LaPaz. This next person says, as a defense attorney, now this is an attorney talk, I predict a hung jury as well. I could see it being 7-5 or 8-4. I think the prosecution has done a shit job, but I think some jurors are going to have a hard time grappling with the idea that she appeared fine to her husband before he left the house. If the prosecution was at all competent, I think this would be a complete toss-up. Okay? The next person says, some jurors won't care about anything but the fact that the children are gone. No argument will have them think anything except guilty. Right or wrong, it's how some people think. And that, I agree with that statement right there. It is how some people think. We check our feed over here. It's 8:11. Here we go. You know, sometimes it doesn't. There we go. All right. Now, we should have a long day's testimony, though. Yeah. You had to go get dishwasher started? Okay, Pam, thank you very much. So I've got to get some housework done today, too. Well, actually, I have all day tomorrow. I'm not leaving the house tomorrow. I'll be too hot. Now, let's go back to where we were reading these stories. Okay, I want to see that. The next person says, yeah, I've seen people admit as much. I do get it from a human perspective because kids are dead and people want someone to be held responsible and punished. But obviously, that's not what we want our justice system to be. The next person said, will we know what the split is at the end if that happens? And the next person says, I don't think they technically have to say, but because it's a high profile, I think it would probably come out pretty quickly. The next person says, I agree. Can our jurors come out quickly after? They're talking about Karen Reed. This case is being really big. Someone will take their shot at 15 minutes of fame. The attorneys usually find out so prosecutors can decide if they want to retry it or not. Well, I don't care. If it comes out of hung jury, these prosecutors will retry this case. They're not going to just settle. We're talking about the lives of 3 children. And in a prosecutor's office, they see it as we are getting justice for those children. That's how it's looked at. I'm sorry, but that's the facts. Now, this person says, the torture of having to see and listen to these prosecutors every day is very painful. I have to get my mind in the right place every day so I can watch this trial without the blood pressure causing me to explode. Then the next one says, I would say EGRI, however, the fact that she was calm when her husband called from CBS will put some doubt, and it's such a polarizing case. It's sad. Okay, the next one says, it's sad how characterized many people view of a psychosis and mental illness is. Someone is in psychosis can sound normal for a 14-second phone call. Can they? I don't know. I've never been there. The next one says, well, absolutely. All I can think of is that I am so lucky that my partners and my daughter didn't kill my granddaughter when she was a baby. She was psychotic and out of it. Ooh, shit. But how can it be proven otherwise? None of the healthcare providers thought she had it. There had been no voice commands, hallucinations before or after this event. How can it be proven she was suffering from a psychosis? That is the question I have. Why did we not hear about this until Dr. Zeisel comes into the situation? And I don't trust Dr. Zeisel at all. And the reason why is because he's biased. You could totally tell he's biased. He spent way too many times visiting her. That was not normal. If he was there just to give an expert opinion, he lost it by going to repeatedly see her. That was wrong. That's not how it works. It sounds to me like it was a pay-to-play deal. Anyway, it is 8:14. They should be coming in any minute to start this trial, and we are ready for testimony. I know we are. And I don't want to hear another damn, oh, we got to cut it short today. No, let's get this over with. Let's get it on. Well, you know what I mean by let's get it on. Let's get this trial finished. Let's see. Let me see. Let me check the feed over here. All right. Yeah, go get your coffee and your water. Be ready to go. So we don't have to get up and leave in the middle of testimony this morning. Of course, we know they're going to do a short. They're always going to come back and do their sidebar. All right. Let me look at something else over here. We can just keep reading until we hear. Let's go on back down and see what this one says. The next person says, it doesn't need to be proven at all. The burden of proof is by Massachusetts law, not on the defense to prove she was psychotic. In this state, it is on the prosecution to prove that she was of sound mind or that she was able to conform her conduct to the law, i.e. that she was not psychosis. If they can't prove that to a reasonable degree of certainty, then the jury cannot convict her. Okay? The next one says, I found in my work that people who have no history of violence, neglect, abuse, drug abuse, etc., who suddenly kill their children are in active psychosis. Our mental health care system isn't the greatest unless one has lots of disposable income to pay for consistently competent care. We're going to blame it on the money this morning. Good morning, Leslie. Good morning, good to see you. It's okay. You can come in however you are. If your hair's not combed, it don't matter. Just come in however you are into our chat group this morning. We're happy to see everyone. All right. I was just reading some of the information from Reddit this morning. Given the complexity of this case, do you have an opinion of why it is not a bench trial? That would make the most sense, and it would not harm innocent people, the jurors. I agree with that. I have always thought this should have been a bench trial, because these jurors are seeing things they will never be able to forget, ever. And I think, in my mind, now listen, call me crazy, call me whatever you want to. In my mind, to inflict pain on a jury of 18 people to see what you have done in the name of I was psychotic, it's going to leave a lasting impression on these people. You are cruel. That's how I feel. She's cruel. Let me see. The next person says, honestly, I believe she will never return to a life of normalcy. Even if they said F everything and released her now, I could see her being a massive suicide risk. How can she return to life without her kids? She clearly desperately misses. I think as a psych stay is the only way forward for her own well-being. It's also upsetting. The next one says, I don't see a jury convicting her. Here we go. Her doctors at Tewksbury literally said she had no SI since she murdered the kids and no attempts, right? The next one says that she'd admit to, notice they don't let her even have a pen in the courtroom. Well, why does she need one, right? Another one says, I've heard some talking heads say it does not matter that she will do the S within a few years. If you really look into this case, you will see that she was not nearly as mentally unstable as her defense has been painting her. She is undoubtedly messed up in the head, but I wouldn't say the evidence points to her being psychotic at the time of the murders. Right? That's my opinion. And the next one says, oh, I just started watching. The next one says, if hung, does it go to a retrial? And then it says, please don't downvote me. I seriously don't know. Okay, well, that's a valid question. It is. Most likely, the prosecution could drop charges or a plea deal could be reached, but I don't see either of those things happening. So it would probably be a retrial. Oh yeah, I see it as a retrial. Thank you, and oh my God, all the time, money again for a new trial. Yes, I believe the prosecutors can try and prosecute again if a jury is hung. Hung jury resets like the first trial never happened. So just like the first time, whether the prosecution is in the prosecutor's discretion, right? Let's see. The next one says, well, it depends on what the split is. No, it doesn't depend on what the split is. So Dr. LaPosada from the Karen Reed trial, yes, that's who that was. Here, somebody writes a book now. Listen to this. Whether you are NGRI or in guilty camp like me, it would be hard to budge a juror to give in. If you think she is NGRI, you would not be swayed easily to vote guilty because it would be a miscarriage of justice, and you probably feel a deep sense of sympathy for Lindsay. Losing her children when it was out of her control, if you are in the guilty camp, you could not be swayed to NGRI because injustice of her not being punished for choosing to kill 3 innocent children is too great. I think it will be a hung jury. All right. What does this next person say? Let's see. I have a question. Why won't the defense provide more direct quotes from Lindsay about how she feels now and how she felt then? If it would allow it to feel more personal, in my opinion. Instead, they just had the psychologist testify about the vague statements she has made regarding the incident. Nothing personal at all. Amen. That is the correct statement. All we've heard is her tragedy. What the hell is that, her tragedy? Her self-created tragedy? That's what I see it as. Yeah, am I biased? Yes, I am. Because I put a little community quote out this morning, and I'll tell you what it says. Let me go to it. Let me go over here to my YouTube. Hang on a minute. Let me turn this down. Oh, Lord. I know people are not going to like what I had to say either, and that's okay. You don't have to like what I said. I'm fine with it. But here's my post from this morning. Lindsay Clancy case. Who believes Dr. Zeisel? In my opinion, Dr. Zeisel is biased. The number of times he saw Lindsay Clancy was excessive. It seems that Lindsay Clancy is very manipulative. Lindsay Clancy always had an underlying mental health problem, which did not start after the birth of Callan. Let's examine the facts. Number 1, Lindsay Clancy took SSRI medications during nursing school and had no side effects. Number 2, after Dawson was born, Lindsay Clancy ended up on medication and developed mental health issues. Number 3, after Callan was born, Lindsay Clancy started experiencing mental health issues again. In my opinion, Lindsay was a very self-centered mother. She was always concerned with herself, her sleep, and her relationship with Patrick. What about the children? I've covered this trial and have listened to every witness, taking notes for each one. Lindsay Clancy is not who she appears in that courtroom. She is a calculated, intelligent, and manipulative person who constantly craves attention. Lindsay wanted to keep the nanny, but Patrick had decided they could not afford it. Now, Patrick listened to her complaint every single day. How tired was Patrick for her inability to handle the children by herself? Could the missing pieces in this story be that Patrick was distancing himself from her? Was Patrick so exhausted by the constant problems that he told her she had to get it together or he was leaving? Lindsay made statements that suggested she was losing touch with Patrick. So, when a woman is, okay, this is where it gets bad. Yeah, hang on a minute, Sprinkle. When a woman is hurt by a man and has a personality disorder, she might inflict the most excruciating pain imaginable. She understands that taking away the one thing a man loves more than her, his children, is the ultimate act of cruelty. It's the greatest pain you can inflict on another person. Is this what happened in the Clancy home? That is my post from this morning. Okay. Sprinkle says, my question is, if she had all these problems, why does she keep having children? Thank you. Why did she? I mean, don't they know what birth control is? Obviously, they didn't know what birth control was. Or is she one of these people that kept having children thinking that would keep the man there? Because we've seen that happen before. Look at, this is a perfect example of that. Gypsy Rose Blanchard. She wanted to keep Ken, so what did she do? She had Aurora. She made sure she got pregnant. Okay? And what did she say? Well, that ring can go away, but that child is there forever. What a statement, right? But that's exactly what she said. That's what she said. So, I mean, could it be that? What could it be? Now, we know that people generally, there are people, and I'm going to just make this statement real quick. Look at Elizabeth Cyrus. Now, this is one of those stories that I think has a lot of underlying mental health issues. I don't think it was a poverty problem. I think it was a mental health issue that she loved to be pregnant. I think she enjoyed having these babies. But once that baby no longer needed her to be in her arms 24/7, she was done with it. And she would just get pregnant again. It was some kind of a dopamine thing that she had. I believe that's what happened to Elizabeth Cyrus. She's not part of a cult. She's not a victim. She intentionally got pregnant all those times and had all those children. Had nothing to do with her mother-in-law, her father-in-law, or her husband. That is her choice to have those babies. At any time she was in that hospital having a child, she could have said, can y'all tie my tubes? And they would have done it. Right? She did not have to have her husband's permission to tie her tubes. Now, back in the 60s when I was born, my mother wanted her tubes tied after me. The doctor said, you're too young. We can't do it right now, and your husband has to sign the paperwork. My dad said, no, I don't want to sign that paperwork. I want a boy. We only have girls. So there you go. I mean, think about that. But here we are today. At any time she could have said, please tie my tubes, and they would have done it. And Medicaid would have been happy to pay for it because that would have stopped her from having more kids for us to pay for. Now, there's another little part to the Snyder case that I don't know if any of y'all have paid attention to. I found in the records on Pacer where she had filed for Social Security disability. Okay? It is her. That's her. But it was denied. Because having 18 children does not make you disabled. It doesn't. Okay? Now, if she has a disabled child, that's a different story. And we know that she does have a disabled child. But by the time that she was trying to file for this, the child was already an adult, but she didn't have the proper paperwork in order to get this approved. So anyway, she files this lawsuit that has never went anywhere. It's just sitting out there. Okay, so, but it was her that filed that lawsuit. So let me tell you something. Elizabeth Cyrus is not stupid. She does know what she's doing. She does know that there's help out there. She just doesn't care to get it. That's what I see. That's exactly what I see. And I know y'all are going to probably say, oh my God, you're so mean. No, it's just that when you look around and you look at her childhood and you look at his childhood and then you go and you track some records over here, she knew exactly what she was doing. Okay, let's check our feed and make sure it's not, acting up over here. Because look, it's already 8:26 and we haven't seen a damn thing yet. Good God, every day it's later and later and later. What the hell's going on in that courtroom? I can tell you, the county that I was at the DA's office, this shit didn't happen. If you're supposed to be at court, you better be there 5 minutes early. They were ready to go. Even if there was a late, if somebody was late to court, like a juror, you're still in there sitting there. You're getting ready to go. You're not going to wait for the last minute and run in there and go to court. That's not how it worked. They were just very diligent. And I kind of like that because it keeps order and peace in a courtroom. It does. Anyway, let me get this over here. Oh, let me fix this. As soon as they start, I will turn off that music so we are ready to go. Let's back up over here. Let's see. I'm kind of tired this morning. I don't know why. I woke up with kind of a headache. I was like, oh, what happened here? I think I slept wrong. All right. Is that the wrong one? It is the wrong one. Hang on, guys. All right. There we go. All right, I'm ready. Hope y'all are ready. This weekend, I'm going to do a little, let me see. Lots of stomping in that courtroom. Hell yes, there is. This weekend, I want to talk about Krista Pike. Now, I don't know exactly what I have it scheduled, but I have a time down, but I'm probably going to change that because the one thing I want to happen is I want Sprinkle Donut to come on with me as a co-host, and I want to talk about Krista Pike. Now, Krista Pike is pretty important right now because she is set to be executed on September the 30th. They have not executed a woman in many, many years. And Krista Pike was 18 years old when this happened. Now, we've seen a lot of cases where the person was 18 years old, and because of whatever the law was at that time, they went in later and changed their sentence to go along with the new rules as opposed to the old rules. Now, I don't know what's happening in the Krista Pike case. I don't know why, but I'm going to do some investigation as to why she is still on death row. Because as an 18-year-old, are you an adult? No, you're not. You don't have an adult mind until you're at least 21, 22 years old. So I don't know what happened there, but we're going to do a live about it. We're going to talk about her and figure out what happened here and why is she still on death row and why her sentence was not commuted to life in prison. So just think about that, guys, if you're interested in the Krista Pike story, because I'm very interested in that story. I also want to talk about Peterson, the Lacey Peterson case, it's not the Lacey Peterson case. It's his story. We're going to talk about his story and why he did this and why he's still in prison and why he's not gotten a new trial and why there's no evidence that it was not him. Okay? So that would be interesting too. I want to talk about those two cases, and I also want to keep following Lindsay Clancy. I do look forward to Lindsay Clancy being over because we've heard everything. What more can you tell us that happened here? What more? Right? My God, I can't believe they're not coming in yet. Okay. Did anybody watch the interview room the other day with Sebastian's father, Seth Rogers? If you have not watched the interview room with Seth Rogers, please go watch it. It will open your mind to a lot of different things in that case. He's really talked about some things that really were not talked about before. So if you get a chance, please go watch that. I'm not going to suggest you watch some of the other things that are going on because it's really just drama and it's not necessary in that case. In fact, the drama in that case is what turned that case into a damn circus that should have never happened. Really. That's how I feel about it. So, but please go watch the interview room. I don't know why I'm struggling. I just feel like I'm struggling today it's like I didn't wake up right. It's like I woke up on the wrong side of the bed, even though I really didn't. I just feel like I need to regroup or something. I think I'm just tired. Now come on in, get ready. We're fixing to go to trial this morning, and I know you want to hear everything. Come on in out of the bushes, let's talk. And as I always say, I need to say this too. As I always say, this channel is a safe place for everyone. We do not allow people to be trolls. We do not allow people to make derogatory statements about other channels, other creators, or other people on YouTube or in our chat. Your opinion is valued. You have your opinion. You are free to state your opinion, but just be cautious and courteous to everybody in chat, and don't make statements that are going to get you removed because I don't like doing that to people. So come in, be respectful, come in and join us, make your opinions known, join into the conversation, and have fun with us today as we listen to this trial, because it is a serious trial, but we can also have a good time while we talk about this trial. Just think about that, folks. Come in out of the bushes and let's get ready for trial. I'm going to go grab some water and I'll be ready to go. I'll be right back, guys. My little babies are in there sleeping. Yay. They're not trying to crawl in my lap, which is good. Yeah, to my co-host over there, Sprinkle Donut, I have not found a chair yet, but I do plan on looking for one this weekend so that we can all fit in a chair together. Because that's how they want to spend their time when I'm in my little studio room over here. They are too funny, I'm telling you. They are too funny. They have such personalities too. I mean, if you've never had a Frenchie, which I had never had them before, this is my first experience with them. I had no idea that they could be so bad, be so cute, they have such personality that you just love them even when they're peeing on the floor or whatever. You just can't help yourself, because when you look at their face, what you see is a dog smiling back at you. They have that big giant smile in those eyes. It looks like they're smiling at you all the time. It is just the cutest thing. And as they've matured, I've noticed that like their little bottom teeth, when they're just laying there looking at you or whatever, you see their little bottom teeth showing. And I'm like, oh my God, it just melts your heart every time you look at it. I mean, it's the cutest little set of toddlers I've ever had. Now, I love my children, don't get me wrong, but these dogs are just too funny. They just keep me laughing, even when they're being bad. Come on, y'all, let's go to court. I'm tired of sitting here. I'm ready to hear some testimony. I want to hear Dr. Resnick. Dr. Resnick will be the first person that testifies today. Now, I don't know what Dr. Resnick's going to testify about, but let me look and see if we can pull something up on there. Because really, we're getting down to the most important days of this trial. We actually are, which is the expert testimony. Because everything else is just an opinion, but an expert testimony is an expert testimony. It really makes or breaks a trial. So let's see, Dr. Resnick. Let's see what it tells us. Yeah, dogs are amazing. I love their crazy personalities. They're also different. They are also different, because like these Frenchies don't act like my little Chihuahuas did. Our little Chihuahuas were very different. Okay, let me tell you what it says about Dr. Resnick. Dr. Philip Resnick is a forensic psychiatrist who is expected to testify for Lindsay Clancy's defense today. Yeah. He is a major defense witness because his testimony could go directly to the central question: was Lindsay Clancy criminally responsible when she killed her children? CBS Boston reports that Resnick is expected to testify by Zoom and that he was a key expert in the Andrea Yates case, where he testified that Yates suffered from severe postpartum psychosis. Now, why Resnick matters in this case? Here we go. The defense is arguing that Lindsay was experiencing a postpartum psychosis with severely impaired grasp of reality and therefore should not be found criminally responsible. Now, Resnick's importance is that it specializes in forensic psychiatry and criminal responsibility. Rather than simply treating psychiatric patients, his testimony could potentially connect Lindsay's symptoms to her postpartum psychosis, to her mental state at the time of the killings, to Massachusetts' legal standard for lack of criminal responsibility. That makes him potentially one of the most important witnesses of the entire defense case. And I can see why. And there's an interesting contrast. The prosecution has presented treating clinicians who testified that they did not observe psychosis shortly before the killings. So let's look at Dr. Resnick's testimony in Andrea Yates' case. Yes, okay. We'll take a look at that real quick. All right. Oops. Did I spell it right? Here we go. Let's see. Now, this was back in 2002. Dr. Philip Resnick was one of the key defense experts in Andrea Yates' 2002 Texas murder trial, and his testimony is especially relevant to understanding what he may be trying to establish in the Lindsay Clancy case. Dr. Resnick and Andrea Yates. Resnick was the forensic psychiatrist who specialized in infanticide and criminal responsibility. He personally interviewed Yates and testified that at the time she drowned her 5 children on June 20th of 2001, she was so psychotic that she did not appreciate that what she was doing was wrong. One particularly important part of his evaluation was a videotaped interview with Yates. Now, Resnick questioned her about why she killed the children and explored the beliefs behind her actions. Yates described a delusional belief that her children were not righteous and would be condemned. And Resnick's opinion was that she believed killing them was the right thing to do within her distorted psychotic reality. Prosecution's counterargument was crucial. Yates knew society would consider the killings wrong, even if she personally believed she was saving the children. Now, this is why it matters. Good morning, Kel. Good morning. So good to see you. This is where Yates' comparison becomes very interesting. And Yates, Resnick wasn't simply saying she was depressed. His argument went much further. Severe mental illness to psychosis, delusions, distorted perceptions of reality, and inability to appreciate the wrongfulness of the killing. That's potentially the framework that Clancy's defense wants the jury to consider. And there's already a direct Yates connection in the Clancy trial. A former co-worker testified that Lindsay became emotional when discussing Yates and asked how a mother could hurt her children. Do you hear that? She had discussed the Yates case with other people. One big difference. The Yates case also gives the prosecution an argument against Clancy. Yates had extensive evidence of severe psychotic illness, including delusions and hallucinations. Resnick's testimony focused heavily on her psychotic belief systems and the exact times of the killings. So if Resnick testifies for Clancy, one of the biggest questions will be, can he establish that Lindsay was actually psychotic and unable to appreciate the wrongfulness of her actions on January 24, 2023? Not merely severely depressed, suicidal, medicated, or emotionally overwhelmed. That distinction could be the heart of his testimony. And I agree with that. Yeah. So why was she talking to anybody about Andrea Yates' case? What was she thinking? Was she already premeditating this? Was she already thinking, well, if I'm mentally ill, then, I don't know. I'm just asking questions here, right? So, Kel, good morning, everyone. Like and listening. Thank you so much. Kel, good morning, Pam. Leslie Sprinkle Little Red. Good morning, Kel. And Sprinkle Donut says, good morning, Kel. Yes. That's the question that's going to happen today. And I bet you're going to have a problem with your Zoom feed is why this is now so late. It is 8:39 a.m. Oh, I see it moving. They're fixing to start. Did you see the little shake? All right. Let me check my feed, make sure that we are all the way over and ready to go. All right. I think they're fixing to start. I saw the emblem moving. All right. Let me turn this music off so we can be ready to go. All right. All right. There we go. All right. We're ready when they are. Take my little medicine while I'm sitting here waiting. I haven't done that yet. Oh, Lord. Mel. Oh, Lord. All right, y'all, come on in. Let's get ready. Let's get our popcorn, our breakfast, everything we need to go to get ready to go. All right, take this little medicine. I get this nasty hair done. It's so bad. Okay, here we go. Okay. I'm going to clean my glasses. Okay. Well, good morning. Let's see. I would like to know when she was discussing Andrea Yates. I want to know that too. I hope that comes out at some point in this trial. But see, there's so much in this trial that has not been talked about. That's why I asked the questions in my little post, my community post this morning about what is the missing piece that they're not telling us about. Because when you go back and look at all this testimony, it's like they're skipping over some things. It's like they're just only giving you the highlights of some things. They're not really telling you exactly what was going on in that house. Because it makes no sense to me that she's talking to these doctors. They're not being honest with these doctors. Her and Patrick both are rejecting the bipolar discussion that they had with Dr. Tuss. No. It's postpartum is postpartum. But they're not telling us they're not telling us that she's been on these medicines 3 times before. Okay, here we go. Let's go to court, guys. You turn it up.
Yes, please. All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. So can I see counsel sidebar, please?
Here we go. I knew it. Sidebar. First damn thing in the morning. But look at that courtroom. It is full. I expect today court to go all day long. I'm sure we're gonna have a bunch of sidebars. But so what will happen here is they will present their next experts. Then they will say defense rests. And then they'll come back and the prosecutors will also will bring out a couple more experts because they gave a brief, they called it a brief, anyway, it won't be over. Like they won't be actually doing closing arguments until next week, either Monday, late Monday or Tuesday. I believe this is going to the jury on Wednesday morning. That's what I predict. What do y'all predict? Let me know what y'all think about the jury. I wonder how did she call that? They put it as a, let me pull it back up. Let me look and see. Damn. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sidebar. Our favorite sidebar. All right. Okay. Now, Dr. Phillip is expected to be the defense's final witness testifying by Zoom. The prosecution expects to call 3 rebuttal witnesses after resident. Those rebuttal witnesses are expected to be medical, mental health professionals, and the purpose will be to challenge the defense's postpartum psychosis criminal responsibility theory. The prosecution's theory remains that Lindsay planned the killings and then attempted suicide rather than being legally incapable of understanding what she was doing. That is the important part. The difference from saying the information isn't in a court filing, it may be in a filing that hasn't been indexed publicly. Right, that's true. It might be. Okay, let's see. Okay, well that's good to know. That is exactly why I think that this will go to the jury on Wednesday morning. Okay. My God, come on. Let's go to trial. Oh, one thing about these things in this trial, and this is something I've really enjoyed doing this with y'all. It's really been a lot of fun. The one thing I'm not going to do over here is after every witness stop and do an analysis and all that, because that's just not my job. My job over here is to, for me, is to just bring the information out, let you make your own decisions, discuss whatever you want to discuss, and maybe be able to answer a question if you have one. But I'm certainly not going to sit here and influence you with what I think based on what I've seen, because really you are able to make your own decisions. You judge for yourself what you think that the jury is going to say. We can all talk about it. That's what I say. I just don't see the importance of somebody getting an analysis after every damn witness. Why? Why would you do that? It just takes up time. People don't want to hear that. People want to form their own opinions. They don't necessarily need somebody to tell them what they saw. They saw what they saw. They heard what they heard. Anyway, here we go. I see that moving again. I think they're going to start. Yeah. See that? All right, let's go to court. Phillip Resnick. Y'all see her smiling today? I don't. Who is this guy? He talks to this guy every day. Hear you. Put this over here. Has any of y'all went out and checked the parents' GoFundMe? I have not. But they're asking for $2 million. And I think the last time it was checked, somebody said it had over $700,000 in it. Oh, notice what's not on the table. Remember yesterday there was books, there was picture books on the table, family albums.
Okay.
This is by Zoom. I have it turned up to 100. That is the best I can do to make sure you can hear.
Sure. Hold on.
God, my.
Court, all rise, please.
Woo! Sprinkled donut. That's a lot of money, isn't it? You hear that? $985,558 out of $2 million they're asking for her parents. Wow. Why are they coming up on this? She killed her children.
Hey. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, written for the Commonwealth. Draw near your attendance and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Please.
Before we go today, we have a continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Harrington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Sharon Putnam.
Well, good morning, everyone. What I'm going to do is, I was looking for my little cheat sheet about the questions. I thought you could probably say them along with me at this point, but let me ask them just to make sure everybody's able to follow those instructions. So has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? Next question, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror? In this case, anybody needs to bring to my attention? Again, as always, thank you for following those instructions. Now, what the schedule for today is that I would expect a longer day, all right, similar to some of the days we had earlier this week. So what we're going to do is we're going to return to the defendant who's going to call their next witness, and that witness is going to be testifying by Zoom or over the monitors that you're going to have here. Just there was an earlier witness, I think, who had also testified that way. And so the delay we had coming in here was just setting that up. It should be all set. They kept me away from all the technology, so I think it should be working pretty well. And then at that point, we'll see what we'll deal with after this witness, and then we'll go on from there. Okay? All right. Thank you. Mr. Reddington?
Thank you, Judge. I don't know who's got to turn it on. Okay. Thank you.
Could you please raise your right hand, sir?
Oh, he's old now.
Could you please raise your right hand, sir?
I don't think he can hear. Oh, there you go.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help God?
I don't think there's volume.
We can't hear him.
Could you turn on your volume?
Oh, God.
You're muted.
Okay, I think I've got it.
Woohoo!
But it's a little hard for me to hear you on your end. If you could keep your voices up, please.
You want me to swear him in?
Yes, please.
Please raise your right hand one more time. You solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the
Oh,
court
much
and
better.
the jury in the matter now between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
He froze.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Perfect.
I can hear you now.
Just got a little bit of a delay.
Good morning, Doctor. Will you tell us your name in a loud voice so that we can all hear you and spell it for the record?
Philip Resnick, PhillipResnick.
And where do you live, sir? Where do you live? Can you hear me?
You froze up. I can hear you now.
Okay. Where do you live?
I live in the Cleveland, Ohio area.
So this is a delay. Like if I ask a question, there's like a 2 or 3 second delay for your answer. So that's a little difficult, but we'll try to get through it. Can you tell us what you do for work, sir?
Yes, I'm a forensic psychiatrist.
And first off, the reason that you are not appearing here today in court, is that because you have had recent unexpected major surgery regarding an illness? And as of last week, you've now been released from the hospital and you're at home.
I was discharged from the hospital Tuesday night, and there was a recommendation that I not fly for the next few days.
Okay, so you did intend and had tickets to come here and testify, but obviously the court has accommodated us with a Zoom.
Yes.
Okay. Have you worked on this case with Lindsay Clancy at my request, sir?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors your educational and professional background, please?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in psychology from Case Western Reserve University.
No, it's really low and it's.
I graduated high school.
Hold up for a second. We're having technical difficulties.
Oh my God.
Can I see counsel at the side, please?
If they send him home again today and say, listen, why don't we just wait till he can fly over here? That is going to be terrible. I mean, you know, these jurors are probably getting like, I'm just tired of this now. It's been look, we're on day 18. Day 18 of problem after problem over here. Side by side. Leaving early. Damn. Hey, y'all do me a favor while we're waiting. Just go ahead and hit that thumbs up when you come in and out. Thank
In
you.
the old days when you're watching TV, the little sign used to come up and say technical difficulties. That's where we are. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a short break and have people who know more about this than I do kind of readdress this, all right, to see if we can have a smoother presentation so you're able to follow and listen to the testimony without kind of being broken up and choppy. All right, so I'm going to ask you, well, I hope it's a short break, but that's the goal is to get this
Oh,
in a
Stompy.
manner that is easier for you to hear and absorb this information. So we're going to take a short break, I hope, and we'll see you in a couple of minutes. All right, thank you.
All rise, please. Jurors exiting.
Okay, well. Well, you know, Stompy's stressed out. It looks like Lindsay Clancy's stressed out too. Like, oh my God, he has to testify. If he doesn't testify, I can't get off. I can't be found in NGRI. He's the most advanced expert in it. Well, let's not forget, Andrea Yates had 2 trials, right? Right.
All right, so we'll be in a short recess. We'll kind of see if we get this working again, and we'll be out as soon as that's done.
Good, all rise.
Okay, well, I guess we'll continue to just read Reddit while we wait, because what else can we do, right? Let's find us something to read on Reddit. Okay, let's leave that right there. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Oh boy, people already posted on Reddit this morning again. Okay, so let's see what it has to say. Okay, the ADAs alerted the judge about Dr. Spinelli. Oh, Dr. Margaret Spinelli, a Columbia psychiatry professor, was scheduled to testify for the defense today. She had reposted on her Facebook page insinuating or insulting comments about the ADAs. You can see their post right here on our page. I believe that she was the cause of the early stoppage today. This was from yesterday afternoon. 10 hours ago, guys, 10 hours ago. I believe that she was the cause of the early stoppage today. She showed a bias, and the prosecution alerted the judge. When they were speaking about who was testifying tomorrow, her name was not mentioned. All right. But we knew she was scheduled to testify in this trial. And so people started talking, and this is what they said. Oh, she was a great witness. The next one says, how does a respectable doctor post something so, they crossed it out, before she's called to stand? Let's hope she's not coming. The next one says, oh, you've got to be kidding me. No wonder Reddington and Clancy look so horrified. All right. And the next one says, oh, I love this for him or them. The next one says, well, me too. He looked really pissed off. Okay. Wow. You would think as a seemingly successful professional adult that she would know the sensitivity and discretion required when involved with a court case. The next person says, this was 19 minutes ago. I'm a social worker in child welfare sector, and I'm with my very limited involvement in court that includes only juvenile court. I know to keep my socials locked down, to be careful with what attorneys I accept requests from on social media, and to be very limited on what things I do share on my page, even if my page is private. Yeah, that makes sense, really, you should. As someone on the progressive left, I have secondhand embarrassment looking at this woman's Facebook page. Oh, I'm not going to go look at it. We're just going to read, okay? How is Sue such a huge supporter? If my child's spouse killed my grandchildren, I would be so deeply disturbed forever. I'm talking about Susan Clancy. This is one of the most disturbing parts of this case. There are no adults that love those children standing up for them. I feel so sad for them. Has anybody else noticed that kind of thing? Why is everybody, I don't know, guys. If I was the mother-in-law and somebody annihilated my grandchildren, all three of them at the same time, I would never be able to go into a courtroom and say, she was a good mother. No, hell no, I would not. There's no way my body or my mind or my heart would let me. None. No way. Okay. The next person says, when Paula Musgrove testified, Lindsay Clancy told Paula and Patrick that she had thoughts of killing the kids, and neither Patrick nor Paula did anything to separate her from the children. They both totally failed the kids. Was this testimony true or perjury? Why was this sit-down never mentioned in similar details by PC? Was Elsie prone to making threats? See, that's the question I have. Was Patrick so not bothered by her threats because she'd made so many before that he thought, she's just talking again. She's just running her mouth off because she's hot-headed like that. Who knows? We don't know. We don't know. We weren't there. So the next person says, okay, they're saying, if so, was it new behavior or had it been a long-time pattern behavior? Was this statement ever communicated to any psych professional who were involved in her treatment? Why did no adult protect the children? Why was a spoken threat to harm them not met with actions? I have repeatedly tried to understand this interaction and just can't. The whole mess stinks. Musgrove either committed perjury or else these dramatic threats were so frequently issued that they weren't taken seriously. No one bothered to protect these children, and that alone is extremely disturbing. Those children deserve so much more from the family, but they seem to be far more concerned with the monster who viciously murdered them with the most extreme cruelty exacted upon Dawson, the child that she expressed to dislike or an extreme frustration with. Yes, and I do agree with that statement right there, I must say. The next person says, now this is from 1 hour ago, Paula didn't come across as trustworthy at all, especially with the way she was trying to twist what certain text messages meant. I think she will say whatever she thinks is best to help Lindsay in the moment. 16 minutes ago, this is kind of a book, but I'm going to read it anyway. I think that the medical field failed those babies more than anyone did. The medical field, especially the mental health field, failed every family member and a friend of this family. Every medical professional prior to this tragedy should have their license revoked and blacklisted from the medical field. Anybody, but especially Patrick, could be charged with second-degree murder or something along those lines for his knowledge of knowing she had those thoughts, whatever Massachusetts laws allowed, and not doing anything to prevent it. The more he admits to knowing, the more things could be brought against him. Colin Gray was convicted of second-degree murder in Georgia after his son's school shooting, leaving 4 people dead. That is because he provided the gun. That has nothing to do with what Lindsay did. Okay? Now, why? Because he bought the gun for his child, and he ignored the signs of his son's mental health worsening. This is why people are so cautious of what they admit to knowing. Now, Lindsay can also civilly sue any of them. There are so many that have been on that stand who aren't trustworthy. What happened to those babies was 100% preventable. So many people failed those babies. I truly believe this will be hung during mistrial, and Elsie will come to the next trial with a defense team better than what Karen Reed had. The entire Massachusetts judicial system needs to be investigated. There have been 2 very high-profile cases with some of the same people involved, and the amount of holes and shadiness is astonishing. How about that, guys? Now, this is 10 hours ago. Some people are thinking that the Clancys are supporting Lindsay and that the NGRI Association because they will support a positive finding of malpractice in favor of Patrick's civil suit. Basically, the money. I'm not saying it's sure or not. It does make some sense, but no one can say for sure what their deal is. The next person was from 10 hours ago. I think it's also more palatable to be the person that lost their grandchildren due to the DIL with a mental defect instead of my son married a monster. I can understand that, guys, I can. That, and I wondered if the in-laws had skeletons in their closet. They didn't want Lindsay shaking. Ooh, that's opening up a Pandora's box, isn't it? Now, this is from 2 hours ago. I'm somewhat suspect of Sue Clancy's testimony. She was not glowing about Lindsay in the New Yorker magazine article. Either she had a come-to-Jesus moment, or they are all thinking of the potential payout. In my opinion, there are more responsible parties than the providers. Amen to that, folks. Amen. Let's see what Squeaker says. She goes, well, look at Frank Resnick. He said Chris was a great dad and father and husband. Right, but he wasn't, was he? There you go. All right, the next person. Now, this was from 1 hour ago. I agree. Her responses felt very Catholic. Now, listen, we should never bring religion into this, ever. It has nothing to do with religion, but I'm going to read what it says anyway, verbatim. Here we go. I agree. Her responses felt very Catholic as someone whose mom was raised Catholic and had very Catholic grandparents and married into another Catholic family. They're not good with dealing with deep, troubling emotions. I realize this is a huge generalization, but that's just what was triggered in my head when I read her quotes from the article. Maybe I need to pull up the New Yorker. Maybe we need to read that article. Let me see if I can find it really fast. Hang on. Let's go there. Let's just actually go there. And I don't want to have to get a subscription. New Yorker. Hang on a minute, guys. Apparently there's some information in there that we are missing. Okay, Patrick Clancy. Here we go. Okay, let me see if I can read this. Hang on, guys. The New Yorker has done substantial reporting on Patrick Clancy and the Lindsay Clancy case. The main New Yorker article on Patrick Clancy is this. A Husband in the Aftermath of His Wife's Unfathomable Act by Aaron Aubrey was published on October the 14th of 2024. It is a long-form interview profile based on extensive conversations with Patrick. Now, one of the most important things Pat told Aubrey was, I wasn't married to a monster. I was married to someone who got sick. I wonder if he still believes that today. What do y'all think? This article describes Pat's view that Lindsay had been a loving mother and his belief that she suffered serious mental health crisis. It also covers his life after the death of Cora, Dawson, and Calvin. To read the full, okay, let me see. There's a New Yorker. Here's another one, though. There's also a new New Yorker interview on August the 20th. This is particularly relevant to the trial right now. The New Yorker published a New Yorker interview with Patrick Clancy on August the 20th, 2026. And Aaron Obey discusses his 2024 interview with Pat and the current trial. Obey says Pat spoke with him partly because he wanted to combat what he considered lies and misinformation about his family and Lindsay. The new interview also addresses online conspiracy theories involving Pat and emphasizes that both the prosecution and the defense agree Lindsay killed the children. The legal question is whether she was criminally responsible. So, let me see if I can pull this up and let's take a look. Nope. Oops, our apologies. Okay, this is not the page you were looking for. Okay, well, let's go back. Okay, let me see if I can find it over here. No, okay. I think this might be it right here. This is from August the 19th, 2026. No, don't close. No, I don't want to sign in. I don't want to get it. No, I'm not paying for this. Okay, we're not going to pay for this, so we're not going to read it. Let me go see if I can find it anyplace else out here that somebody may have posted on X or whatever. Let's go see. Here we go. The New Yorker. Hang on a minute, guys. I'm going to see if I can pull it up somewhere. I had to work with my phone over here. Oh, listen to this. This is from 32 minutes ago. Funny how this child murderer, Lindsay Clancy, heard a male voice that told her to kill her kids, but didn't listen to the ones who told her to self-commit or to let CPS take the kids while she gets help. Give her life in prison and be done with her. The poor father of these murdered kids. A lot of people, let me tell you something, a lot of people are not trusting the clergy that they had on the stand yesterday. They're having problems with her testimony. Okay? Let's see. This person spoke 22 minutes ago. There's a difference between being innocent and being not guilty. Lindsay Clancy has pled not guilty by reason of insanity. We know that. Here's something from 23 hours ago. Lindsay Clancy didn't have support. She had multiple therapists, psychiatrists, her parents, his parents, daily daycare for older two, and a nanny that stayed with her for 5 hours a day, 3 days a week, while her husband, hang on, let's read, was working from home. How much more support could have been given? Thank you. That is a great statement, and I agree with it. How much more did she need? Did she need to not have the children? Did she need 24-hour-a-day help with those children? Could she not take care of her children? Then here's something from 20 hours ago. Lindsay Clancy didn't have support, and then they're showing this there's like some kind of something somewhere, and these people are all standing outside, and it says "End wokeness." Okay. Oh boy, the Ohio Patriot Education. Lindsay herself has the psychotic serial killer eyes going on. Oh, this is kind of damning, but I'm going to talk to you about something. Hang on, guys, and we've talked about this many, many times. I know we have. One of these people who are annihilators of their family have one thing in common. Y'all want to guess what that is? Besides being crazy, okay? Besides being a sociopath. Dark, dead shark eyes. Go look at them. Go look at every single one of them. And what do you see? Dark, dead shark eyes. Okay, that's just what I see. And we've talked about that before, but let's keep reading over here. Okay, here we go. Every single one of these cult of Clancy nutters must be locked hell up forever. Throw them in the rubber room and throw away the keys. Woman posted video of her oh my God, listen. Woman posted video of her bawling her eyes out because Lindsay Clancy can't hold her children stuffed animals because her husband allegedly, got rid of them. Cheers for the stuffies, no cheers for the children she murdered. Her vote counts as much as yours, does it? Oh my God, can you believe that? Crying because the husband threw away the toys that his children could not play with anymore because he could not stand to look at them anymore because it is a constant reminder of his children being gone by his wife, the family annihilated. I'm surprised she didn't take his life, to be honest with you. I just really think there was some problem we don't know. Anyway, if she goes to prison, she will have the ability to complete suicide. Is that what everybody wants? Because what y'all think? She goes, because you wouldn't think, okay, hang on, it's kind of written poorly, so just give me a second. Because you would think y'all wouldn't think that's the easy way out. What is it, folks? The next person says, you continue to be in the wrong side of history here. You're missing the big picture, and that's just sad. This was from 19 hours ago. Lindsay Clancy is no victim. The victims here are Cora, Callan, and Dawson, her babies. Ladies, if we are the victims of our hormones, we shouldn't have the right to vote nor be considered equal to the men. Oh, pick a lane. You're proving we need the patriarchy. Okay. 28 minutes ago. I don't honestly care about her. But the way the internet is treating the husband making up bullshit about him. It's kind of radicalizing me. This man did everything by the liberal playbook. He showed more grace and understanding than most of us, and now he's being besmirched. Exactly. I agree with that. 15 hours ago, cult members wear fake bandages on their ears to support their cult leader, who wore a fake bandage to represent a fake assassination attempt. The vote counts as much as yours. What is this? Okay. All right. Oh, that's going back to Magna. Okay. Or Magna. Okay. Here we go. We literally have a bunch of deranged liberal CUNTSs running around. That or they are demon possessed, but I don't want to give the devil credit when he's probably like, oh, whoa, I've got nothing to do with their dumbasses. Okay, that's a little bit funny, but nothing about this is funny. Hang on a second, guys. This person says, it's all just a theory. It's the weirdest reality we're living in. Lindsay Clancy murders justified by TikTok mothers and women. Oh, shit. Let me pull this up. This is on X. Mary Tally Bowden, MD. I'm not excusing what Lindsay Clancy did, but would you leave your children alone with a caregiver who was on all these meds? No responsible parent would. Okay. This is from 10 hours ago. I don't know about everyone else, but I miss the days before social media. People were nicer, humble. They were normal. Boy, that's a hell of a statement. This guy says, guys, this should be the new test before you go on a first date with a woman. Ask her how she feels about Lindsay Clancy so you know if you should skip that first date and run for the hills instead, because these pathetic women are literally batshit Looney Tunes crazy. That's a helpful statement. Okay. The root of our mental health crisis is the breakdown of social values. Amen. Okay, I'm going to say amen to that. I certainly am. The social issues, it's gone. Listen, I am not racist. There's a lot of things I am not. But the one thing I am is the fact that, listen, I don't care who you love. I don't care what sex they are. That's up to you. We love who we love. That's the way it is. But the one thing I'm going to say is, and this is just based on science, period. If you are born a man, you will always be a man. If you are born a woman, you will always be a woman. Let me tell you why. You cannot change the makeup of your DNA, etc. If you can't change that, it will always be whatever you were born. You can change your physical appearance to whatever you want it to be. That's up to you. But a man is a man and a woman is a woman. We are very different, and there's a reason for that. We were made different so that we can coexist together as partners and be the yin and the yang. That's the way I see man and woman. Now, a lot of people disagree with me, and that's okay. You go right ahead. But I just think there's just some things that you just can't change, period. All right, now, let's go back and keep reading. Mental illness, particularly women, is out of control. What's going on? Okay, now I talked about this with my husband the other day. I said, you know what? I think that a lot of the problems we have in America is our diet. He said, what do you mean our diet? I said, I want you to stop and think about this. Many, many years ago, there was not all kinds of crap put in the food to make it last longer. Remember that? Are all of these things that's placed in our food to make it last longer actually affecting our ability to think straight? Is it messing with our minds? Is it changing the way our mind looks at or reacts to different things? Is part of the mental illness driven from the food intake? The food intake from when you were in utero? I mean, what's going on here? Because it seems to me like either, number one, because there was no social media, nobody knew about everybody's mental health problems, or number two, there was not as many mental health problems years ago as there is today. I don't know the answer to that, but I do think some of this has to do with diet. Okay. Here we go. The next person says, another example of mental illness. We need to open mental asylums again. No tears for the children. Crying over inanimate objects is crazy. Thank you. All right. There are too many women crying for Lindsay and not enough crying for Cora 5, Dawson 3, and Callan 8 months. This one says, and this is over on, I'm over here on X. I was going to read the New Yorker, but then I saw all these comments. I said, well, let's just look at the comments real quick. Let's just see what the general public thinks. It feels like a dream. All these sick people crying for that monster who killed her babies in a vicious attack. Heard a male voice that day and never afterwards. She wasn't on a lot of pills either. That past week prior to the killings, these crazy people crying for her are nuts. The real victims are the kids. I agree with that. The victims are the children. Absolutely. This one says, isn't that what serial killers do? Keep mementos so they can relive the excitement of their murders? This is way over the edge of sanity. You know what? That's true. Listen, serial killers keep a memorabilia from each murder so they can always go back and reflect on, remember this one, remember that one. And they can tell you the details of each one of those with the item in their hand. If it was some underwear, if it was a trinket, if it was a ring, whatever it was that they picked up as their piece of memorabilia from that murder. Absolutely, that is true. Okay, think about that when you think about being upset that she doesn't have a stuffy from each one of her children because Patrick threw it all away. Think about that. All right. Lindsay Clancy killed her kids. These liberal, whiny women need to drop off this planet and stop being such. What? I'm not going to say that word. Never mind. Okay. High fives all around the room for those whose goal was to destroy the most sacred relationships of humanity between a mother and a child. This is the ultimate obscenity. Okay. This is from 15 hours ago. I literally think as a parent who has not killed their children, I have more claim to preserving those items than Lindsay Clancy does. I would touch the stuff every time I felt close to yelling or just spitting to remind myself how lucky I am to even have my kids. Let me show you. It's a long one. She only wants them as props to garner sympathy for herself in future videos when she inevitably starts her influencer career. Yeah, think about that. Because every one of these people end up, once they get out of whatever prison they're in, or while they're in prison, just like Gypsy Rose Blanchard, starting to have a following. She's going to have a huge following if she's allowed to have a following. I'm hoping that if she is found safe, that they stop her from being able to make money off of her crime. We don't want to see that anymore, America. We're tired of seeing people like this come out of prison and they have 9 million followers over on TikTok. They have social media everywhere. People are making movies about them. People are writing books about them. They're profiting off their crimes. That should not be allowed, period. Why should you be a millionaire because you killed your children and claimed you were crazy, right? Yeah, these people are insane. Thank you, Sprinkle. They are. Let's just keep reading. Okay. The Facts Dude. The guy's name is the Facts Dude. Repeal the 19th Amendment. Whoop. We have a league who can't define a woman and a woman crime and donating to a woman who offed her own children. Enough. Go make a sandwich. That was a little bit funny, but not funny. Okay, here's the truth 12 hours ago. These are narcissistic people. They self-identify with victimhood. They make all this about themselves, deranged and sick. 18 hours ago. It's an attention grab for many of these women who continue posting these deranged garbage. And it works because they get shared and reposted, which pushes up the viewership and sponsors. Please stop feeding the system. Okay. This guy says 9 hours ago. Interesting how you can actually see the suffering in the man's eyes while the woman just contains the blank, crazy eye stare, seemingly lacking emotion. And this chick sits there crying for her? What in the actual F? This is really bizarre. All right. The effing idiot. How about he doesn't have his kids to hold, love, or play with anymore? She murdered all of them. The level of sentimental behavior is crazy. Was she not the one that killed her own kids? Boy, these people are vicious, aren't they? She shouldn't have killed them. End of the story, and has shown no remorse in court, no sense of caring. All you women are supporting her. You understand that when she eventually dies, she's going straight to hell for all eternity. She will suffer like her kids did. God's justice. Okay? Here we go. And what they're talking about here, every one of them making comments because people are upset that Patrick cleaned out the house and threw away all the stuffed animals and gave her nothing of the children. She had nothing to remember them by, right? This is why people are upset. Rick, this guy goes, he got rid of them because it's too painful to see them because the psychotic bitch murdered the children. What the F is wrong with women like this? Well, yeah, okay. These are the people society has pandered to for decades. And we're surprised they're acting like spoiled theater kids. Okay. Ugly crying in support of this demon overstuffed animals. Did she miss the part where the psycho got rid of the actual children? Real children were killed here. An 8-month-old. No tears for that, though. SMH demons. Okay. Okay. Anyway, let me go back over here because what we started to read about, what we're reading about are two different things. So let me find this over here. Let's see, the New Yorker. Okay. Patrick Clancy. Hang on a minute. Let's see if we can find this. I don't want to pay you to read it. I just want to read it. I'm cheap, right? But no, I just don't need a New Yorker. Okay, now they're talking about Patrick Clancy right now. This is 22 hours ago, and it was translated from Spanish. Patrick rented a one-bedroom apartment in New York one day before fighting his children. No, this is not true. He did not. This is not true. There's no proof that this happened. Okay, so I'm not going to read that. Lindsay, wait a minute, though. Wait a minute. Hang on a minute, guys. Hang on. I'm going to read it. Let me tell you why. Because this might go along with the thought that I had that something was going on in that house and she knew he was going to leave. And this is just a theory I have based on all the information that we've seen, that what would make a woman do the worst she could possibly do to hurt a man, and that's take all of his children and take their lives. We know that is the cruelest thing you can do to another person. There is no pain greater, but it's times 3. Okay. So maybe this is true. I don't know. I'm just going to read it and we'll go from there. Patrick Clancy rented a one-bedroom apartment. Where did it go? Okay, let me go back to it. It just kind of jumped away. Here we go. Okay, it looks like somebody took that down. Okay, that's all right. Lindsay Clancy's ex-husband, Patrick, spotted looking stressed during the rare New York City outing with his new wife, Rachel Dennis, as a murder trial continues. Well, yeah, okay. Reddington alluded to the fact that Patrick Clancy was an absent father. Things should get very interesting. I don't believe he was an absent father. He was right there in the house working from home. How is he an absent father? On January the 22nd, 2023, Patrick Clancy's nonprofit rented a New York City apartment. We don't know that. Okay. Patrick Clancy rented, okay, here we go. Somebody else reposted this. Good Lord. And it says it's from a parody account, so how can we believe it's true, right? It says parody account. I'm not even going to read that. Let's just keep on going. Patrick Clancy, a Microsoft sales executive, divorced Lindsay and married Dr. Rachel Dennis in spring 2026. He moved to New York City over 4 hours from the Duxbury home where the killings took place. He also co-founded the Hurd Foundation with okay, let's see. Oh, I did not know about this, y'all. Listen to this. This is something new for me. He also co-founded the Hurd Foundation with family members dedicated to changing how parents experiencing perinatal mental illness are supported. The foundation was established in the memory of Cora, Dawson, and Callan. Thank God. He deserves a little bit of kudos for that. Let's give him some applause. Let me turn this down over here. I don't want to be too loud because we know it's 100. Let's give him some applause for that. Yeah. I mean, I'm glad he did something positive. There you go. Yes, thank you. All right, now, let's go back. He also co-founded, okay, let's go back down here. When Patrick Clancy took the witness stand at his ex-wife's murder trial, he had already begun rebuilding his life more than 4 hours away in New York City, far from the Duxbury, Massachusetts home where his 3 children were killed, says Shomar. Since the death, Patrick Clancy has divorced Lindsay. We found that. Clancy faces 3 counts of first-degree murder in the deaths of her children, Cora, Dawson, and Callan. She does not dispute killing them, but says she was suffering from a postpartum psychosis. All right. Now, this is 1 day ago. One of the most sickening things about the Lindsay Clancy case, besides the fact that she murdered her kids, is that while Patrick was at CVS getting Pedialyte for Cora, Lindsay was on the phone with him and still made him get it, knowing Cora would already be dead by the time he got home. What do y'all think about that statement? Go ahead and say whatever you want to say about it. I mean, your opinions are valued here. If you want to make a statement about that statement, go right ahead. Nick, this one guy says, this is 1 day ago. Which makes it less believable that she heard a voice to kill the kids? So you believe she heard a voice to kill all 3 kids and tried to kill herself from 5:34 until Patrick got home around 6? And he has a question mark. If this were premeditated and intentional, why not do it on any other multiple times that Patrick was actually out of town? He had been in New York 1 month prior to this event for 2 days. The next person says, why did Patrick rent a New York City apartment the day before the murders? Why should he leave his kids alone with a woman who explicitly told him she was having thoughts of harming the kids? Why did he send an email from his laptop at CVS? Why did he change his shoes? Now, see, we don't have proof that any of that happened. I'm not going to say that it did because I don't know. Okay, I'm going to go on. When Patrick Clancy took the witness stand at his ex-wife's murder trial, he had already begun. Okay, we know that. Let's move on down. Okay, this person says, this is 10 minutes ago. I liked him. Thought he was hilarious. Oh, wait a minute. Who are they talking about? I'm not reading that. This person says, I really didn't want to put in my 2 cents over the Lindsay Clancy trial, but there's a clear pattern with how modern feminism often responds when a woman does something horrific. The default reaction is to defend her at all costs and conclude that it must have been the man's fault somehow. Okay, this is pretty good, but it's wrong. Of course, this doesn't work in reverse. If a man committed an equally terrible act, people wouldn't seriously entertain excuses like his wife was angry alcoholic and he was under so much pressure. Also, 2 things can be true at the same time. A person could be extremely over-medicated and experiencing hormonal psychosis, but still need to be held accountable for the horrible thing they did. That's true, and I agree with that statement. Oh, please. The idea that Patrick Clancy somehow rented a secret apartment the day before the murders is pure fan fiction. He was still living in the family home in Duxbury with his wife and his 3 kids. He moved to New York months later after the tragedy like a normal person whose life had just been destroyed. There is zero evidence for this claim in the trial. Police reports or any serious reporting. It's just another recycled conspiracy theory for people who apparently prefer fanfic over facts. Okay. Let's see. We'll be turning off next time he's on. He sounded okay. I don't want to talk about that. Yeah. See, these people are just all over. Okay. What? Okay. If she wasn't in a wheelchair, I wonder if his response to her would be different. That is a question I have. That is exactly the question I have. And I do have a question. If a man did the same thing, he cannot claim that he had postpartum, can he? No, because he doesn't have the same hormones. But he would not be treated. He would be treated differently. He would not be able to claim, well, I was having mental illness, or I was over medicated. He wouldn't be able to claim that, would he? No, I don't understand. I mean, you want equal rights? Then let's have equal rights. Let's have equal treatment. All right? Quit using your, what's the word I want to use here? Hang on, before I say this, right? I feel like it would. Yeah, Sprinkle, that's a good question. I'm not going to say the statement I was going to make. We're just going to keep reading. I bet based on all your time with your brother, you know probably, okay, let's go over here and go back to this. Duxbury. Let's look in Duxbury and see what they're saying here. Okay. Okay, the Clancy case. Okay, here we go. Whoops. Hang on, guys. I wish they would come on back. I'm ready for trial. Get anxious. Okay. During the arraignment, now this is from 10/27 to 23. Now, during the arraignment of Lindsay Clancy, Duxbury mother accused of killing her 3 children, the same investigating force, the Massachusetts State Police, and state used Clancy's Apple Health data, especially the 3 flights of stairs that showed she climbed, as evidence to build their timeline. That's because Apple Health data provides incredibly detailed peer view into the movements of an individual involved in a crime, suspect or victim. See the Murdaugh murder trial. That's true, it sure does. In the Karen Reed case, however, the 3 flights of stairs John O'Keefe climbed after being dropped off at 34 Fairview, strongly suggesting he did go inside the house, as there's no staircase on Fairview Road, or in Karen's Lexus, or inconvenient facts to the continued cover-up of the murder of the Boston Police Department cop. This is what we call cherry-picking facts and evidence, and displays the utter hypocrisy of the prosecution, given the state's strong reliance on Google search history data and Apple Health data in many of their other criminal prosecutions. Why are the data steadfast evidentiary type greatly relied upon by LE? Because the people lie and data does not. That's good. All right. Now, this is from 23 hours ago, and it's disgusting what I'm looking at. Supporters of Lindsay Clancy, the Duxbury woman charged with murdering her 3 children in January 2023, they gathered outside Plymouth Superior Court ahead of another day of testimony in her murder trial. Read more coverage. Let's see. Let me see what they have to say here. And this is from the Boston Globe. Okay? Okay, come on, let's open. Okay, well, I guess I have to agree. No. Okay. Generations ago, queens ruled kingdoms. The sum total of their decisions and power led to women needing to fight for their right to vote centuries later. Another century passed, and we're witnessing why women were sanctioned by society for generations. Emotions make a household, but destroy the society. Okay, let's see what people say. Give her the exercise band. She'll remember. Sorry, but not sorry. You're right about that, Sprinkle Donut. Yeah, I wonder if she goes into the exercise room over at the nice, cushy Tewksbury Hospital that she's staying in. I wonder if she goes in there and uses exercise bands, but she can't use her legs. She's got to do something to keep her strength in her arms. Does she use exercise bands in there? Let's think about that question. Okay. Here we go. It's good to be empathetic to women with PPD, but to take time out of your day and dress all in pink so that you can love and support a woman who has murdered her 3 children, that is the epitome of serious mental health issues. We are absolutely crazy people here in Massachusetts. Ooh, that's bad. What a stupid decision do I get to blame on my mental state? I'm curious. And if you say I'm in a bad mental state, who are you to judge? Only I can speak for myself. So I've become an autonomous, self-determining entity capable of atrocities without accountability. So we are headed with this nonsense. Where are we headed with this nonsense? That's a good question. Massachusetts approved abortion until birth. Now they approve it up to 5 years old. Oh my God. Okay, guys, trigger warning. I did not know this is what God is going to say, but I want you to think about this statement right here. This is somebody from 15 hours ago. Massachusetts approved abortion until birth. Now they approve it up to 5 years old. Sick, demented, unfit lunatics. Right? This is pure evil. Defending a woman who strangled her own children. She should be executed. Amen. But this lady was getting buckets of mental health care. She had a female doctor who prescribed tons of pills for her. How was she oppressed? She wasn't oppressed. Thank you. Okay, this woman says, this is from 17 hours ago. These women are deeply narcissistic and dangerous to children. Lindsay Clancy planned a horrific murder of her 3 young kids. This momentary insanity defense is nothing but a hoax to avoid accountability. That's a pretty sharp statement right there. Okay, now this is from a mom. Now listen to what she has to say. This is from 13 hours ago. PPD survivor and mom who didn't kill my children, and I had less resources and support than LC did. This insanity will not gain momentum. Okay. Do people have actual lives anymore? Jobs, responsibilities, families? Is everyone's life now just swallowed by social media and marching around like a rabid dog? The hive-minded, absolute feral insanity of these people is insane. The scan of this crowd is further proof that white liberal women are totally deranged, that we need to reopen and fill the insane asylums, and that women should have never been allowed to vote. They're supporting a murderer, a bizarrely justifying killing her children. They're all ghouls. Now, I don't agree with that statement. I don't. That's a poor statement to make. But sadly, people did give him an upvote for that statement. We need to bring back the loony bins, and these dumb broads need to get locked up first. Okay, all right. This is from another person that got several upvotes for that statement. Feminists blaming everyone except the woman who killed her kids. Okay, that's true. Absolutely bonkers. These women cheering and gawking in support of a baby killer. There are millions of women who have suffered with mental illness who haven't murdered each of their children one by one while the other kids watched and knew their turn was coming next. Now that's horrific. That's a horrible statement to make, but that got many upvotes. And that's exactly, I don't know if that's exactly what happened, but I can imagine. Let me ask y'all something. Cora was 5, Dawson was 3, almost 4, right? And then the baby's 8 months. The baby could not run. We know that. Did she kill the oldest child first, second, or third? What was the order that she did this in to stop the other child from running away from her? Or did these children trust that she would never hurt them and they just let her do whatever she wanted to do? That's a question that I have. Because I can't imagine a 5-year-old watching their mommy take the life of one of the other brothers and not running for help. You got to think about that statement. Think about that for a minute. Let's keep reading. All right. Here we go. Dumbest middle-aged white chicks on the planet, supporting a chick who murdered her 3 kids. Keep these people away from the leadership positions. All right. Each of these people should be made to view the crime scene photos of the dead children. I can't even stomach the evil. They're talking about these people who are standing around outside marching on behalf of Lindsay Clancy. Justice for Lindsay. You know, we support you, Lindsay. Where are the people's justice for the babies? Who's marching around for Dawson, Cora, and Callan? Where are those people at? Right? These are the same women that celebrated when law was passed that allowed them to terminate a pregnancy up till the moment of birth. Woo, that's a strong statement. All right. First, liberal women make a fan club for that effing murderer, Luigi Mangione. Thank you. Now that I have a fan club for this effing murderer. You people F in the head, you know that, right? If you read this, you are all a bunch of losers. This possessed wacko is playing everybody. I guarantee you that all you losers there today would never let that nut watch your own kids. Get a life. Don't spread them if you can't raise them. Okay, that's pretty bad, isn't it? Yeah. Now, this is something else, too. I want y'all to think about this statement because listen to this. She lived in a very affluent town. I guarantee you she felt she couldn't keep with all the other very rich stay-at-home moms. She filled herself with pills because of it. Blamed the meds and planned on killing these kids. Don't spread them. Okay, that's another one of those. She lived in a very affluent town. They were doing very well together. It was not a money problem there. It was an attention problem. That's how I see this. I think it was a huge attention problem because listen, when you're momming 3 kids, do you have a lot of time for yourself? No. Do you know that before you have the kids? Yes. Yes, you do. Do you know you're going to lose sleep after you have children? Yes, you do. It's expected. Are you concerned about yourself or your children? Your children. Well, most of us are, right? Most of us did not spend our time complaining that we could not sleep, going to get pills because we could not sleep. Most of us spent our time changing diapers, keeping the house clean, getting our kids to the school they need to go to, getting everybody's things made, getting everybody's dinner cooked, getting everybody taken care of. We're not spending our time thinking about ourselves. But when you listen to all the stories and everything that's been said about her, she was always over there thinking about her sleep, her time with Patrick, her, me. That's the way I see her. I'm sorry. I know people are going to disagree with me, and that's okay. You go right ahead. Now, let's go over here and see what else. Let me look over here. Okay. Let me just go under something here. Let's keep reading some information while we wait. How people see her. Hang on. All right, let's go. I'm making a single post about some of the more outrageous aspects of the Lindsay Clancy trial, and I'm immediately swarmed by unhinged bots. Weird. Okay, here we go, guys. Let's go to court.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
Are we ready for the jury?
Yes. Fingers crossed.
All right.
All right, guys. Oops. Here we go. Everybody come on in. Say hello. Come in out of the bushes. Oh, the baby books are back. Looking. Look right there. I want to know what the purpose of showing those books are. Oh, I know what it is. Sympathy. They want to show sympathy for a murderer.
All rise, please. You're entering.
I'll put this back over here. I will say she looks tired today.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the jury, we're going to give it another go. All right? Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. All right,
Welcome,
Doctor,
welcome.
can you hear me?
I am, thank you.
Yes, yes.
Excellent. Tell us again your name for the record, just and spell the last name.
So, P-H-I-L-L-I-N-P-R-E-S-N-I-K-K.
All right, and you're going to have to speak a little slower, only because of the, the microphone. Okay. Tell us your background, sir. I know you're a physician. Tell us your educational background and your work history.
I am a forensic psychiatrist, and I received a bachelor's degree in psychology in 1959 and a medical degree in 1963, both from Case Western Reserve University in Cleveland, Ohio. I then had a 1-month internship in a military hospital in Texas, and then I came back to University Hospitals of Cleveland, where I completed my residency in psychiatry.
And do you have?
Go further?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Would you like me to?
Yeah, you can continue. I interrupted. I apologize.
Yeah. I have remained at Case Western Reserve University as now a full professor, and I've also become interested in forensic psychiatry, that is, that aspect of psychiatry which relates to legal issues such as this case. And I initiated a fellowship in forensic psychiatry in 1979 and directed that for 40 years. I also served as director of the Court Psychiatric Clinic in Cleveland, Ohio for over 40 years.
Doctor, do you have board certifications as well?
Yes, I'm board certified in psychiatry, 1971, and board certified in forensic psychiatry, 1979.
Did you also have added qualifications in forensic psychiatry in 2014, 2024, and recertifications?
Yes.
And have you, without going through them, also had a number of visiting professorships?
Yes, I've had about 14 visiting professorships.
Now, Doctor, this case involves what I guess is referred to as filicide, F-I-L-L-I-C-I-D-E, I believe. Did I spell that right?
Single L.
Single L, okay. Can you tell the jurors what that means?
Now, filicide is a parent killing a child, and it is a relatively infrequent phenomenon that occurs in the United States somewhere between 400 and 500 times a year.
And Doctor, is it fair to say that you have, at least in the country, if not outside the country, the most experience in working on filicide cases?
I believe that's true. I have been personally involved in, I'd estimate about 80 cases where I was asked to evaluate mothers and fathers who had killed their children.
And the question that I have, Doctor, is have you had occasion to work on cases that found themselves in court where you gave testimony either for the government or for the defense?
Yes, I have.
Let me just go through if I can. So let me just go through so we can cut to the chase. Did you work as an expert on the case of Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes, I consulted to the prosecution in that case.
Did you also work on the case of what is referred to as the Unabomber, a fellow by the name of Kaczynski?
Yes, I was also a consultant to the government on that case.
Did you also find yourself consulting on the matter of, in Florida, the Commonwealth versus or the state versus Casey Anthony?
I was a consultant to the defense in that case, but I could not be helpful.
Did you also work on the matter of Andrea Yates?
Yes, I testified for the defense in both of her trials.
Did you also work on the case of what is known as the Aurora movie theater shooting?
Yes, I was a consultant to the prosecutor in that case.
Did you also work on the case involving the Oklahoma City bombing courthouse?
Yes. Again, I was employed by the government in that case.
And in addition to those cases, did you also, in your practice, consult with the defense as well as the prosecution on a number of homicide cases, many of which involve filicide?
Yes, I have.
All right. In the course of this case, did I reach out to you and ask if you would assist me in evaluating Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, you did.
Can you tell the jury when and for how long you would actually interview, whether it would be Lindsay, whether it would be third-party contacts? Just give us an idea as to how you evaluated her.
Yes, about 4 months after the crime, I did a personal evaluation of Lindsay and parents to gain information, and I spent 3 hours interviewing her on that date.
And how long did you spend interviewing third-party contacts of her parents?
An hour and 50 minutes.
And this would be in May of 2023?
That's right.
Where did the interview take place?
The interview took place at Duxbury Hospital.
Would that be, is that a hospital facility that's a mental institution in the town or city of Tewksbury?
Tewksbury, yes.
And Lindsay actually came and was living in Duxbury at the time of the incident. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So can you describe for us, without getting into any statements that she made to you, tell us about the circumstances. How did she appear to you physically? And how was she able to answer your questions? Just tell us what her appearance was, her mood.
Yes. Well, first of all, at the time, of course, she had suffered major injury and was paralyzed. So that was the setting. So during the examination, she did not have control of the lower part of her body. During the interview, she appeared somewhat matter of fact, but at the time she was still grieving. The nurses told me that she was crying daily about the loss of her 3 children, and she was also medicated at that time. She was fully cooperative and gave me a detailed account of her recollections of the critical events.
Did you make an observation of her affect? Did she appear to have what you refer to as a flat affect?
Yes, she did have, or I would call it a blunted affect. That is, her emotions were not as you would expect. Her feeling tone was muted.
Muted? Is that what you said, muted?
Muted.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, doctor, in the course of evaluating this case, and again, in the interest of time, would you agree that you had a chance to review a number of items to assist you in your evaluation?
I reviewed extensive records in this case, both records referring to Ms. Clancy's mental illness, what developed, who her treaters were, and then also I was able to evaluate records after her conduct.
And that would include police reports,
Extensive police reports, yes.
grand jury testimony,
Yes,
photographs,
yes,
videos,
yes,
medical records from healthcare providers such as Dr. Tufts, nurse practitioner Gelada, and McLean Hospital.
yes,
Were you aware that she had also contacted suicide hotlines and went to a facility in Rhode Island, women and infants?
yes. I reviewed all those records.
So with all of that information, doctor, that you had access to, did you also have the opportunity to review any records from, let's say, the government's doctors, Dr. Helbrun, Dr. Mack, Dr. Satoff?
Yes, after I prepared my report, I was aware that there were 3 experts employed by the prosecution, and I was able to review their reports in detail also.
Okay. And your report is actually dated, you saw her in 2023, and you prepared your report ultimately after your evaluation in September. Do you know when the government's doctors' reports were available to you? Was that recently?
My recollection is that they did the evaluation about 3 years after the crime, and I had the opportunity to see her 4 months after the crime.
Now, did you also have occasion, sir, to see from Dr. Helbrun, government's doctor, psychiatric testing?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us, for example, was one of the results on the psychiatric testing a test that he administered for the government called the MMPI, or Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory Test?
That was a psychological test that he administered, yes.
And do you recall from reviewing the records what the results were? Was she faking, was she lying, or was she telling the truth? And
the results showed no evidence of faking.
Hold on.
No evidence of malingering. I think what they're going after, I'm not really analyzing, it's just how I understand it. It's the fact that he did his 4 months later, they did theirs 2 years later. So was she healed 2 years later, but she was still sick 4 months later? I don't know. But I knew they were going to argue about this. This guy is a highly paid expert witness. Now, I don't know who's paying for him. I don't know if it's the state of Massachusetts, I don't know, but very, very expensive. I'm going to look up what he costs per hour. Comparable forensic experts publicly list their rates around $500 to $700 per hour, with trial testimony often at a higher end. In 2024, a scheduled example lists $650 an hour for trial testimony. Resnick is a nationally recognized forensic psychiatrist and leading expert in postpartum psychiatric disorders. So his actual rate could be higher than a general expert. I want to tell you something right now. Remember Dr. Conde, who testified? Now, Conde testified that in 2024, he received approximately, are you ready? $340,000 from CPCS. 2025, he had received approximately $300,000. He explained that these were government set rates, not necessarily the rate negotiated by him for particular defendants. So if Dr. Resnick was making that kind of money, imagine what this guy was making or is being paid to testify in this case. Why is it that you kill your own children and then we have to spend $1 million to decide whether you're sane or insane? I want you to think about that question right there. Wouldn't that money be better served to help somebody go to college? Think about that. It's like there's no responsibility for anything. She didn't have to, she's not being held responsible. She's trying not to be held responsible. It makes me sick, guys. There you go. It's okay, man. It's fine. Thank you.
Okay, Doctor, I had asked you if you were aware that government's Dr. Halpern had administered the MMPI test and came to a conclusion as to whether or not Lindsay was telling the truth, faking, or exaggerating symptoms. And you relied on that test as a portion of your opinion. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jurors what the results of that test were, to your knowledge?
The summary, the results were that Lindsay Clancy had a tendency to minimize and did not have a tendency to exaggerate what she was saying in her own symptoms.
Did it also indicate that she was not, I think the terminology is faking or lying in her answers, but in fact was being truthful as best she could be?
Yes, although the test is a little more specific about symptoms rather than lying or not lying, but it did not suggest any evidence of faking symptoms.
Okay, and I'm sorry, that broke up. Did not suggest any evidence of what?
No evidence of faking psychiatric symptoms.
And then finally, one of the scales in that test is referred to as the K, I think from the books, the K scale or the lie scale. Is that correct?
Yes, that was not elevated.
Not elevated. Okay. Now, doctor, in your experience, do you have any particular subspecialty or interest in the concept of people that are malingering or faking in the forensic world? In other words, if it's a criminal case, if it's a workman's comp case where somebody's pretending their back hurts, things of that nature. Have you focused on that as a subspecialty or interest in your career?
That has been a major interest. I've actually written 46 articles or book chapters in this area. The first was 1984, and over the course of that, of course, new research comes out. So when you write a new edition of a book chapter, it would incorporate new material, even though the chapter may go through 5 editions in a particular book. They're up to date, and the ones which were written earlier would no longer be the best basis for forming an opinion.
Now, for example, when you reviewed Dr. Helbrin's report for the government, did he refer to your articles?
He did refer to my research, yes.
And was that updated research or was it old research that he referenced?
He referenced older research.
So can you tell us, Doctor, when you consider let me start over again. When you reviewed Lindsay's medical records. You also reviewed the psychopharmacology, in other words, the medications that Dr. Tufts and Gelada and all of these other doctors had prescribed to her during that period of time?
Yes, I did.
And have in mind your interview, the time that you spent with her directly reviewing all of the documents, all of the medical records, everything that we've talked about. And you're also aware from her, not specifically what she said to you, but you're aware of the circumstances from her recollection as to the killings that she told you. Is that correct?
Yes, as well as the journal she kept and other evidence of her thinking and symptoms as the time approached for the crime on January 24th, 2023.
Okay. And you were also aware of her access to her cell phone, doing Google searches and looking up medications during that period of October, November, December, and January. You're aware of that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you tell the jurors, in your opinion, sir, with your years of experience in the issue of filicide, working for just the government on a number of cases and the defense, and your evaluation of Lindsay, can you tell this jury your opinion as to whether or not at the time of the killings that she was suffering from a disease or defect that impaired her ability to substantially appreciate and or conform her conduct to the requirements of the law?
Well, sure. Let me begin with the issue of whether she had a mental disease or a defect. Ms. Clancy had a severe depression. There is a book called the DSM, or Diagnostic Manual, prepared by the American Psychiatric Association, which lists criteria for various diseases. So in the diagnostic manual, for example, one needs to have 5 out of 9 symptoms to make a diagnosis of major depression. And Ms. Clancy, as she approached the date of the crime, actually had 7 of the 9 symptoms and was severely depressed. So that in addition to that, she had some earlier evidence of what's called a mild mania, and that fits together in what's called bipolar 2. So in other words, it's a type of bipolar illness where there is more frank depression, severe depression, but the manic aspects are not as severe. So my final diagnosis of her was called bipolar 2 with a severe depression on January 24, 2023. And from reading the reports of all of the experts that will be testifying, no one failed to diagnose a major mental disease on the day of the crime.
Now, doctor, in the course of that diagnosis, have you considered the concept of postpartum depression and or postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors how that...
First of all,
I'm sorry. Can you tell the jurors how that factors into your diagnosis and opinion?
Yes. Ms. Clancy had a history of anxiety and difficulty with each of her children. It was minor with her first child, more significant with her second child, and on the occasion of Callan's birth, things went well for the first 3 months, but then Ms. Clancy became very anxious and depressed, and it took quite a toll on her. And I believe the jury has heard from various treaters, such as Dr. Tufts and Nurse Delata and others, and her own anguish about how depressed she was, where she actually felt she couldn't function, her brain was damaged, she would never be the same. So she definitely met the definition of a major depression as well as this bipolar phenomenon. Now, with respect to the postpartum aspect, since Ms. Clancy's symptoms began within 3 months of Callan's birth, that would be considered a postpartum onset. Then, of course, she had considerable difficulty over the next 5 months, and at the time of the crime itself, on January 24, 2023, Clancy was frankly psychotic. So in that sense, she had a postpartum psychosis. It's actually not frequent to have a postpartum psychosis 8 months after a birth, but it does occasionally occur. And what I can say is whether it is a classic postpartum psychosis or not, with a postpartum onset and frank psychosis on the day of the killing, I would label that a postpartum psychosis, in the sense that it was a postpartum onset and she was clearly psychotic on that day.
And Doctor, when a person is psychotic or involved in having a psychosis, in your opinion, are they able to appear normal, quote unquote, communicate with people, drive a car, things of that nature?
Well, let me say there that Ms. Clancy herself did her best to not reveal the extent of her depression. She was frank with members of her own family. Her sister, her mother, her mother-in-law were aware of how anguished and depressed she was. But with more casual friends, she tended not to show the extent of her depression. I'm not suggesting that she was, although psychosis can indeed wax and wane, for example, on the day of her crime, I'm not suggesting that she was frankly psychotic every minute. She was functioning. In fact, she said she was having a better day than other days. And she actually went out and made a snowman with the kids, visited with, took Cora to a doctor for the 5th birthday checkup, and was functioning at a level that was not frankly psychotic until she had a command hallucination while her husband, Patrick, was out doing a couple of chores.
And can you tell us, Doctor, what, in your opinion, what a command hallucination is and how it fits, if you will, in a diagnosis of psychosis?
Yes. If we take, first of all, a hallucination is simply hearing a voice, and the voice can be benign or it can be more malignant. So a voice may just simply say, open a window. About 1/3 of voices are called command hallucinations. That is an instruction to do something. And the majority of those commands are benign. So it might be open a window, get a glass of water. It might be something much more ominous, such as to kill oneself or harm someone else. Those are dangerous command hallucinations. Now, in Ms. Clancy's case, she had not only a command hallucination on the day that she killed her children, she had what is known as a delusion of influence. That is, not only did she hear a command, but she felt that her body was taken over by an external force where she was in a dream state and did not have control of her own body. It was almost like she was a puppet and someone else was pulling the strings.
Yeah, hold on a second. Councilman?
I knew that was going to happen next. Is she starting to worry? I think she's starting to worry. What do y'all think? Hang on.
Mr. Chair, I want to give you an instruction at this point. I think we'll go into this
Oh, boy.
also a little bit later when I give you the full instructions at the end of the case. But you are not to consider the defendant's statements to any psychiatrist or psychologist as establishing the truth of any facts that are contained in that sentence, in those statements. All right. The defendant's statements to any psychiatrist or psychologist for purposes of evaluation cannot be considered by you as evidence of premeditation, extreme atrocity or cruelty, or specific intent to kill. Such statements are admissible only if they relate to the basis for the doctor's opinion of the defendant's mental condition. All right, and I'll go into that a little bit later. Okay?
Uh-oh.
Mr. Riggs?
So, Doctor, to conclude, would you relate your opinion as it relates to the stand of a person being lacking criminal responsibility at the time of the commission of a crime in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts?
Well, there are two arms to the test for criminal responsibility. One has to do the defendant's ability to control their conduct, and the other has to do with their knowledge of the wrongfulness of their acts. I'd like to address each of those separately, if I may.
Sure.
With regard to my opinion is that Ms. Clancy was, due to her mental disease, unable to conform her conduct was to the requirements of the law on the day that she took the lives of her children, and the basis of that opinion. First of all, she was hearing a voice which was commanding her to engage in the killing behavior, and she did not feel any sense of control. She felt that she had to obey the instructions she was receiving. It was a matter where she was just following the command rather than being able to make any decision to do it or not. And for example,
Okay, y'all know. Okay, if you're new to the channel, let me just say this. Sometimes I have to stop and say what I'm thinking right then. And this is one of those times. You're going to tell me she had a command hallucination that said, listen, you need to go kill those children. So I want you to go over there downstairs to the basement. I want you to get those exercise bands. And let me tell you how to wrap them around their neck, okay? That's what we're going to do today. Is that what you're telling me? No. Hell no, I don't believe that shit. Let's go.
I ask Ms. Clancy.
No, you can't say what you
If she
talk,
were to-
doctor. You can't. You
Okay.
cannot say what she told you. All right.
Okay, all right, I will not do that. Let me just make sure I'm covering other aspects of this. The second evidence that she was lacking control is the fact that she made a severe suicide attempt, also based on the command hallucination that she heard that day, so that she not only cut her throat and jumped out the window, she very much wanted to die. Now, in my research on women who kill their children, I've divided the motives into 5 categories, and I want to look at how Ms. Clancy did to those motives.
So tell us the 5 categories.
Yeah, the 5 categories are: first, altruistic filicide.
What does that mean?
Secondly,
What does that mean? Altruistic filicide.
altruistic filicide occurs when a murder is committed out of love rather than hostility. It is an effort on a mother's part to do what is best for the child. They may believe the child is, they may have a delusional belief the child is about to be tortured in their delusional mind, and they take their life in doing what they believe is in the best interest of the children based on their delusional idea. Altruistic filicide also occurs when a mother may plan to take her own life, and in her psychotic thinking and severe depression, it is distorted, and she may believe that the child will be worse off if she remains alive. So, for example, in Ms. Clancy's case, she believed that, as the jury has already heard, she was intentional about caring for her children.
Object.
She consulted with others at work to try and do exactly what was right for her children, and she believed that if Ms. Clancy took her own life, her children would be in terrible shape, and in her mind, she believed that she would be doing her children a favor by having them go to heaven with her rather than remain on earth without her doing the mothering. Her mind was very distorted like that.
Okay. So if you could just tell us the other titles of the other 4 types that you were referred to. Just tell it without getting into detail if they don't apply to Ms. Clancy.
All right. The second category does apply to Ms. Clancy, and that is, it's called acutely psychotic filicide.
Okay.
And this occurs when someone is frankly psychotic. They may have delusions or hallucinations. They're out of touch with reality, and rather than having any rational motive, they're simply acting on their psychotic beliefs. So those 2 both apply to Ms. Clancy. The other 3.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, that's right. Just give us the other 3, the captions of them.
The other 3 which do not apply, one is called child maltreatment, in which a parent may shake the child to death or throw a child against a wall in an abusive manner. The next category is unwanted child, where someone just for their convenience, the child is a burden, and they kill the child for that motive. And the final motive is spouse revenge filicide. That is, someone hates their spouse so much that they're willing to sacrifice the child as a way to punish the spouse. And the three latter categories clearly do not apply to Ms. Clancy. She loved her husband, respected her husband, had a good marriage. She never spanked or ever abused her child, and all of her children were wanted. In fact, she planned to have a fourth child. So those three categories clearly do not apply. If I can explain how the two categories did apply, I've already mentioned that Ms. Clancy believed that a distorted belief that her children would just be miserable and could not imagine them continuing to exist and have a decent life without her being there as a mother. And so in that sense, she did what she believed was morally right, even though she understood that ordinarily killing a child is against the law. She believed that she was doing what was right for her children with her distorted psychotic thinking about the children's need for her. And then with respect to the second category of acutely psychotic, Ms. Clancy was under the influence of a command hallucination and idea of influence, so that at that time, rather than the ability to make a rational decision, she was so in the grip of her psychotic command hallucination and idea of influence that she lacked the capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law.
Okay. And Doctor, pretty much finally, there's been some questions or allegations that Ms. Clancy did not provide information to her healthcare providers about her adverse effects of medication that she had been prescribed. Do you agree with that from your review of the medical records, or did she, in fact, tell her healthcare providers how she felt as a result of what she perceived to be the medications that were prescribed?
It's my opinion with reasonable medical certainty that Ms. Clancy was actually a more sophisticated patient than most, and she was forthcoming in conveying her symptoms. The one area in which she was not fully revealing was the area of when she had an impulse to harm her children, and that was because she had a rational belief that her children may be taken away from her by a social service agency. She had an irrational belief that if she even entered a medical hospital, that her children would be taken away. So that is the one area in which she was not fully forthcoming.
Now, Doctor, in your experience, do you find that many women that are caretakers of children postpartum, after the child is born, that are having these intrusive thoughts and having these dark thoughts are in fact afraid of reporting them because of that very reason that you're talking about?
Sustained.
Yes, as a matter of fact.
You can't answer that. Okay. It's also been mentioned here a couple of times that she hasn't killed herself yet, even though she's in the Tewksbury Hospital. Can you tell the jurors briefly, while she's in the Tewksbury Hospital, what are the circumstances of her confinement and what type of care is being provided to her as it relates to whether or not or why she hasn't killed herself yet?
This has been asked and answered.
Well, Nancy, indeed, there is evidence of her going suicidality to such an extent that she is never allowed to be out of the presence of a staff member. Even when I conducted an examination of her and requested privacy, a staff member had to be present. So her ability to take her life in view of her process and observation is and she recognizes that, so that the reality is, no matter she does not want to live at any point, she has no choice but first to live at this time.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You have to answer some questions from the DA. Your Honor, at this point, I would like to, because I'm looking at yeah, 40-page resume, so I just offer that if I could.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, that may be marked.
Thank you.
If I may?
Yes, please.
Good morning, Dr. Resnick.
Good morning.
In addition to the evaluations that you do, is it true that you've also taught some courses to other forensic psychiatrists and psychologists about how to testify in cases like these?
Yes, I have.
And you teach them how to answer questions and how to dress and how to appear believable and trustworthy, correct?
That's correct.
And in one of your trainings, excuse me, Do's and Don'ts of Depositions by Dr. Philip Resnick, in your course description, you state information beyond the question should not be volunteered because it will open up new areas for questioning, provide ammunition for attacks, eliminate the opportunity for surprise, and information fails to get to the jury, correct?
That's correct.
So you teach other psychologists how to hold back information in the discovery process to surprise the other side.
No, that's not it. And I'm not excited.
Now, a woman who kills her child can have more than one motive, correct?
Yes.
And actually, the most common motive for women who kill their children is fatal maltreatment or child abuse, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, most women who kill their kids don't do it due to mental illness, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, there's a quote from you in an article, Child Murdered by Mothers, Patterns and Prevention, where you say, quote, more filicides occur due to fatal maltreatment than because of maternal psychiatric illness, correct?
Correct.
You also have written about parents having significant emotional devastation after killing their children, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you've written in, it's a chapter 6 of Family Murder, Child Murdered by Parents, in the aftermath section, you've written, quote, these life events are likely to prolong the parent's depression. The anniversary of the children's deaths and exposure to things that remind the parent of it are likely to be upsetting, correct?
Yes.
Things like birthdays and holidays and the anniversary of the killings would all be something that would be upsetting, correct?
They sometimes are, yes.
Now, you've written a lot about malingered psychosis, correct?
Yes.
And malingering psychosis, you can have a mental illness and your malingering could be exaggerating those symptoms or saying you have psychosis symptoms when you don't, correct?
That's correct.
And one of the things that you have written, and there's an article that you wrote called Faking It, you've written in here, quote, command auditory hallucinations are easy to fabricate. persons experiencing genuine command hallucinations do not always obey the voices, especially if doing so would be dangerous, correct?
That's correct.
You've also given some points to other practitioners. If you, quote, if you suspect a person of malingered auditory hallucination, ask what he or she does to make the voices go away or diminish in intensity, correct?
Yes.
Because typically someone who hears a voice telling them to do something horrible like a child will try to resist that voice initially, correct?
That there's variability. Some do and some don't.
And in fact, the case you mentioned earlier, Andrea Yates, Miss Yates, in fact, committed herself to a hospital 5 times and tried to kill herself twice, all while trying to not kill her children, correct?
Yes.
She had heard voices for months and telling her to kill her children. And to resist those voices, she actually tried to kill herself, correct?
Until she could no longer resist the voices, yes.
Right. But she tried.
Right, as did Ms. Clancy.
Well, according to the records and reports that we have that are in evidence, Ms. Clancy heard the voice and immediately acted, correct? According to those records?
Well,
is that correct?
Well, Ms. Clancy had impulses to harm her children, which she did resist until the command hallucination when she was overwhelmed, yes.
But according to the records and the testimony that we've had, she had an impulse in December one time to harm her children, correct?
I believe it was on 2 occasions that she mentioned it to her husband.
And then never again after that until her kids were killed, correct?
Only 2 occasions she mentioned it, but she referred to having these horrible impulses. So that suggests to me she was dealing with it on an ongoing basis, although she mentioned it only twice to her husband.
But she never said she had thoughts to kill her children. She said she had thoughts to harm her children, correct?
Yes, but actually, I think it's clear that to harm her children was to kill her children.
Well, in the records where you say that she was so clear in presenting her symptoms to her doctors, she repeatedly was asked if she had any homicidal ideation, and she repeatedly said no, correct?
That's right, and she didn't in the initial parts of her treatment, but by late December and January is when she did have those impulses.
But what
and
she told
did not
her,
acknowledge them.
but what she told her doctors,
to her doctors.
what she told her doctors in December is that she had no homicidal ideation. She only reported suicidal ideation, correct?
Yes, and as noted, that's very common because people fear their children will be taken away.
So it's better to kill them than to have them taken away.
Ooh, boy.
No, not better to kill them
Hold on, Doctor.
than have them taken away.
That question is strict and that answer is strict.
You say that she was very forthcoming in her symptoms to her medical providers, but she never told those medical providers that she had an impulse to harm her children, correct?
That's correct.
You also, in teaching people about malingering, about faking hearing voices or being psychotic, you give pointers of what people should look for, such as patient uses no strategies to diminish hallucinations. Patient states he obeys all commands, correct?
Yes.
You also, in a podcast, evidence entitled Identifying Malingering with Dr. Philip Resnick, you were asked about malingering and you said, and asked about hearing voices, and you said, quote, so a common example I'll use in teaching is if you hear a voice out of the blue that says, kill your mother, your moral fiber would cause you to hesitate. But if you have concurrent delusion that your mother is an evil wizard, you're more likely to act on that command hallucination, correct?
Correct.
And
That's
there's no
wild.
evidence in the records or in the testimony that we've had thus far that Miss Clancy believed that her children were evil or that they were possessed or that there was any danger posed by them or to them by such forces, correct?
Instead, Ms. Clancy
Well, it was a
had
yes or no
a-
question, doctor.
Go ahead. You can answer that.
Instead, Ms. Clancy had the psychotic, distorted belief that her children would be better off in heaven rather than being motherless. So that was her psychotic distortion, coupled with the command hallucination. So she met the exact requirement you're referring to.
And you believe that that was her psychotic delusion?
Hang on just a second, guys, because something just came to my head. You know I got to say it. He said, oh, it was a male voice that told me that I needed to kill my children and myself. Now they're saying, oh, okay, so they would be better off in heaven. Are they trying to tell us that she thinks God told her to do that? I want y'all to think about that while we listen to this testimony.
Illusion that they would be better off without her, better off in heaven without her, because according to your report, you could figure out no rational, non-psychotic motive for her to kill her children, correct?
Yes.
And so just because you can't figure out a motive or you don't know a motive or the person doesn't tell you a motive doesn't mean that there actually isn't a motive, correct?
There was a motive.
But that's not what I
mentioned the
asked you.
motive
I did not
already.
ask you about Miss Clancy. I said, just because someone tells you that they don't have a motive or you can't figure out a motive doesn't mean they didn't actually have a motive, correct?
That's possible, yes.
You also state in another article identifying malingering with Dr. Philip Resnick, you point out that the rapid resolution of symptom medication can be a red flag, as genuine psychotic symptoms usually take longer to subside, correct?
That's correct.
Were you aware from the Tewksbury records that on page 1136, it says Ms. Clancy has been clinically stable since her admission. There have been no events of affective, cognitive, or behavioral instability since her admission, and that Ms. Clancy has not evidenced any challenges in accepting and conforming to the rules and standards. Did you review that
Yes,
note?
I'm aware of that.
Okay. Were you also
Yep.
aware on page 1168 that it says Ms. Clancy denies that she has ever experienced hallucinatory content prior to or since that event, referring to when she killed her children, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware on page 1170, it states Ms. Clancy presents with intact reality testing and no observable symptoms of psychosis. She is actively engaged in treatment. She is able to identify possible hopes for her future, including serving as an activist for postpartum psychosis awareness and participating in a wheelchair marathon. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
I move to submit these three sections as the next three exhibits.
Okay, hang on, I gotta say it, y'all know I do. She wants to be an advocate and race in wheelchair races. She thinks she's getting out of this. She thinks she's going home. She does not think she's going to go to prison. But I'm sorry, I hope y'all were hearing me. She does not think she's going to go to prison because she's got all these desires that she thinks she's going to do. Do we have another Gypsy Rose Blanchard right here in the making? Right here, guys, right here.
All right. Any objection? Right.
Ooh.
Are those part of the Tewksbury
That's
records
pissing me
already?
off.
Okay, those may be admitted.
I hope y'all are getting upset too. Mm. Ooh.
Doctor, you mentioned that when you interviewed Ms. Clancy, you spoke to some nurses who told you she had been crying every day, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that in the Tewksbury records, in the one-to-one notes of people who watched her every minute of every day, there's no record of her crying every day?
Well, when I saw her at 4 months, I'm not sure, was she already, how long had she been at Tewksbury? Well, I'm not aware of that note, but my recollection is that she was observed crying.
But there's no record of her crying at Tewksbury every day, correct?
I have no knowledge of it.
And you mentioned that during the interview, not getting into anything that she said, but her affect, her expressions, her emotions, you said that they were flat and blunted, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember the portions of the video where she smiled and laughed?
Are you talking about the video of my interview?
What was that?
Are you talking about the videotape of my interview with her?
Yes. Yes, at the end of the video, do you recall her smiling and laughing?
So does that open up the video?
This is affect.
Watch the video. Let's watch the video.
Behavior.
That's an issue we could talk about over here. And probably something raised on cross.
Okay.
I mean, on redirect, I'm sorry.
And just getting
Yes.
into her affect and behavior, doctor.
Yes. Yeah, that's not inconsistent with her affect throughout the interview, especially, for example, in talking about
Well, not getting into
how
what she
delighted
talked
she
about,
was with
doctor. I'm not asking anything about what she talked about, just her expressions and her affect. Now, you mentioned that the Commonwealth experts saw Ms. Clancy 3 years after you examined her, correct?
I said it was 3 years after the crime.
Okay. And you're aware that the Commonwealth was not permitted to interview Ms. Clancy until after defense had filed a notice of their defense and we'd been given permission by the court to have our experts interview her, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that did not occur until approximately 2.5 years after the incident, correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that postpartum psychosis doesn't typically happen 8 months after a child's born, correct?
Yes.
In fact, typically it's within 4 weeks of a child being born, correct?
Most often, yes.
And you mentioned that her postpartum, Ms. Clancy's postpartum symptoms began within that 3-month time frame of postpartum. Do symptoms have to occur within that 3-month period to be postpartum?
Well, there's a wide range of definitions of postpartum. Some scholars in the area make it the whole first year, others 3 months, others 4 weeks.
And in fact, her seeking help from a psychiatrist happened in September, which would have been 4 months after she gave birth, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned that Ms. Clancy was able to hide her symptoms of depression from her friends, that she was open with some people, but she was able to hide those symptoms from friends and other people she interacted with, correct?
Yes, hide the depths of her depression.
And so she was able to control and conform her behavior to situations in which she did not want to show people how she was feeling, correct?
Sure, very common.
Now, you wrote in your report on page 24 that Ms. Clancy had paranoid beliefs that her children would be taken away from her if anyone knew what she was going through, correct?
Yes.
But that's actually a rational belief, is it not? That if someone knows you want to harm your children, they might be taken away?
It can be rational, but it was more, it approached irrational in her case rather than rational.
Oh my God. Seriously?
I have nothing further.
Your redirect.
This should be good.
No, thank you, doctor.
Whoa. Okay. I wish they would have shown the video. I would love to have seen that.
All right, so if we could turn off that. Thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
During the break, we're going to have a discussion. Yeah, a wheelchair marathon. Do you think she's getting out of there?
Reddington.
Your Honor, Lindsay Clancy rests her case.
Whoa. Okay, rest.
So the jury, the defense has now rested its case. All right, so I'm going to talk to counsel for a minute or so over here, and we're about to go into the next phase of this case, which would be the Commonwealth has offered and given the opportunity to offer witnesses on certain issues. And so I'm going to talk to counsel first, and I'll inquire of the Commonwealth if they wish to offer these rebuttals. Okay, so counsel, can I see it sidebar?
All right, guys. While they do the sidebar, let's talk for a minute because I got a lot of things I want to talk about. She planned on doing a wheelchair marathon and being an advocate for postpartum. Really? Okay, y'all. Does that sound like this is a plan of hers? Like she's been planning multiple different stages of this incident, which she calls her tragedy? I got a lot of questions right here. Who in the right mind? I mean, listen, okay, this is going to sound weird, but who in their right mind thinks that they're going to claim they heard a command hallucination one time and it was a male voice, and that she felt like she was just following the commands and could not stop herself from following the commands? And then they go to a hospital. Okay, they jump out the window, they go to the hospital. They end up realizing that they paralyzed themselves. Then the next thing you don't know, they're being transferred from this place to the next place, to the next place, to the Tewksbury. All right? So she spent all this time in Tewksbury planning on getting out and doing something else. You know, because she's free and easy now. She has no children.
Does the Commonwealth wish to offer any
Oh, wow.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. If you call your next witness, please.
Commonwealth will call Dr. Abram Mack.
Ooh, Dr. Mack. This should be some good testimony right here, guys. Okay. Get my witness down. This is going to be witness 79, and it's for the prosecution.
All right. Good morning, doctor.
Morning.
All right. I just ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you. And with that, Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Abram Mack.
And would you spell your name for the record, please?
Abram is spelled A, V like Victor, R like Robert, A like Apple, M like Mary.
And I'm just going to ask you to speak in a loud, clear voice. And if you need to kind of push closer to the microphone, that might help. Thank you. What do you do for work, sir?
I'm a psychiatrist.
And how long have you been a psychiatrist?
After training, I've been a psychiatrist for 22 years now.
Can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
Sure. I went to the University of Michigan College, Cornell University for medical school. I was here at the Brigham for residency in psychiatry. And then that was followed by a fellowship in child psychiatry at Columbia University and a one-year fellowship in forensic psychiatry at New York University.
And what do you do now? What's your area of practice now?
I'm a psychiatrist. For all these 22 years, I've been serving in a lot of different roles. Currently, I'm a professor of psychiatry at Thomas Jefferson University in Philadelphia, and I see patients at a child hospital called Nemours.
And so you, in your current practice, have a clinical practice, and you also do forensic psychiatry. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you have any board certifications?
I do.
And what are you board certified in?
It keeps
I'm board
correcting it.
certified
What do you
in
want?
psychiatry, child and adolescent psychiatry, and also forensic psychiatry. I had been board certified in addiction medicine by the American Board of Addiction Medicine, but they closed. So I don't know if I can still say that I'm board certified by them.
Okay. And to what extent are you engaged in the forensic psychiatry? What areas of forensic psychiatry do you have you testified in?
I've provided testimony in perhaps almost every area of forensic psychiatry, ranging from testamentary capacity of adults who engage in contracts or appropriateness for adoption, or whether or not a person is competent, or if a person is criminally responsible.
Now, in what areas of the country have you testified on those topics?
Around the country. I'm not sure how many states I've testified in, but I've been engaged in reviews or investigations of cases in, I think, more than half the states.
And what does it mean to conduct a forensic evaluation in psychiatry?
Well, it can mean a lot of different things depending on the question that's being asked by a court or other authority. Sometimes there are statutes that you as the forensic psychiatrist need to try to answer a particular question that a statute requires. Or sometimes it is a matter of giving an opinion, say in a civil case, where it's your understanding of, say, the degree of harm that the person has experienced. Sometimes great, sometimes not so great.
And you, in your experience, have testified as a forensic psychiatrist in both and criminal matters, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware of a difference between forensic psychiatry versus forensic psychology?
There are differences, aside from the fact that they're different professions, but they both cover mental health. There are different rules that apply to forensic psychologists in their carrying out their roles as psychologists.
Now, when you mentioned that you have done some work and testified in matters regarding criminal responsibility, right?
Correct.
And you're aware that different states have slightly different statutes when it comes to criminal responsibility.
Yes.
And so in this case, you were asked to review the matter of the Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And so in order to do that, did you review the statutes here in Massachusetts regarding criminal responsibility?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us how it came that you were involved in this case?
I was asked by the prosecutor's office to be involved as a psychiatrist reviewing the matter.
And when you're asked or you're retained by either side in a case, defense or prosecution, what is the goal of the evaluation? Are you just trying to advocate for the side who hires you, or are you conducting an independent evaluation of the evidence?
Overall.
You can answer.
Well, to answer your question, certainly the goal is to provide an independent evaluation, or one would also add to provide clarity and to say what can be said. In criminal matters, sometimes it's a very certain question that it's either a yes or a no. In other matters, it's not always necessarily a strict yes or no.
Now, in criminal matters where you were asked to conduct these independent evaluations, how do you approach it? What kind of information do you seek, or would you prefer to have in order to conduct the evaluation?
Well, generally one starts with the statute and then tries to gather or review what information exists to understand the mental state of the person, if that's pertaining to the particular statutory question, and to understand the mental history and the mental state of the individual, and to see if that can be applied to the questions at hand.
And so what types of records are you generally looking at when conducting a forensic evaluation for something like criminal responsibility?
Well, one would certainly want to review psychiatric records if they exist. Ideally also to have examined the individual and to gather information, not only historical information from the individual, but to do, in that sense, an examination in real time. And that provides you the information, what we call a mental status examination. Other records are also important: medical records, educational records, and other records that describe the individual.
And when we're talking about a criminal case, fair to say you review the entire criminal file too, right?
Yes.
And when you're doing these evaluations and creating a database of this particular information, are there any limitations to your opinion or evaluation?
I'm not sure how you mean that.
Well, when you have these evaluations that you're conducting, namely for criminal responsibility, do those evaluations, are they limited based on the information that you have? Meaning, if you don't have everything at the time you do your evaluation, is there kind of a caveat to your opinion?
Well, when I write an opinion or state an opinion, it is based on the totality of the information that I have. If additional information comes along, I am open to receiving that and integrating that into my understanding of the totality.
Now, when you interview the individual in these evaluations, the purpose of the interview or purpose of your contact with them is not to provide treatment, correct?
Correct.
And the opinion that you reach ultimately is based on the defendant's mental state, correct?
To the extent that impacts the question, yes.
Okay. Well, when we're talking about criminal responsibility, you'd agree that's kind of the central issue, is the person's mental state at the time of the alleged offense, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So in Massachusetts here, with the question of criminal responsibility, are you aware of what the standard is?
Yes.
And what is it?
Well, it uses particular language based on the common concept throughout the country called the McNaughton standard. And I could read to you the specifics of the language, but effectively it refers to two pieces. Well, actually starts with three. One is, did the person have a mental disorder at the time of the event? And then secondly, the two prongs speak to specifics about the mental state at the time. One being, and I would want to refer to the actual statute.
Well, if we can, maybe we break that down for the jury.
Yeah.
So the first part of this for criminal responsibility is the question of, does the person suffer from a mental disease or defect, correct?
Correct.
Objection to the leading. Let's see if he knows.
Yeah, if you just ask him.
I can rephrase
He's aware, and if you want to refresh his memory, you can.
Well, you've already testified the first part of the analysis, and I think you used the terminology mental disorder.
Yes,
right?
I did.
And you're aware that a mental disorder is a clinical term.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. I apologize. What was that?
A mental disorder is a clinical term. The terminology mental disease or defect, are you aware that's a legal term?
Okay.
Okay. Well, so when you are conducting evaluations for criminal responsibility.
Is that the answer?
Yes.
Said,
I'm
okay.
sorry. Yes.
Yeah, all right.
When you're conducting an evaluation for criminal responsibility and you're trying to determine whether a person suffers from a mental disease or defect, do you look to mental disorders to see if that meets criteria?
I would evaluate if the person has ever had a psychiatric or a mental disorder.
And what kinds of tools do you have available to you to do that?
Well, there are two tools. One is gathering of historical information, and the other is the information you gather from actually seeing the person face to face.
And as a psychiatrist, that's something you do in your clinical practice all the time, right?
Correct.
Because one of the main things you're going to do is look to try to diagnose an individual.
Correct.
So how do you go about determining that if a person has a mental disorder?
In psychiatry, we make diagnoses in a descriptive manner. We look to see ways in which the individual has symptoms or signs of mental disorders or mental defects or psychiatric disorders. So in particular, one will start with trying to gather as much information as possible about what are the things that bother the individual. That may be their mood, that might be things that they get anxious about, that may be abnormal movements that they make. And that will also be aligned with understanding their medical condition, any medications that they take, any substances that they use. There's an array of information, sets of information that one gathers in that portion where you ask questions. But effectively, you're asking questions about symptoms. And one is trying to understand not just symptoms, but the degree of impairment that symptoms might be causing an individual.
And do you work with any sort of tools that help you identify particular characteristics of symptoms associated with disorders in your field?
Well, at times, individuals use scales or tests, which can be psychological tests or scales that ask particular questions. Or other times, you might use tests that are biological tests, like the person's brain waves, called an EEG, or laboratory tests.
When you're talking about diagnosing an individual for any particular mental disorder, are there specific criteria for different types of disorders?
Yes, there are.
And is there a source that you use as a psychiatrist in order to identify the criteria for different disorders?
We use a text called the DSM, otherwise known as the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. It's currently in its 5th edition, or actually a revision was made of its 5th edition. And so that text, which is created and vetted by a large number of professionals, provides criteria for the different disorders. And these are known as operational criteria. In psychiatry, there aren't necessarily gold standards that you can use for diagnosis, like finding a bacterium or finding an anatomical tissue. So for the last 60 years, 70 years, psychiatry has turned to agreed upon definitions that are listed in the DSM.
You said it's not the end all be all, right, of diagnosing. You use your training and experience as well, but it's a tool that you use.
Well, they are the criteria that one uses to make the diagnosis. It is not a guidebook for how to gather that information. It's not a how-to, but it is the standard.
Okay. So now going back to the legal standard here in Massachusetts. So one part is the disorder, right? And you said there's a second part.
Right. So the second part are particular criteria about the person's state at the time of the event. So one of them is they both utilize the verb to have retained substantial capacity to know the act was wrong or against the law, and the other being retain substantial capacity to control or conform one's behaviors to the law.
And so when you're talking about criminal responsibility here in Massachusetts, is it fair to say you're looking at the person's conduct and their condition at the time of the offense?
That's right.
And the information that you're gathering in this overall evaluation, getting history and kind of looking at the person as a whole, is that helpful to understand the person's diagnosis when you're being asked this particular question?
Yes.
But ultimately, you're rendering an opinion of the person at the time of the offense.
That's correct.
So in this particular case, you were provided a series of records and information regarding the defendant, Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And can you just give us a general overview of the sources of information you had available to you?
Generally speaking, there was the criminal file, as you mentioned before. And then in terms of medical or psychiatric records, there was the records from the hospital that she's at right now, the hospital that she was at right before, called Spalding, the hospital that she was at before that, which was Brigham and Women's. In addition, there was the medical records from outpatient treaters, and there was also the records from her admission to McLean Hospital. So overall, there were outpatient records, there were inpatient records. For the most part, those all correlated with her own care. Additionally, we received the pediatric records for some of the victims in this matter. And as I mentioned before, the criminal file.
Okay. And in addition to the records related to the defendant herself, we also provided some other reports to review.
I was.
By other psychiatrists and psychologists?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that one of the things that's useful in these evaluations is an interview with the person themselves, right?
Yes.
And did you engage in an interview with the defendant?
I did.
And when did that occur?
I interviewed her on April 10th and April 12th of this year.
And that's of this year in 2026?
Correct.
And what were your observations of her when you first met with her on April 10th? Can you describe her demeanor?
Generally, she was friendly and cooperative.
When you begin an interview with an individual that you're evaluating, do you conduct what's referred to as a mental status exam?
Well, the mental status exam happens all the while that you're interacting with somebody. You're always observing for aspects of their emotions, how they speak, their mood, and so forth. Sometimes there are directed aspects of the mental status examination where you are asking about particular cognitive capacities like executive functioning and attention and concentration. But the gathering of information about the person's mood, for example, or their thought process, that happens throughout the entire portion.
Okay, and so over the course of the time that you met with the defendant, were you able to make observations of, for instance, whether she maintained eye contact with you when speaking?
Right, so she did maintain eye contact.
Okay, what about her emotional state?
So overall, if we go through the various components, like what's called her affect, which is her emotional expression or her mood, generally speaking, there were not many abnormalities in her presentation, and I can go through them. They include the way in which she speaks, that is to say the rapidity of speech, if the speech is made in sort of regular intervals between words. In terms of thought, does the person, and in this case did Ms. Clancy, make goal-directed ideas? Mm-hmm. Was there a particular content of the ideas? So generally speaking, for all the components of the mental status examination, there were not really abnormalities. I would say at some points she seemed distressed by some topics. I believe tearful at one point, but otherwise nothing remarkable on mental status examination.
Okay. And in these evaluations, when you're interviewing the individuals, are you also kind of taking account of their physical presentation?
Yes.
And obviously, when you met with her in April of 2026, you were able to observe her physical condition, right?
Yes.
And what were your observations of her physical condition?
Well, she's utilizing a wheelchair. Generally speaking, there were not necessarily abnormal movements that I observed. She seemed comfortable physically.
Did you find that she was able to kind of navigate her situation herself? Meaning you were in a room with her with other individuals, right?
Yes. And
she was able to kind of take care of her own.
I'm going to object leading at this point, just as they object.
Sustained, if you just ask the observations.
What did you observe her do as far as moving herself around the room? Was she able to do that?
Yes, at the moments when there were transitions, when we took a break and she went out to the hall, she was able to navigate her wheelchair one place or another.
And when you spoke with her on April 10th and April 12th, were you able to kind of have a conversation with her about her level of functioning at the Tewksbury?
Yes.
And did she tell you anything about what her general day looked like?
She described her general day. She described basically her existence there at Tewksbury.
Okay. And did she indicate to you whether she engaged with other patients, or did she spend her day mostly in bed, or what did she say about that?
Mostly, she described she stays in bed or on her own. I don't think she described interacting with patients very much. There were a couple of ways in which she did interact with staff, at least. There was a therapist that she described working with. She did describe having had a physical therapist at a certain point. I'm not sure I remember if she still was getting physical therapy. She stated she wasn't very interested in the physical therapy that she was getting there. She wasn't interested in the food there. She described having visitors at a not infrequent basis, and that sometimes she was able to eat food or drinks that were brought in by them.
And who were her visitors, if you recall?
Family members mostly, as well as, I believe, both, and I'm not sure if they were specifically from the Brigham or Mass General, but or any place in particular, but I believe religious figures, chaplain or priest from some organizations.
And her having told you that she kind of has visitors, were you able to corroborate that in reviewing records that she had visitors?
Yes.
And were you able to corroborate, or were you able to identify in the records that she did interact with staff and patients at the hospital, according to the records?
To some degree, yes.
And you said that she had indicated to you that the food wasn't appealing at the hospital. And did you have the chance to observe her consuming her own snacks or beverages?
Beverages, yes.
Now, did she indicate to you her level of attention to hygiene and grooming while at Tewksbury?
She did. She described that she wasn't very interested in her own hygiene or grooming.
And were you able to later in the conversation speak with her about her ability to take care of her own daily activities like grooming? For instance, showering. Was she able to do that on her own?
Showering is embarrassing. It requires staff to help her. And that's one way in which she would rather not. It may also be that she described a lack of interest. So it's both components.
When you observed her, did she appear to be disheveled or not properly groomed in your meetings on April 10th and 12th?
No, she appeared groomed sufficiently, and I believe her hair was combed and she was wearing neat clothing.
Now, did she describe to you her thoughts or feelings about her current situation?
Yes.
And what did she say about that?
Well, she described feeling depressed, which she termed situational depression. She described feeling, I'm not sure the exact term she used, but feeling miserable, not wanting to be alive.
And
Finish, please. If he's finished, that's fine, but don't cut him off.
No, yeah. Sorry.
I'm sorry, doctor, were you done?
Yes.
Thank you. So when you were meeting with her, do you recall her indicating that she reported being devastated?
Yes.
That she was devastated and grieving by her current situation?
Yes.
When you met with her at the Tewksbury Hospital, did you go over with her what her current treatment regimen is, what current medication she was on?
I did.
Was she able to tell you what medication she was taking?
Yes.
And were you able to confirm that with the records, that that was an accurate report?
Yes.
So what medications, when you met with her in April 2026, was she currently on?
Well, in terms of psychiatric medications, the main medication of note is olanzapine. I believe that there were several medications being used for her physical needs. One that helps with her bladder, one that helps with movement of the GI system.
Well, let's just kind of focus on the psychiatric medications, right? Because that's of your interest here. You mentioned olanzapine. What's the common or the brand name for that?
It's called Zyprexa.
And what is it used to treat?
Originally, it was created to be an antipsychotic medication, so to treat psychosis.
Okay. And are you aware that it's prescribed to Ms. Clancy for bipolar?
Yes, it is also used for mania. It is also sometimes used.
The question was bipolar.
Yeah. The question, if you could just listen to the question, and then if the Commonwealth or the other side wants to add to the answer, they'll ask you. Okay, go ahead.
So I think my question was, are you aware that the Zyprexa is prescribed for bipolar?
So bipolar is a disorder. Yes, bipolar is a disorder of mania, which is, I'm sorry, why I was mentioning at that point.
And what was the dosage of the Zyprexa that she was on, if you recall?
I believe it was 2.5 milligrams.
And in your experience, is that a significant dosage?
No, it's a small dose.
Are you aware of any other psychiatric medications that she's prescribed at Tewksbury?
I believe she's also taking trazodone.
Okay. How about Wellbutrin? Is that ring a bell?
Yes. Wellbutrin is an antidepressant medication.
Okay. And clonidine, does that sound familiar?
Yes, clonidine is a medication that's sometimes used for anxiety or to help people go to sleep.
And are you familiar with the propranolol?
Propranolol is also a medication. It also is sometimes used to help with anxiety.
And as far as the dosage of medication that she's on, based on your review of the records, are those high doses, low doses?
Overall, they're on the lower side of dosages.
And you indicated briefly in your testimony that she had reported to you that she used to have situational depression.
Yes.
Did you have a conversation with her about the diagnosis from Tewksbury?
There were times if you're asking about bipolar disorder, at one point she made the statement that she wasn't convinced that she has bipolar or has had bipolar disorder. She described situational depression in terms of feeling depressed about the several stressors that she experiences today.
What are those stressors?
Well, the remorse and sadness about the events that this case is about, her separation or estrangement from her husband, her being separated from the world, her physical injury.
Do you recall her actually using the term remorse, or is that just your description of the conversation you had?
That's my summarization right here.
Okay. Now, when you were meeting with her, did you talk to her about past medication regimens that she had been on prior to the current regimen of the Zyprexa and Wellbutrin?
Yes.
And so are you aware that she had previously been prescribed at some point lithium?
Yes.
And is that something that would be important to you to know when you were conducting your own evaluation for diagnosis of whether somebody was on lithium?
It might help, but in psychiatry, we don't make diagnoses based on medication response.
And when it came to the report of the lithium, fair to say it was not something that was trialed for a very long period of time.
Yes, and let me correct that. It's not that we don't make diagnoses. We don't categorize or define disorders by medication response. I heard the description of the trial of lithium that was a short trial.
And about her physical injuries, did you have a conversation with her about her understanding of her physical injuries?
Yes.
Do you recall whether she reported that she had any head injuries after January 24th?
She denied that she had had a head injury.
And was she familiar with the extent of her spinal injury?
Yes.
Meaning she was able to explain to you where the injuries occurred? And
that's correct.
Were you able to review in your interview with her past psychiatric history?
Yes.
And did she have a significant past psychiatric history?
Prior to the year 2022, she had not. She had been, over time, very hard driving, someone who tended to get anxious, and anxiety sometimes pushed her to achieve or to do things. There had been two short periods of depression or anxiety throughout her lifetime. In one, she had been prescribed antidepressant medication around 2 years before 2022, which she had not actually taken. She had tended to resolve her anxiety or depression through exercise and hard work.
And when you say the two short periods, are you speaking of periods after childbirth?
One was while she was in nursing school, and the other was after the birth of her second child.
So you were able to have the conversation with her about nursing school and going on medications during that experience, right?
Yes.
And as far as the second episode where she described anxiousness and seeking medication, did she indicate to you whether she actually took medication?
No,
after the birth?
Sorry.
After the birth of her second child.
She had been prescribed it, but she hadn't taken it.
Now, based on your review of records and your interview with her, were you able to identify and learn some general information about her family history?
Yes.
Did she report anyone in her family suffering from any other mental illness in the past?
No.
So no history of bipolar disorder or prior depression?
Correct. No such history.
Did you also review with her her work history?
Yes.
And did you talk to her about whether there were any adverse events in her past that affected her?
That is something I asked about. And also I was able to look at her records to try to elicit if there were any particular adverse events in her life.
Did you find any?
No.
Evidence of any? And you said that prior to 2022, there hadn't been, or there was minimal psychiatric history. Did you look at and talk to her about the period of 2022 from approximately September leading up to the events of January 24th, 2023?
Yes, I did.
So as far as going through that time period, you were able to review her medication history during that time?
Yes.
And fair to say there was a significant amount of medications that you looked at as far as what she was taking and what it was prescribed for.
Correct.
Did anything stand out to you in the timeline of her medication history that was significant in this case?
Well, she was initially prescribed medication in September of 2022. She didn't actually start taking that medication, sertraline, until October. There were several different medications that were prescribed. It is not clear that she actually took every medication that was ever prescribed or that she necessarily took it more than 1 or 2 times. There was a period of trial on a second antidepressant called Prozac. There were various medications used to help her to sleep. And then there was a several week period of taking a medication called Seroquel or quetiapine.
Are you familiar with that medication in your practice?
I am.
And is it fair to say that that medication has multiple functions, like most psychiatric medications? When you reviewed her history, what was the initial dose that she was prescribed for it?
just 25 milligrams.
And what is a 25 milligram dose of Seroquel? What is that generally prescribed for?
Well, it's often prescribed these days to help individuals to sleep. But Seroquel is also, like Zyprexa, a antipsychotic medication. It can be used to help people to sleep. It can be used to help psychosis. It can be used to help the treatment of depression.
And as far as your review of the medication timeline for this defendant with the Seroquel, would the amount of time that she took the Seroquel have had any lasting effects biologically on her brain or her body?
There's no known effect that one would have from the amount of time that she took it. There could have been temporary effects, which have been affecting her functioning or her psychological reaction to her functioning. But there's no known biological long-term effect.
So when you say that there's they could have some effect, are we talking about symptoms or negative symptoms maybe?
So Seroquel might affect a person's ability to think straight. We talked earlier about cognition, the ability to pay attention, to concentrate, to have memory. And Seroquel can negatively affect your cognitive functioning, although it is expected that that will eventually go away when you stop taking the medication.
And is Seroquel a type of medication that lingers in a person's system?
Not substantially. There are some medications that do linger, like diazepam or Valium, which is another medication that she was later prescribed. All medications are, on a relative basis. So diazepam will stay in your body much longer than, say, lorazepam, a different benzodiazepine.
Okay, but as far as the Seroquel goes, once a person stops taking it, is it fair to say that the symptoms or any negative symptoms that they have would eventually resolve themselves?
Yes.
And you're aware of the medications, the last reported medications that the defendant was on right before the events of January 24th?
I am.
And what were those?
Melatonin, lorazepam, trazodone, and an antidepressant medication called amitriptyline.
And as far as the amitriptyline, you're aware of what the dosage was?
Well, on the day before January 24th, it became 20 milligrams, but for several days before that, it was 10 milligrams.
Now, in your experience, a 10 milligram to 20 milligram dose of amitriptyline, is that a significant dosage?
It's small. The usual starting dose for an adult is 150 milligrams.
Are you aware of what the chief complaints or problems that the defendant had been reporting at the time when these medications were all being prescribed to her in 2022?
Well, it's a several-month period, but it started in September of 2022 with complaints of anxiety and depression.
And fair to say, in reviewing the records and with your conversation, that sleep also was a main issue or a complaint.
Yes, that's right.
And in some of the medications that you reviewed, is sleep, could the medications themselves affect a person's sleep?
Yes, certainly it can.
Now, as far as past diagnosis of this defendant, you were able to review overall in all the records that were available to you what different providers had given as far as past diagnosis, correct?
Yes.
And as far as your overall evaluation in determining criminal responsibility, where you have to answer first that question of mental disease or defect, do you rely on those prior diagnoses or do you come to your own conclusions?
I come to my own conclusions.
Are the fact that there were past diagnoses something that you consider?
Yes, especially to the extent that they highlighted the basis for those prior diagnoses. I don't necessarily have to agree with the diagnoses, but I'm interested in what was observed in terms of coming to those diagnoses.
And when you're doing these types of evaluations for criminal responsibility, why do you not rely on a past diagnosis? Why do you come to your own conclusion?
Well, that's part of being an independent evaluator, where in your mind, you're able to collate the information and make your own diagnosis.
As far as kind of before we move on to your actual diagnosis, in addition to the interview that you had with the defendant over those 2 days, reviewing all the records, did you attempt to speak with what are called collaterals?
I did not.
Is that something that you sometimes do in these evaluations?
Sometimes.
Fair to say, in this particular case, you did have a significant amount of information from people that were close to the defendant, right?
That was my view, yes.
And after speaking with the defendant, did she identify to you some people that maybe you could talk to?
I don't remember who she said, but I think she suggested perhaps her husband or then husband.
But you yourself didn't have an interview with Patrick Clancy, did you?
No.
But you were able to review his grand jury testimony and interviews he's given with the police in the past, right?
Yes, I did. And CPS.
What?
And
CPS.
As, speaking with the defendant's
CPS.
sister, you aware that attempts were made or requests were made to speak with them, but they didn't respond?
I wasn't aware of that. I was not.
So based on everything that you reviewed in this case, were you able to come to a conclusion about diagnosis?
Yes, I did.
And at the time that you conducted this evaluation, what is your opinion about diagnosis?
My opinion about her diagnosis in the span from 2022 to 2023 is that she suffered from what's called a major depressive episode. That probably is a part of what's called a major depressive disorder. But the important point about it is the major depressive episode.
What made you come to that conclusion based on her presentations?
The information about her feelings and the progression of her illness highlighted that it was best represented by a major depressive episode. It's a condition defined in DSM-5 where an individual displays problems with mood, problems with feeling pleasure, feelings of guilt or worthlessness, problems with appetite, problems with sleep, preoccupation with death or suicide, poor concentration, poor energy, perhaps also what's called psychomotor agitation or retardation. So one doesn't necessarily need to show all of those, but as it is in the DSM criteria sets, one needs to have a certain threshold. And her history and her description of her experience, in my view, matched a major depressive episode.
Okay. And you indicated that it was kind of a progressive thing from the fall into January of 2023, right?
Yes.
And in addition to the low mood, were you able to identify that she presented with anxiety at various points?
Yes, very much.
And did you also make observations of obsessive thinking?
Yes, obsessive thinking is a kind of anxiety where you repeatedly think about a topic, maybe that you're asking, what if? And it's the kind of form of anxiety that you frequently see in an anxiety disorder called generalized anxiety disorder. I think it's possible she also had generalized anxiety disorder, but that is sort of secondary to the major depressive episode.
Okay. Now, in the time closest to January 24th of 2023, what her presentation or what her mental state was then, based on all the information that you had available to you?
Yes, I did.
Did you identify whether she was ever presenting in a manic state or a hypomanic state?
Throughout the period from 2022 to 2023, no. There was never indication of any element of mania or hypomania.
So just to kind of make it kind of clear to the jury here, when you talk about major depressive disorder, that's a identified disorder in the DSM, right?
Yes.
And when we use terminology like mania, right, what is mania?
So mania is a mood state, just like major depressive episode is a mood state. And these are the sort of building blocks of the mood disorders, bipolar disorder and major depressive disorder. So just like major depressive episode, mania is defined in the DSM, where with a certain time threshold, in this case for mania, 7 days, where you consistently have at least 4 of the following symptoms, you would be called being in a manic state. So that includes distractibility, a type of thinking called flight of ideas, grandiosity, excessive goal-directed behavior, pressured speech or some abnormality of speech, a reduced degree of need for sleep, and also the 7th would be an engagement in activities that have a high potential that are pleasurable but have a high potential for painful consequences. So mania requires 7 days of that, most of the day, every day, and you need 4 over 7 days. Hypomania is a lesser type of mania, and you need only 3 over a 4-day period. In both cases, as it is for major depressive episode, you also need to demonstrate that the person is impaired in a clinically significant way. That is to say, they have clinically significant impairment or distress. So these are the building blocks for the mood conditions that we're talking about.
And so when you say you looked at the defendant's condition from September through January, September 2022 through January 2023, did you observe or did you find any evidence of mania or hypomania in what was reported was her conduct or her presentation?
I could not find any example of behavior or thinking that corresponded with those elements of mania or hypomania.
Now, what about in the days immediately after the incident, were there, you said you reviewed records from Brigham and Women's Hospital, correct?
Correct.
Did you identify or could you find any evidence of mania or hypomania during that time period?
No.
And in fact, there are actually some instances that would tell you that she was in those states, correct? Like her behavior?
Yes, sustained.
During the time period of immediately after the incident, what did you observe or did you observe in the records some activity at Brigham and Women's Hospital that would show that she had linear thinking and goal direction?
Well, after she was removed from the medication called dexmedetomidine, which was sedating her and having her sleep intentionally, after that point, she awakened, the records indicate, and was able to think coherently with goal-directed thoughts. One example, and so the various mental status examinations done by the doctors at the Brigham generally showed normal mental status. One particular portion of the record reviews their review of whether or not she had the ability to make a decision. In that case, a change to her healthcare proxy. And so the physicians there were able to examine her closely in order to understand that she did have decision-making capacity.
And that's an example of something you reviewed in the record that was close in time to the incident itself, correct?
Yes.
And you also were able to review records from Jennifer Tufts from an appointment with the defendant the day before the incident occurred, correct?
I did.
And again, in those records, did you find anything that would have been suggestive of mania or hypomania?
Not of mania or hypomania, no.
What about psychosis? Did you observe any of that?
I did not throughout the period in question.
So tell us what psychosis means.
Psychosis is a form of thinking where the person has disorganization and also may have a lack of what is called reality testing. So the individual may not be able to engage in behaviors or activities or cognitive thoughts to check if a belief or an experience is real or not.
So is there any particular way in which a person can display psychosis?
Psychosis can be displayed in many different ways. It can be based on the things a person says. For example, delusions are fixed, false beliefs that the individual has, and that they exist despite the person being told that that's not true or testing it with others. You also can at least suspect psychosis in the form of hallucinations, which are unreal stimuli that an individual experiences. Sometimes you may see individuals actually moving their body to respond to stimuli that they think or they are experiencing in the environment. But hallucinations can also be taste, smell, or things that you hear or things that you see or feel on your body. And there is a kind of psychosis that includes some of that, but also simply includes an individual's lack of ability to act in an organized manner.
So a person in psychosis can sometimes do the normal things that they always do, right?
It depends on what kind of psychosis and how bad the psychosis is or to what extent it is occurring. But individuals with, say, delusional disorder, which is a disorder where your problem is you have a delusion that is affecting your life, those individuals can mostly go about their lives in other areas, at least other areas that don't have to do with that particular false belief.
What about with hallucinations? How does that manifest itself?
There is a subgroup of the population that actually experiences hallucinations frequently and has no negative effect from it. But for those who have hallucinations as a part of a disorder of psychosis or bipolar or mood, there are ways in which the individual can live with the psychosis or live with the hallucination and be able to be resilient to it and go ahead with their lives. So
even if a person does have some form of psychosis or has delusions or hallucinations, they could still manage in society by following the rules, right?
Like I said, it depends on which delusion or which hallucination, but there are individuals, and it may be who can, and there may also be people who can on a stable basis, but there also are individuals.
Next question.
As far as a person who might be suffering from psychosis, can they appreciate or do they know right from wrong?
There's no reason that psychosis in of itself inhibits a person's ability to know right from wrong.
Now, as far as in this case with this particular defendant, you have identified that you believe it's a major depressive disorder, right?
Yes.
Did you consider other diagnoses?
Yes.
What about bipolar? Did you consider bipolar?
I weighed whether there might have been bipolar disorder.
And so why not for this defendant?
Well, to be diagnosed with bipolar disorder, you need to have had a manic episode. That's at least for bipolar type 1. For bipolar type 2, you need to have had a hypomanic episode. And there's no information in the available record that displays either of those. So you can't diagnose bipolar disorder.
Did you consider the fact that this defendant or that there's been some indication of postpartum for the defendant?
Yes.
And did that affect your opinions about diagnosis?
As I said before, in psychiatry, we diagnose based on the symptoms that the individual presents with. So in the DSM, in our manner of diagnosing, when you have discerned what is the prominent symptom that the individual is suffering from, that becomes the disorder that carries your diagnosis. There are times that you can designate that it has occurred in the postpartum period. DSM states that that would be within 4 weeks of birth. It also allows for the symptoms to have occurred before birth. So that is the standard that we utilize when we choose to add on that designation of something being postpartum.
Could I object? It doesn't matter what we do, it's what he does.
All right, next question.
So as far as consideration of postpartum, do you rely on the DSM-5 in your diagnostic criteria?
I do.
You're aware that there are other, that it's not universal across the world and that there are other opinions about the postpartum period, right?
I'm aware that there are psychiatrists and others who have asked to make a specific diagnosis that relates to psychiatric problems in the postpartum state. That has been studied over the years. At this point, that has been suggested to the makers of the DSM and has been rejected.
So I guess my question is more based on your overall view of or review of this particular defendant. The onset of symptoms, when did they occur in this postpartum period, or did they?
The distress that we're talking about began in September, which is about 4 months after the birth of the most recent child.
And so if you're relying on the DSM as 4 weeks postpartum for a lot of these illnesses, mental illnesses, then the defendant was well outside that period, right?
Correct.
And as far as for the last child, when the killings occurred, that would have been 8 months after the postpartum period, correct?
Roughly, yes.
Now, in this case, you are aware of certain behaviors and thoughts that the defendant had that have been suggested as psychotic, correct?
Yes.
And did you consider those as potential psychotic features for this defendant?
Yes.
And so can you explain to us some of those potential features and what your opinion is about them?
Right. Well, some of them were beliefs or concerns that Ms. Clancy had, which weren't necessarily psychotic. So one was the idea that in the midst of her distress and her impairment, that Child Protective Services or the Child Welfare Agency would act on somehow take away her kids, to speak in a global way, but to somehow interact with her. I don't know that that's psychotic. Another is the idea that she was damaged permanently by the medications that she took. I can appreciate that she felt side effects and a degree of change from the medications that she took. So I don't know that that feeling or that belief is necessarily psychotic. So those are two that I would mention right off the bat.
What about the idea that somebody could hear her thoughts? Did you look into that?
There is one episode where she wasn't sure and asked her mother, I believe, the question, "Can you hear my thoughts?" And was told no. And so while there is a form of psychosis called thought broadcasting, that wasn't her belief. That wasn't her belief that she was engaging in thought broadcasting where she was putting her thoughts out into the world. As I read it, the question was not psychotic. The question was one that reflected the distress and the intrusive thoughts that she was having without it necessarily being psychotic. She engaged in reality testing when she asked, "Did you hear that?"
And you had the conversation with her about thought broadcasting in your interview, correct?
Yes.
And you were able to ask some follow-up questions of her directly to identify whether she was or wasn't doing that.
Yes.
And based on your conversation with her and what you learned in that interview, did you believe that she was engaged in thought broadcasting?
No, I do not.
You're aware that there were also concerns that were voiced by her that there was other things wrong with her body, not just damage from medication, right?
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you consider that to determine whether that was a psychotic feature for this defendant?
Yes. So an example was her worry that she had ketoacidosis. I didn't necessarily think that that was psychotic. It may have been wrong, but it wasn't necessarily psychotic. She had been given a medication, Seroquel, where one of the side effects is that it negatively interferes with your glucose system. And ketoacidosis is the worst case scenario when you have glucose, poor control of your glucose. So I don't know that she had a fixed false belief that she had ketoacidosis, but she was worried about having ketoacidosis.
So when you say that you considered these things and you didn't believe them to be psychotic, are you talking about them in the realm of, were they delusional, were they fixed false beliefs, or something else?
Right. So I use that term specifically. As I said before, a delusion, which is a form of psychosis, is a fixed false belief, which is really immutable. You can't be convinced otherwise. But these were not fixed false beliefs. These were concerns.
And did you find that the concerns were rational based on your overall view of everything?
Right. Not only were they concerns, but they aligned with the realities that she had experienced.
Now, what about the idea of these intrusive thoughts? You reviewed the records to know that was a common report of her, that she had intrusive thoughts, correct?
Yes.
And that at various points she did identify that she did want to die.
Yes.
Is being suicidal a form of psychosis?
No.
What, if anything, does the idea of suicide tell you about this defendant or about her situation?
Well, it tells me that she was suffering, and that it was a part of, in my view, it was a part of a major depressive episode. 10 to 15% of women in the postpartum period have depressive disorders, and it can be very serious, and it can lead to suicidality or the need for hospitalization or other interventions. So the records show in my interviews that I gathered information that she was suffering, and suicidality is a form of suffering.
Now, when you're talking about suicidality, does it have to make sense why the person is suicidal?
No, suicidality occurs, but it doesn't always make sense. Sometimes there might be places where one might say, well, why was that person suicidal? They had only good things in life, speaking hypothetically. But especially when an individual has depression, it just occurs.
Now, when you're talking about people that have suicidal ideation, are there certain things known as protective factors?
Yes.
And did you identify in your review of this case in the records whether the defendant presented with any protective factors when it comes to suicidality?
Well, are you asking, did Ms. Clancy identify protective factors?
Yeah, at some point, is it fair to say she did identify protective factors?
She did.
And what were the protective factors?
Mainly her mother and her children. That is to say, she wanted to, her urges or interest in suiciding was something that she chose not to do because of the worry that she would hurt them by suiciding.
And your review of the records from McLean Hospital, fair to say that one of the reasons for discharge was that she herself identified that she wouldn't have commit the act because of her kids.
That was one of the factors. When I make decisions to allow somebody to be discharged, it's an overall weighing of risk factors and protective factors.
It's 1 o'clock. Why don't we take the afternoon recess at this point? Okay. All right, thank you, John. So, Mr. Chair, we're going to take the afternoon recess. As I always tell you, no research, writing, talking about this matter, and we'll have you back here at 2 o'clock. Okay?
All rise, please. Your next.
Council, any need to discuss anything before the break? No. All right, so we'll be in recess till approximately 2 o'clock.
Okay, I think we're going to have some discussions, and then we're going to go grab some lunch and do a couple of things around the house that we need to do, like feed the dogs, etc. So, one of the questions over here was the discussion of the DSM-5. Now, the DSM-5, you know, they're doing some revisions, etc., because really how postpartum is described in DSM-5. Some people think it's outdated. Some people think it's not. Some people think it needs to be changed because it sets the wrong tone. I mean, I don't know. We've heard all kinds of discussions about this DSM-5. Now, do we trust Dr. Mack's opinion? I mean, I do. I trust Dr. Mack's opinion. He makes more sense. He's more rational. He's not over the top like Dr. Zeisel was. Dr. Zeisel was just too much. You know, it was like, wait a minute, how can all that be that? Okay, so let me look up the DSM-5 right quick, and we're going to take a look at this. Just a minute here. Let me see. We'll go back over here. Been interesting testimony today. I knew it would be once they got their rebuttal testimony going. Okay, let's look at the DSM-5. All right. And what it says about postpartum. Whoops. Let's see. All right. Let me take a look real quick. Let's go. In the DSM-5 and its updated text revisions, the DSM-5-TR, there's no standalone diagnosis called postpartum depression. Okay. Instead, the DSM-5 uses specific clinical labeling called with postpartum onset specifier. Now, the modifier can be added to diagnosis like major depressive disorder, bipolar 1 or 2, or brief psychotic disorder. So, like the name changed and the wording from postpartum to peripartum because clinical data shows that roughly 50% of these mood episodes actually begin before delivery during pregnancy. There's the 4-week cutoff window to officially use the specifier on the mood. This episode must occur during pregnancy or within the first 4 weeks following delivery. Note, while the DSM-5 enforces a strict 4-week window, many clinicians and organizations like the ACOG track postpartum symptoms for up to 12 months. Postpartum psychosis. Postpartum psychosis is also not a distinct standalone diagnosis in the DSM-5. Instead, it is classified as a severe mood episode like major depression or bipolar mania, with added specifiers with peripartum onset with psychotic features. So that's really how they come with these diagnoses. For a diagnosis of a major depression with peripartum onset, a person must meet the standards from the DSM-5 criteria for a major depressive episode, experiencing 5 or more symptoms during the same 2-week period, including a depressed mood or loss of interest. So here are the 7 the things that they're talking about. If you have a depressed mood most of the day, your markedly diminished interest or pleasures activities, significant weight or appetite changes, insomnia or hyperinsomnia, psychomotor agitation or retardation, fatigue or loss of energy, feelings of breathlessness or excessive guilt, diminished ability to think or concentrate, recurrent thoughts of death or suicidal ideation. So there you, that is the difference between the DSM-5 peripartum depression and the temporary baby blues, because a lot of people get baby blues. We know they do. How clinicians screen for this using tools like the Edinburgh Postnatal Depression Scale, which they talk about that quite a bit, and the clinical arguments regarding the DSM-5 uses that 4-week cutoff instead of that longer time frame. So there really is no diagnosis in the DSM-5 for postpartum psychosis, I guess. It's just, the way I understand it, is like an extension of something that goes with major depressive or bipolar. So to claim that she was under a postpartum psychosis with an 8-month-old child, I don't see that. I don't think that that's what happened here. I don't believe it. I could be wrong. We could all be wrong, but I don't believe it. So with that, let's go ahead and take our lunch break. I've got to go do a few things around this house with myself. We start off early over here. So let me go do a couple of things. We'll be back here at like 1 o'clock. I'll probably come back about 10 minutes till, it's 12:07 my time, which is 1:07 their time. So I'm going to come back about 5 minutes till, and we'll get started again to hear the rest of this. And I'm hoping that we get through this witness today. And then we have another witness on Monday. I think it's the other, wait a minute. Let me talk to you about this. Remember, there's been this whole discussion about, the defense saw her 4 minutes afterwards, right? Yeah. The defense, thank you, Diana. The defense saw her 4 months afterwards. Well, the prosecution did not see her until much later because they were not allowed. That is what came out today that we were not told before. So people are sitting around thinking, they must have not thought that they needed to talk to her. Why did they wait so long to go see her? Why didn't the state take care of the business? What happened here? They were not allowed to go see her. Period. The end. It had to be once I'm sorry, I'm getting a little tongue tied here, but once the defense decided that they were going to go with guilty by reason of insanity, that is when the prosecution could then move forward with what they needed to collect as their evidence for the trial against Lindsay Clancy. And this is when they were allowed to go in to visit her and get these interviews done with her. I would love to see the taped interview of the doctor, but we will never get to see that because it shocked me whenever the prosecutor said, remember that smile at the end of the interview? And of course the doctor said, yeah, but we'll never get to see that, and that's that. Really, we should get to see it. There is so much of this case that is not being shown to us. I don't know why, I really don't. But based on everything we've heard, they are not giving us all the information. They are not giving the jury all the information. There's so many things not being told. How is the jury supposed to make an informed decision if there's certain things they're not being shown or told? I don't know. But anyway, with that, let's go take a break. I'm just going to play the standard old music we have for YouTube because, we don't want to get a copyright strike. I could do that, or I could show, or we could just turn on one of my live shows from something else if you want to. Why don't we do that? Why don't we just turn on one of my old lives about something else, and we'll just watch that while we're on lunch break. Let me do that. Let's go find something. Hang on a minute. Oh, let me see. What do we want to show? Oh, Lord, I don't know. What would be interesting? Let's see. Something that's short, a short one. All right. Here we go. Let's see. We'll go to my channel. All right. My channel. And we'll look at lives that we have done before. Here we go. Lives. All right. Let's see. What do we want to talk about? Let's see. Hang on a second, guys. Something that is not part of this case. We don't want to watch anything that's part of this case. Let's watch something else. How about do you want to watch about let's see. Well, here's something that's about 30 minutes long, and I think this might be okay. And this is about the floods. Okay, let's talk about that. Let me change. We're going to, oh, that's loud. Let me turn that down. All right, hang on a minute. I'm just going to put on the Camp Mystic floods, and we'll just watch that while we wait to come back. Hang on a minute. There we go.
Jude. Hey, Cinderella. I'm so happy to see y'all today.
Okay.
Um, you know, the thing.
This is about the Camp Mystic floodings where the children died from the flood that happened in Kerrville. And also, this happened again a year later. And okay, so I got to give you a little back history. So Camp Mystic was not allowed to reopen. And so I did another little live about how this helped avoid another disaster because the camp was not allowed to reopen. So it's about a 30-minute show and it works perfectly for what we're trying to do here. So I'll see y'all in just a little bit. Here we go.
About this story is a very big issue was once because they decided not to renew the license of Camp Mystic. Another disaster has been avoided. Thank God. Thank God. I'm so happy to hear that because once again, it didn't happen on July the 4th weekend, but it sure happened over the weekend. That area flooded once again, and guess what? Those Camp Mystic is now flooded again. So don't tell me it was in the 100-year floodplain and it was never going to happen again. I'm glad they did not renew the license because that situation could have been avoided 100%. And still, here we are today with a child that is still lost and has never been recovered from that area. So let's go ahead and talk about Camp Mystic for a second. This is going to be kind of a short live, but it's just because people need to understand the fact that that could have been avoided. Nobody had to die there. Nobody. But no, that's not what happened, is it? So let's get on with it. We're going to go into the most devastating camp disaster in Texas history, because it was that Camp Mystic flood. 27 campers and counselors lost their lives. The cabins were swept away. Families were left with questions, and they really still haven't been answered. And people have not been recovered. Things are not back to normal. They will never be back to normal there. But the thing about it is people kept telling, oh, it's in the 100-year floodplain, 100-year floodplain. Okay, well, just because something happened 100 years ago does not mean it's never going to happen again for another 100 years. That's just ridiculous to claim that, right? It just is. Anytime you have massive amounts of rain in a short period of time that is draining off into the little rivers, where is the water going to go? But downstream, what's going to happen? It's all going to flood. It's all going to flood. And that's, again, what happened. So let's go here and do our disclaimer and get that out. What I use. All video clips, images, and news segments shown tonight are used for reporting, research, and public interest discussion. I do not tolerate false accusations against any person, victim, or family involved in this case. Everything presented is based on publicly available reporting, verified sources, and documented evidence. Any claims made by third-party outlets and are attributed to those outlets. Hey there, Pam Fogel. So good to see you today. How are you doing? I decided to talk about Camp Mystic today, and I had another show planned, but I wanted to talk about Camp Mystic instead because it flooded again, absolutely flooded again. So when I saw the news this weekend, and then I remembered back about what happened on 7/14, I thought to myself, now, why in the, okay, they had a bunch of hearings about Camp Mystic, and it really pretty much came out that Camp Mystic counselors, and they were not trained properly, and that it could have been avoided, and that there were absolutely cabins in the flood zone that could have been moved that were not moved. So at this point, they decided not to renew their license, so therefore they could not open for this summer. They were going to reopen this summer over at Camp Mystic. Had they reopened, had they renewed those licenses, and they reopened, there would have been lives lost again because they still had not fixed the issues over there. So what ended up happening is Camp Mystic ended up filing bankruptcy because they could not reopen their camp to make the money, I guess, to fix it, move it, whatever they planned on doing. But see, the thing is that even last year when this happened, Camp Mystic knew this could happen because 10 years prior, and a few years back, some of the same situations happened, but nobody lost their life at Camp Mystic. However, there were some lives lost at the camp that's right down the road. Because in that area, there are a lot of these camps for children or teenagers that are built over by the river. And a lot of them are in the flood zone. You know, that land is cheap, it's easy to use. And they're like, well, it's a 100-year floodplain. Okay, Well, now it's flooded 2 years in a row. So is it a 100-year floodplain? Who knows, right? So why I wanted to talk about this a little bit today, because I know that non-renewal of that license, hey, Pam Fogle, good to see you, girl. Non-renewal of that license saved lives. It saved a bunch of lives this year. And I'm so glad. No, I didn't want Camp Mystic to file bankruptcy, but I did want the safety of the campers and their families thought about first. Not the money, because Camp Mystic was a very, very expensive camp. A lot of kids could never afford to go to Camp Mystic. But it had been around a long time because it had the people who would go to that camp were like senators' kids, that kind of thing. Very, very expensive, exclusive. In fact, I'm going to tell you what it would cost to go there if it was for one season. All right, hang on a minute. Let me pull this up right quick. Okay, let's pull up the cost of Camp Mystic. Okay, here we go. I can't remember exactly what it was because I've looked at this up once before. Okay, so it generally ranges from $6,500 to $8,000 per term. Now, there's an application deposit of $300. The base tuition was historically priced around $43.75 for 30 days. But for the whole season, it could go up to $72 to $8,400. Now, additional fees. Families must also account for the required Camp Mystic invoice changes, which is anything extra that their child does participate in that was not covered under the original terms of the contract. Extra things. They would be charged for that too. So when you think about the cost of that camp and how unsafe it really was, it's really quite disgusting, to be honest with you. That's kind of how I feel. So, I mean, they talk about, July 4th, 2020, heaviest isolated rainfall upstream sent a wall of water down that river. And 2 cabins closest to the river were overtaken first, sweeping the youngest girls away. Yeah. But had they not been where they were located, those girls would not have been swept away. Another problem with Camp Mystic was the training, because they told them during an emergency, stay in your cabin. Don't leave your cabin. Stay in your cabin. And that's what happened. These kids stayed in that cabin, and the cabin's floating away, and this is what happened. And it was very chaotic because you had counselors over there who were not trained and did not know what to do. They could not contact each other. So again, they just did what they were told to do. But nobody is trained on high water, fast water, rushing water. That's just not something they train you on. So that is, it was complete chaos, just in a failed evacuation, complete. Now, investigators later found the camp had no detailed emergency plan, nothing in place, despite passing inspections 2 days before the flood. That camp was inspected 2 days before that flood, and nobody said a word about the location of those cabins. Nobody. I don't understand that at all. Were they somehow just ignoring the facts because maybe their children went there, or maybe because they were told that it's okay, just pass it, whatever? Who knows? I don't know. And yes, I'm saying there could have been a conspiracy theory. I don't really know. I wasn't there, but it seems weird to me that this camp passed an inspection 2 days before the loss of 27 lives. Yeah, think about that for just a second. Now, there were rescue teams that worked through the night. The parents were rushing, trying to get there, but they couldn't because all the roads were closed. This was a massive flood problem. Some of these children who had sadly were deceased were found miles downstream, miles, not a few feet, but miles downstream. That water came so fast, so hard, nothing could have been saved. It just upsets me that this happened this way. The official count rose to over 80 deaths across the Hill Country region, with Camp Mystic representing the largest loss of children. Now, Hill Country flooding claimed over 80. That was a video. Then there was a death toll rises to 79. That was another video that was done about Camp Mystic. But here we are 1 year later. 1 year later. Okay, so July the 4th to July the 14th, 13th, 14th, 15th. Okay, So a year and 10 days, something like that. We're in the same position we were in then. Now I'm going to show you something about this right here. Hang on a second. I'm gonna have to go. Let me go to YouTube and pull this up really quick because it's just heartbreaking. It really is. Okay, go to YouTube first. Okay. I should have pulled this up before, but I was kind of running late. I couldn't find my earbuds. I'm like, oh my God, I need to get going. I don't like being tardy. Too much lies. I don't like that. But anyway, Judge tells. Let me see. No. Okay, let me get this pulled back up. Okay. Now, this is going to be. I'm going to show you something, and this is going to be from KHOU 11 out of Houston. So just a second, we'll get. Let me share my screen, and just a reminder of exactly what I'm talking about. Okay, let me give full credit to KHOU 11. Let me get this brought up, and here we go, guys. All right.
In a lawsuit filed over the deadly Hill Country flooding. Tonight, a Travis County judge is ordering a part of Camp Mystic to remain closed indefinitely.
They will also not be allowed to make any changes to that same part of the campus, but other part of the camp can reopen. Amanda Henderson has been in the courtroom all day in Austin. Amanda, walk us through what was determined.
Judge Maya Garrett Gamble's ruling came after 4 hours, including testimony from a witness who was at Camp Mystic the night of the deadly floods. In a packed courtroom, emotions evident in the first hearing for one of the 5 lawsuits against Camp Mystic.
What the court ruled is that the Guadalupe River side of Camp Mystic will not be reopening anytime soon until we get through the right evidentiary process towards trial.
The Guadalupe portion of the camp is where 27 campers and counselors were staying before dying in the deadly July 4th floodwaters. Several families who lost their daughters, including the Gettys, present for today's court hearing.
I'm pleased that we began the process today.
The temporary injunction was filed by Will and CC Stewart's legal team. Stewart's daughter, Steele, still missing.
This is Steele Stewart. She is still missing. They have never located her. And I know that it's painful for those parents. And so I've always questioned in my mind, how in the world could they ever open this camp knowing that that child is still missing from that Guadalupe part of that camp? I don't get it. I mean, that would be, I don't think a child would want to go there knowing that in that river right there, where they canoe and they have all these different things they do, a child was never recovered. It's just horribly sad. But anyway, we'll listen to this, and then I'm going to show you something else. Here we go.
They got lucky that it was only 27 girls. But luck shouldn't be the standard.
Shortly after speaking with the Stewarts, we heard from Michael Watts. He's one of the attorneys representing Camp Mystic and addressed the judge's ruling.
She did the right thing. She agreed that the evidence at the Guadalupe River should be preserved.
Watts says the application process for a license to open the Cypress Lake campus will continue, a state agency ultimately deciding if it's granted. In Austin, I'm Amanda Henderson, KHOU 11 News.
Now, hold on a second. Stop it right there, and we're going to go back. Hang on a second. And I'm going to show you the Guadalupe River this weekend. Here we go. It's so frightening. Hang on a minute, guys. And this again is from KHOU 11. Is this it? Let's see. Yeah, this is July the 16th of 2026, guys. Let me start it. Sorry, I started. Okay, let's go. Is it gonna go? Come on.
Out and see this right now.
It's one of the hardest things I've seen in a long time.
This is just this weekend, the Guadalupe River.
Yeah, I cannot believe this. And there's more coming.
Continuing coverage on heavy rains and flooding in central Texas. We have been following every update from Kerr and Uvalde counties where video shows a barge hitting the Kerrville Bridge. The storm has killed 2 people, a man near Comfort whose RV was swept away, and a woman near Uvalde whose car was swept away. We do want to keep you updated on the homes underwater and evacuations near the Leona River. People are still unable to go home and to see the damage left behind there. There are also washed out roads and bridges across the state, like this one between Johnson City and Fredericksburg. And TxDOT tells us that 87 road closures have happened so far across the state. And of course, Nick, more rain is on the way.
Yeah, and it continued to rain. It just continued to rain and continued to rain. But look at this. Now, here we are, and this is from 17 hours ago. And this time, the river rose 32 feet quickly. Okay, and this is going to be HOU level.
Good evening. We begin tonight with devastating and dangerous flood conditions in the Texas Hill Country for the 2nd year in a row.
At least 2 people have died, and tonight officials are urging others to follow evacuation and shelter-in-place orders. The Guadalupe River surged 32 feet in just 4 hours today. Video shows water rushing over a bridge now covered by debris.
What they said last year was, oh no, there was no way we could have done anything. It rose so fast. It was 26 feet in just a matter of hours. Well, now we're at 32 feet in 4 hours. Oh God. If you were in an area that floods like this, it flooded like this last year, would you still be there? My answer is no. I would not still be there for fear that it could happen again. But again, these people are misled because they hear, oh, it's in the 100-year floodplain. That's not going to happen again. But that's not true. That is a lie. That is a lie that is sold to them.
Responders are working around the clock. Video shared by the Texas Game Warden shows crews pulling people from the water. Governor Greg Abbott says more than 230 rescues have already been made.
And tonight, the Houston Fire Department says it has a dozen firefighters in the Hill Country helping with rescues and evacuations.
We have live team coverage for you tonight.
Up first, Matt Doherty, who is in Kerrville this evening and joins us live with the latest from there. Matt?
Mia, we could be looking at another dangerous night ahead here in Kerrville.
Absolutely.
It's where a man was found dead today when his home was swept down the river. The town of Kerrville was awoken by flood sirens and alerts in the middle of the night.
We started getting flash flood warnings around.
The thing about that siren is that siren could be heard by the people at Camp Mystic last year, but they did not take it serious. That to know that is the most horrible. They could have saved these children is what I'm trying to say. And this is what upsets me about that so bad. Here we go.
1 a.m. and ended up evacuating at 4 because how high the water was.
Karen Monroe and her family
It was really
are staying at these riverside cottages on the banks of the Guadalupe.
We thought it would just be a fun family vacation. Instead, it became a very memorable family vacation. It was very scary.
The body of a 65-year-old Kerrville man was found today after his wife says their mobile home was swept off its platform overnight and taken down a creek and onto the river. Authorities say the man was the first of 2 deaths so far, blamed on the record-breaking floods. Late this afternoon, a break in the rain allowed for crews in Kerrville to gauge the damage done overnight. Water is pumped from the Kerr County Courthouse in downtown. And on the river, low-lying bridges were cleared of massive debris, allowing a path for emergency traffic should they be needed again tonight. The emergency in the Hill Country is
currently expected in Uvalde is 2 times the flow of Niagara Falls.
Governor Greg Abbott says entire communities in Uvalde are cut off from the world tonight. It's
2 times the flow of Niagara Falls. That is a force of water that people cannot survive. I mean, if you get sucked into that, you're not going to survive, period. There's no way. Oh, here we go.
The location of the second death so far, where a woman's vehicle was swept away by the floodwater. Thousands of first responders have been deployed to the Hill Country to help. Several counties have issued mandatory evacuations. Many residents decided to evacuate on their own.
As soon as it starts going up again, we'll be up again for the rest of the night.
Those still here will be paying close attention to the rivers tonight. The reminders of how quickly things can change here are everywhere you look.
If it goes any higher than that, we'll definitely have to leave again.
I mean, there's no way I would stay. When I saw it, there's no way I would stay there. My children and I would be gone. I don't care what it paid for it. I don't. Because knowing what can happen there and how quickly it can happen, you've got to be safe. You've got to be safe. You just cannot act like, oh, well, it'll go down. You don't know that, because look again what happened last year and look what happened this year. And I'm going to tell you something about this. Let me go back to something that I found. Hang on. Flooding in Kerr County. Hang on. I know I've talked about this once before, but it's so important for people to realize you cannot always save yourself in these situations. Get out before it's too late. Okay. So, let me see how many years. There was campers killed before from a different camp. There's been, this like years and years and years of this happening, and people acting like this is the first time it's ever happened. Hey, that's okay, Cinderella. I started early because I saw some people waiting. I was like, oh, gosh, I need to jump on, and we're just gonna, and I had changed what I was going to talk about Cinderella. It's okay. We're just talking about the Camp Mystic and how the non-renewable of their license saved people this year because of the damn flooding in the exact same area. Instead of 26 feet, it's 32 feet. Yeah. And I mean, it just amazes me. It really does. Let me see, how many times has this happened? This flooding happened in that area. Okay, let me pull this up real quick. There we go. I mean, okay, over the past century, just a century, there's been 42 major floods. It's one of the most volatile and dangerous river systems in the United States because the Texas Hill Country sits in a geographic zone known as Flash Flood Alley. But yet, they build these camp cabins over there in the floodplain because it's a 100-year floodplain, and it's not going to happen, right? Okay. It's a steep terrain and shallow limestone soil that acts like a funnel, forcing heavy rains directly into the river basins almost instantly. Now, I'm going to take you back. Let's go back. July of 1932, an early century benchmark flood that ripped through that valley and killed 7 people. August of 1978, a stalling tropical storm dropped over 48 inches of rain, isolated pockets of the hill country, pushing the Guadalupe and surrounding rivers to extreme heights and claiming 33 lives. 1987, a devastating flash flood caught a church camp bus. This is the one I was speaking of, the church camp bus, crossing the river near Comfort, Texas, resulting in the tragic death of 10 children. For nearly 40 years, this stood as the benchmark disaster for the local river management. Okay, and then in October of 1998, a historic atmosphere setup dumped 30 inches of rain in a few days. This resulted in surge-shattering existing flood records down the entirety of the Guadalupe Basin. It's just inundating the neighborhoods well outside the 100-year floodplain. July 4th of 2025, the deadliest modern disaster on that river, triggered by Tropical Storm Barry, and a sudden 25-foot wall of water surged down that river basin in under an hour. That was 130 people killed in Central Texas, including the campers and staff at Camp Mystic. And here we are again in July of 26, raging waters crested at a historic rate of 34.7 to 37 feet across Kerr and Kendall counties. The second consecutive year of extreme weather triggered widespread infrastructure washouts and local state of emergency. So will it happen again? Absolutely, it will happen again. So it'll never happen, or it's a 100-year floodplain. Bullshit, people. Why don't you get a grip? Why don't you look at the real story, right? Yeah. Thank goodness I realized this is a wonderful atmosphere for kids. However, their lives do deserve better. And yes, camp is fun. Church camp is fun, but don't build your camps in the middle of the floodplain over by a river because you're told, oh, it's the 100-year floodplain. It's okay. Oh, I'm going to build it on we're going to build it on stilts or poles or something like that so that the water can't reach it, right? So people can get out. But there's no way you can fight or get away from the wall of water surging down that river with all the debris and stuff in it. There's no way to get away from it. It happened so fast. And this time, within 4 hours, they were right back in the same position. So I just wanted to come on and talk about that for a little bit today, because I think there needs to be a change of some sort that says we will not issue a license to a camp that has any building in that 100-year floodplain. Don't do it. There should be no campers in a building that is so close to the water like that. Just don't do it. And I know that was an old camp, and I know they built that a long time ago. Yeah, 2 years in a row, it's no longer a 100-year floodplain. You're right, Cinderella. And that's the thing people need to realize. It's just not. They need to go back and take a look. Now, I actually live in Leander, which is where the hill country starts. And even where I live, is on the side of this hill over here. And I have a little creek bed that runs back here behind my house. Now, I don't know, it would have to be an extreme situation for the water to get up even close to my retaining wall. But when the water does start rushing through that creek bed, it is loud, and it is a lot, and it is fast. And down there, you'll see debris that does not belong here because it's being washed up here from other parts of this river. Sandy Creek River runs into this little thing behind my house. So anytime you live so close to something like that, you want to be proactive. You can't fix it after the fact, right? And when I heard the people from Camp Mystic, when they testified in court and they finally admitted they didn't make the right choice, that they had no plan of action to help these children get out, they admitted it. And that is exactly why their license were not actually renewed. And that's why they ended up filing bankruptcy on Camp Mystic. But anyway, I just want to talk about that for just a second today and make people realize that, listen, it may look safe, but it's not safe. If you are camping, whatever you're doing and having a great time in the summer, please be aware of flash flooding and water. Please check where you're going to make sure there is not a disaster waiting to happen to you and your family. Because even if you are in a travel trailer or motorhome, can you get out fast enough? I don't know, because here's the next thing that happens. They start giving out the notices, flash flooding. People start packing up to get out of there. Then you got these roads that are just backed up to get out of these little camp areas. And then by the time they are getting on the road, is it too late then? Because the water has already started, it's rushing, and it started the flooding, it's raining again. You know, people just need to think about these things. Please be safe out there. Watch out for your children. Watch out for your families. Now, the thing about this, Texas lawmakers held hearings accusing the camp of dangerous operational failures. Families testified about the lack of warnings and the chaotic reunification process, and it was right. The judge rules that part of Camp Mystic, that was when they were going to just keep part of it closed. But then after all of the testimony, it ended up, they did not reopen any of it because Camp Mystic filed for bankruptcy. Criminal investigations remain open. Families continue to push for accountability and permanent closure of riverfront cabins. I agree. So what could have prevented all of it? Yeah, not changing. Oh, what about that young man? What? Not changing the subject, but that young man on the screen is fine. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, this is just a reporter. Okay, let me get this off of there. This guy, yeah, he is fine. Look at him. He's Cinderella. I didn't think about looking at him like that. Yeah, he's cute. All right, I'll take him down so we don't have to look at him. It's okay. Make me laugh. But anyway, we're fixing it off here anyway. So what they are still considering some accountability, some criminal charges from what happened here. And I think they should look at it that way. Really, they should. So what could have prevented all of it was real-time river gauges, mandatory evacuation triggers, prohibition of not in these cabins in a flood zone period, staff emergency training, and weather alert systems. They said they had outdated weather alert systems, and they might have. I'm not sure. But it's just not necessary. It never needs to happen ever. So anyway, I just wanted to bring attention to that today. We will get back to talking about dead bodies. I'll get it wrong on our other guy this weekend. I didn't have time to do a real long show today, and I know that was going to be a long show because we're going to be talking about wrongful deaths, wrongful executions, that kind of thing. So thank you for watching. Thank you for listening, and just think about yourselves and your families if you want to go camping, that kind of thing. That's what I'm always going to say that. Take care of yourselves. Be safe out there. What I always say, go hug your babies, because life is short. Our time with them is even shorter, and I don't want anybody to have regret. See y'all later. Bye, guys. Thank you, Cinderella. Yeah, they are swamps. They are swamps. Love you, girls. Bye, guys. Thank you so much. All right, baby girl, just a minute now. I'm going to get herself fixed over here. I'll share my screen. Okay, I am back. Thank you. Thank you for being patient. I got to get that off of there. I just wanted to bring you something to watch so you didn't have to listen to music. What you missed in court? Oh, girl, you missed a lot. You hate to work. It's getting in. I know, girl, but you got to watch it tonight. You got to watch it tonight because there was some really good testimony it's the rebuttal. Lindsay Clancy's defense has rested, and now we're in the prosecution rebuttal. They're going to have their two experts come in and talk. And then on Monday, I'm pretty sure, or Tuesday, they will send this out to the jury. It's very interesting. It was very interesting testimony today. Another doctor that spoke was Dr. Resnick. Now, Dr. Resnick was for the prosecution, and Dr. Resnick was also involved in the Yates, Andrea Yates case. My little earbud died. All right. My little earbud had died. I got to change them out. I know, baby girl. Hang on. Hang on. Oh, boy. All right. Make sure I got it turned back on. All right. I got to make sure I can hear this now. Hang on a second, guys. Yeah, my earbud died. I was like, no. Okay, we're still connected. All right, good. So anyway, Dr. Resnick testified, and he was involved in the Unabomber. He was involved in the Dahmer cases. There's a few famous cases that he's been involved in. So it was very good testimony, and it's not that I am harsh, but I am not believing. I'm just not believing that she was in a psychosis when she took the life of those children. Just doesn't fit. Now, I don't know what was going on with her mind. I have no idea. And they're talking about it just being major depressive disorder, and I can see that. But yeah, just lots of interesting things. Okay, so it is 12:44. Let me see what else we can do while we wait. Hang on a second. Oh, I know. Let's talk about, where's my phone? Okay. Let's talk about Camp Mystic. What do you think about that story? That story has always bothered me because knowing what we know and knowing that they knew this could happen in an instant, there was no reason for that loss of life. Now, although Camp Mystic was always, it's an older camp, and it was where governors and senators and people like that would send their children to camp. It was very expensive, very exclusive. But no matter whether you're rich, poor, or in the middle, there's no reason for your child to die when you sent them to a camp at any cost. That's what I'm going to say. Anyway, so let me get some of these things closed down on my phone so we can talk about things intelligently and get ready to discuss this case over here. So Cinderella, oh, what's this? All right, let me get rid of some of these things on my phone. I'm getting spam over here on my phone. Okay, there we go. All right, now just get back over here on YouTube, get everything ready to go, get my phone set back. I got to plug my phone in now. It's going to die. Isn't that great? Yes. Just can't win over here. Just can't win. Yeah. Okay. Now that's kind of weird. Listen, this thing just popped up on my phone. It says, tell me a knock-knock joke. What? Tell me a knock-knock joke? What do you mean, tell you a knock-knock joke? That's so strange. Is my chat GTP trying to talk to me?
Has it taken on its own personality? Because we've heard things about that, All right. Let me pull something up over here while we wait. And it's going to be, okay, hang on. Hang on just a second while I pull this up. We're going to look at these people out here who are supporting Lindsay and just how strange this is to watch people react like this. Okay. Oh, no, that's wrong. Okay, let's go to YouTube. All right. Here we go. Hang on, girls. Hang on, everybody. Hang on. Y'all come on. What did it do? Let's go to YouTube. I'm going to pull some stuff up. Why does it look like that? Okay, well, here's what we're going to do. We'll pull right here. We'll go back. All right. What I'm going to look at is the people supporting Lindsay Clancy. You're going to see some weird things. All right. Now, this is going to be from CBS Boston. This was 19 hours ago, folks. I'm going to show you something right here. And you're going, what is this?
In pink, hundreds of supporters from across the country.
Here we go.
David Wade, it was a short day in court today, but as WBZ's Aaron Parsegian shows us, the judge told jurors to prepare for a long day tomorrow.
A sea of pink outside the Plymouth courthouse. Supporters of Lindsay Clancy come from near and far for day 17 of testimony in her triple murder trial.
We all relate in one way or another, and that is definitely attracting each of us here to support her.
Some even waiting to greet defense attorney Kevin Reddington, who tells us Lindsay was moved by the sight.
I mean, she's still very, very sad and very active. She's very buoyed is the only thing I can think of by all the support and really appreciates it.
For the scene outside was a rather quick in court for jurors.
Lindsay talks frequently about her children. She loves them deeply. She carries immense grief.
Sheila Kavanaugh, the lone defense witness to take the stand Thursday, recalled what Lindsay told her from her hospital bed just days after she strangled her 3 children and attempted to take her own life.
She said to me as I held her hand to comfort her, "I am so glad my children are safe." I replied theologically to Lindsay and I said, "Lindsay, your children are safe. They're safe in heaven with God."
Kavanaugh telling the jury Clancy also told her about the voice in her head the night of the killings. Testimony the defense is using to bolster their argument she was over-medicated and experiencing postpartum psychosis.
You wrote very detailed notes that are contained in the Brigham and Women's Hospital records.
But in cross-examination, prosecutors aiming to prove the killings were premeditated questioned why the reported voices never appear in any of Kavanaugh's reports.
You've got all these details about her feelings and her thoughts and what she's doing, but nothing about the voices that you spoke of so many times, correct?
Correct.
And the defense is expected to call one more witness tomorrow before resting. The prosecution will then call their own witnesses in rebuttal, and closing arguments are expected to begin next week. Plymouth, Aaron Parsegian, WBZ News.
All right, what do y'all think about that? What do you think about people lining the streets and saying all these things to support her like that after she has killed her 3 children? What in the world? We're going to watch this for just a second. Hang on. Let me pull up another one that I just find it a little bit. This is NBC 10 Boston. Watch this.
At 7:33, we are expecting a large rally right now outside the courthouse in Plymouth. People will be gathered there and around the country to show support for Lindsay Clancy.
It all comes after jurors heard from one of the key witnesses for the defense, a forensic psychologist. NBC 10's Manoj Angwari joins us from Plymouth. Manoj, have people really started to gather there?
Well, we mentioned we were expecting to see a significant amount of people, but you take a look at how many people have gathered here so far. I mean, this is more than 100 people here outside of the courthouse. And again, I've been here almost every single day of court. This is the first time we've seen this type of showing of support. You can see just how many people dressed in pink, hand in hand, united, all in support of Lindsay Clancy. There to stay behind this.
I'm going to ask Sheila a question, and I'm serious about this. If a man did the same thing, would he get this kind of support? Let's say he's mentally ill. Would he get this kind of support? The answer is absolutely not. What is it about this case and Lindsay Clancy that is driving people to have this reaction? I don't know. to me, it's like absurd. It's just, to me, it's just absurd. I don't understand. Really, I don't. I'm going to pull something up over here. We're going to talk about this for just a second. Maybe this can help me understand why people are reacting like this, because if she's a woman claiming postpartum, right? Okay. So let's see why. Okay. I'm going to put all the information in here so I can pull it up. Here we go. So let's talk about this right now. The Pink Gathering was an organized show of support for Lindsay Clancy, and it happened Thursday, August the 20th, outside the Plymouth Superior Court during day 17 of her trial. The group called it in the event, Stand in Peace for Lindsay. Now, organizers asked supporters to wear pink, stand together, hold hands, remain peaceful, and show solidarity. More than 400 people reportedly showed up, with similar gatherings and organized in other states and overseas. Why pink? From what organizer participants have said, is pink was being used as a symbol of women and motherhood, compassion, and the broader issue of women's mental health. It wasn't a court-ordered or official color. Now, many of the t-shirts had messages such as believe, she needs help, peace for Lindsay. Now, supporters say they aren't necessarily trying to excuse the deaths of Cora, Dawson, and Callan. The argument is that Lindsay's case represents what they believe is a failure to recognize and adequately treat severe postpartum mental illness and postpartum psychosis. One of the organizers, named Renee Kimball, said the group wanted to show Lindsay that peace that she begged for and didn't quite get, and bring attention to what she described as mental health crisis affecting women. There was also a moment of silence, prayer, and people forming hearts with their hands before the group dispersed. An important distinction. The rally represents the supporters' interpretation of the case. It does not establish that Lindsay was psychotic or legally insane. That's ultimately the question being fought over by the prosecution and the defense, and if the case reaches them, the jury. Okay, so think about those statements right there, and let me know what you think about this. Because to me, I understand that they think that there is a problem with mental health help. Okay, and there could be a problem with mental health help. It's something that I'm not familiar with because it is not something that I have. Okay, and I know that there's also questions about, well, if you are well-to-do, then you can afford to get help. But if you are not, you cannot afford to get help. Is that the truth? That's another thing. I don't really know the question's answer. I know the answers to that question. But what I do know is when you have things like this is exactly how the instant influencer happens after a crime. I want you to think about Gypsy Rose Blanchard and all that we've heard about that case and all the FOIAs that come out from that case, and that the fact the truth is out now. That her mother did not have Munchausen by proxy. That was all a stage lie to be fed to the prosecution to get her a deal, period. That's all it was. She knew if she went to trial, she'd be sitting in prison just like her co-convert over there, Nick. Nick is stuck in prison for life because of his participation in that crime. She would be stuck in prison in life for the rest of her life if she also would have went to trial. But no, they've made up this bullshit about this. I'm sorry, I'm getting upset about this Munchausen by proxy. Number one, you cannot diagnose somebody with something after they passed away. Her mother was never diagnosed with anything like that. Yes, Gypsy Rose Blanchard absolutely had a chromosomal deletion. Yes, this is true. She also had things wrong with her as a child. Her mother went to find her help because she was not thriving, etc. Finally, in 2011, she is diagnosed with her chromosomal disorder, and they figured out exactly what it was. But anyway, I'm just saying that when Gypsy Rose comes out of prison, she's automatically an influencer, blah, blah, blah. She's filthy rich. She's rich after this. She walks out of prison with $250,000. Right. Now, let's look at Lindsay Clancy now. I'm going to let this play for just a minute, and then we're going to go do something else.
Yellow here, and really, they're only here just to show support. None of these people are going to be inside the courtroom. This just to show all of the support that Lindsay Clancy has. And This comes after what was a tense day inside the courtroom. We heard from a forensic psychologist who, aside from the doctors that prescribed Lindsay Clancy medication, I mean, this might have been one of the most
Oh my God, they're
important
so
witnesses
cute.
because, well, he heard Lindsay Clancy say that a voice came into her head to commit the act. Lindsay strangled her 3 children to death before attempting to kill herself. She says she did it because of a postpartum psychosis episode due to being over-medicated. Therefore, she is not responsible. Well, during that episode of psychosis, Lindsay said that voice came into her head and told her to do it. She told that to her husband, Patrick, in the days after the killings over the phone. Well, that was the first and last time she says she heard that voice. But there was something else about that conversation that stuck out to the prosecution.
Did she ask about the kids?
She did not, as I recall.
And here's the thing about this rally. This is one of many that are expected all across the country. In fact, we even saw a flyer of a rally happening in the Netherlands. A lot of these people don't even live here in Plymouth. We actually spoke to one person who drove an hour at 5 o'clock in the morning. This is just an indication of how much support Lindsay Clancy has. For right now, though, we're live here in Plymouth. Manoj Kungwari, NBC 10 Boston.
And if you are pregnant or a new mother and are in crisis, we want you to know help is available. The National Maternal Mental Health Hotline provides free confidential support. It's 24/7 in English and Spanish. You can call or text 833-852-6262.
All right, now we're going to go back to the trial. I mean, what in the world? What in the world? Okay. All right. Let me get back to the trial. Let me get us back on the right page over here. Okay. I want to know what y'all think about that. Just go ahead and put it into the, hang on. Put it into the chat what you think. I mean, I know it doesn't give you much of you don't have much space to type in, but as best you can, what you think about that right there. Okay. Go back to where we were.
Strengthen and tone your legs. Increase your mobility.
No, I don't want to watch that. Okay. Make this big.
Operable on offense, Trenny, is that it
feel better. My back
What
feels
the
better.
hell? I don't want to watch that. Okay. I'll just leave that right here for right now. Get that over there. Get rid of that. All right. We'll just leave that right there for right now. But anyway, after seeing all that, do you have any thoughts, right or wrong? Do you agree with what these people are doing? Do you think that they are doing this because they really feel this way, or do you think they're doing this just to? What is the purpose of it? I want to know what you all think the purpose of this is. I'm afraid I don't know if the jury has seen this or not, but I'm afraid it's going to taint this jury. And I hate to say that because really you think the jury would be able to ignore these kind of things. But what's going to happen if somebody let's think about what's going to happen to these jurors. Let's say you're on this jury and people find out later that you're on this jury. And let's say you send her to prison. What is the reaction going to be toward that juror? These people that are upset, they're going to be upset with that juror. Hang on. Leslie goes, I don't understand all these women supporting Lindsay. I don't either. That's why I wanted to show that, Leslie. I'm like, what do you people think you're doing? She murdered her children. What do you mean mental health help? She went for mental health help, but she was not honest with these. In my opinion, based on the evidence we have seen so far, she was not honest with these doctors when they talked to her about her mental health. What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, well, if I told people what I thought, that my children would be taken away. What does that mean? I am so, okay, maybe it's me. I don't know. But to me, it's like this kind of does not make sense. It just doesn't. Is there a part of the story that they are not telling us is the reason why we feel confused and unable to put the pieces together that this is a real possibility, right? I just don't, listen, when you go to the hospital and they give you a bed, but you say, I don't want to be inpatient. I don't need inpatient. And you go back home. Whose fault is that? It's yours, right? Yeah. Oops, I'm behind catching it. It's okay, Leslie. It's fine. Whose fault is that? It's yours. Andrea Yates. Let's talk about Andrea Yates because that's a good comparison. Andrea Yates truly was mentally ill. She did go multiple times to inpatient, outpatient. She did multiple things before the final act. Lindsay Clancy never did multiple things before the final act. This went on for years with Andrea Yates before she finally did the act and went to jail for it because she was found guilty, right? She was found guilty and then she got a retrial. Let's go talk about Andrea Yates. I'm going to pull her up. Hang on a minute. Because she's a good one to talk about. We're going to compare her to Lindsay Clancy. Okay. Hang on. All right. Andrea Yates is probably the most important comparison to Lindsay Clancy, but there are some major differences that could matter in the Clancy jury. Let's talk about Andrea Yates. She took the life of 5 children. She drowned them. Now, this was in Texas, and she had severe postpartum psychosis and schizophrenia. She believed that she was saving her children from Satan and eternal punishment. The suicide attempts, no immediate physical attempt of killing herself. Expert connections, multiple experts testified about her psychosis. Now, eventually, let me put it back over here. Come on, quick. Let's see. Whoops. Eventually, not guilty by reason of insanity. Okay, but here's the thing. Why is my thing doing this? Stop it. Okay, I'm having a little issue with my phone over here. Now, in Lindsay Clancy's case, she killed 3 children. She strangled them. And this was in Massachusetts. We know that. And she's claiming postpartum psychosis, alleged bipolar disorder. Now, the defense says that she believed a voice commanded her that she was protecting her children. And then she jumps out the window. Now, Dr. Philip Resnick, who we have just heard testify, he was also an expert in the in the Yates case. Now, she's still awaiting her decision. But eventually, they did find in the second trial that Andrea Yates was not guilty by reason of insanity. Now, here's something else. Yates drowned her 5 children in 2001. Her first jury rejected insanity and convicted her, but that conviction was overturned after the prosecution expert Dr. Park Dykes acknowledged giving materially false testimony. In her 2006 retrial, Yates was found guilty by reason of insanity. Now, the really interesting connection between this case and that case is Dr. Philip Resnick is the bridge between the 2 cases because he testified in both of them. Now, Resnick testified for Lindsay's defense and told the jury that she was frankly psychotic. When she killed her children, he described a command hallucination and a delusion of influence, essentially saying Lindsay experienced herself as being controlled like a puppet. This is striking because the defense is trying to give the jury a framework similar to the one ultimately prevailed with Yates. The mother wasn't simply just choosing to kill her children. Severe psychosis distorted her perception of reality so profoundly that she believed the act was necessary. But here's where Clancy is different and where the prosecution has ammunition, okay? The prosecution is emphasizing planning and organized behavior. Okay, come on, quit. Things are popping in on my phone. I'm trying to read this. They point to things such as Clancy sending Patrick out for food and medicine, her internet searches, her medication history, and evidence they say demonstrated deliberate preparations. Now, prosecutors also argue that her behavior was rational and there is insufficient evidence of a psychosis at the precise time of the killings. The defense answer is essentially psychotic people can still plan, organize, communicate, and perform complicated actions. That's an important psychiatric argument because organization by itself does not prove someone wasn't psychotic. And there's another huge difference, the law. This is where you cannot simply say Andrea Yates was insane, therefore Lindsay should be. Now, Yates was tried under Texas insanity standards, which focused on whether severe mental disease caused her to not know her conduct was wrong. Now, Lindsay is being tried under Massachusetts criminal responsibility standards, which is different and gives the jury a different legal question. So the fascinating question for the Clancy jury isn't simply, did Lindsay have postpartum psychosis? Even Resnick's testimony makes that defense can be very strongly. The harder question is, was her mental disease severe enough to was her mental disease severe enough to the exact moment of the killings to make her legally not criminally responsible under the Massachusetts law? And that's why Yates is an excellent comparison, but not a guaranteed predictor of the Clancy verdict. So there you go. There's a little comparison about those two cases. I don't know that Dr. Resnick. Well, I don't know. Let me ask y'all something. I'm just going to put this out there. If Dr. Resnick is teaching other people how to testify in court and telling them not to say certain things and to say certain things, does that make him a very credible witness, or does that make you question his testimony? There's the question. To me, I think it makes me question his testimony, honestly, because if he's training people how to react in court, right? Think about that for a second. You go see. I want to see one that doesn't have that big thing right there in the middle. Hang on. Here we go. We'll do this one. Let's use this one. It doesn't have that. There we go. Yeah. All right. Okay. Looks like they're getting ready to come back from court because the thing was shaking. Okay. So Leslie says, okay, there we go. All right, guys, let's get ready. It is 1:07. They're going to be back soon. I saw that red thing popped up again. Why is that happening? Go away. There. All right. I think they're going to be coming back soon. I saw it shake just a little bit. We know that when that emblem starts moving, they're moving around in the courtroom and they're coming back to court. So basically what we discussed during the break, think about those things. Yeah. Big time question. He's diagnosing. Yeah. Is he diagnosing? Yeah. I mean, as an expert, you're not diagnosing, which is the problem with Dr. Zizel's testimony. Because with Dr. Zizel, he went to see her 60 times. That is excessive, and that goes beyond somebody acting as an expert witness to gather information. It turns into something completely different. I don't think his testimony should be used in court. So it will be interesting to see the rebuttal happen from the defense, from old Stompy over here to our rebuttal witness that's on the stand now, Dr. Mack. That will be interesting. So I look forward to hearing it. Hope y'all are out. What y'all gonna do this weekend? Anybody got some plans? Anything cool? Well, it's too hot to do anything here, so we won't be doing anything. In fact, I'm gonna check that right now and see what it is. And remind me to turn this back up once we get back in court. Remember, I turned it down because I didn't want to blow your ears out. Having to put something on 100 so you guys can hear it, that is just ridiculous. But you know, the court systems were never set up to be televised like this. So anyway, let me check. I'm gonna check the weather here now, right now, and see what the temperature is, because I can feel it heating up. I'm over here by this window. Okay, so it is actually 97 degrees right this minute. It says, heat advisory. These conditions are expected to last until 7 p.m. Sunday night, August the 23rd. Woo! Okay. That's bad. That's very bad. All right. But Friday nights are date night. So on Friday nights, my husband comes home from work. We go to the same little Mexican restaurant. We go eat the same little food every Friday night. It's just our little weekend treat. It's just our little treat once a week. So that's why I don't really do anything on Friday night. Okay. Let's go back to trial. Oh my goodness. Okay, we're ready. We are completely ready when they are completely ready. Hope everybody enjoyed your lunch. Got a few things done. Yeah. I made my dogs a custom plate today. They had some bacon and some cheese. I gave them something a little different. They've been not eating their dog food. I don't know if it's because they're hot. I don't know if they're just tired of it. I don't know if they just want a different taste. So I just made them a little plate today of something different. And they did eat it. So I guess they were hungry, which is okay. Good. I guess they're like people. I guess they get, tired of eating the same old thing. I don't know. These dogs are allergic to chicken. Yeah, it's another problem. So these dogs are allergic to chicken, which people don't realize a lot of dogs are allergic to chicken. But almost every dog food has some chicken or chicken byproduct inside of it. Okay? So when you are feeding a dog who's allergic to chicken, you got to check the ingredients on every damn thing you give them. I'm telling you, these dogs are something else. But anyway, let's see. I know on some of these other channels that people are doing analysis and talking about all this different stuff during lunch, of the case itself. I do that. I mean, I'm not a lawyer. I don't claim to be a lawyer. I'm not a doctor. I don't claim to be a doctor. I'm just a mom with a YouTube channel, just an empty nester with a YouTube channel who enjoys talking about trials, enjoys talking about appeals and the death penalty and all the different things around law. Right? That's what I enjoy doing. And I can do it here with you guys. So that's why I'm not going to sit back and do a bunch of analysis and stuff because I don't really have the backing to do it. I'm not going to do it. Now, if you just want to go watch somebody do an analysis on it later, hey, I understand. Go ahead. I get it. But I'd rather just keep my mouth shut and just go through the trial and let you decide on your own what's what. That's what I think. Okay, it's 1:11. Let's not be 30 minutes late to court, people. All right, here we go. I think I hear something. Hang on. What happens is I hear this little noise in my earbud, and then this thing starts moving, and then they're back to court. No, I think it was something else. Never mind. I don't think they're coming back yet. So incredibly quiet. Some little baby dogs over here are going to take their afternoon nap now since they've had their lunch. They're ready to take their nap. They're just like toddlers. They really are. They were 2 years old May the 27th. So my husband said, he told me the other day, he goes, we're going to have to get a third dog. I said, what the hell are you talking about? He goes, well, they're bonded. This is a bonded pair of dogs. If something happens to one of them, we need this third dog already over here so we won't have a problem and with the dog grieving themselves to death. I told my husband, what are you talking about? I can barely take care of these two. I don't know what you're talking about because I'm not getting a third one. Not right now. It's too much trouble. Maybe a Chihuahua, but not another Frenchie. All right. Come on, people. Let's go to court. Let me see. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're just going to read some more of the Reddits while we wait because those are pretty interesting. Okay, we'll go back to Reddit. I see some more people have made comments over here on Reddit today during the lunch period. Let's see. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here's what it says. More photos of the crime scene. What? Why are they putting this stuff out? They should not put these crime photos out. I wish they wouldn't do that. Anyway, it says literally paints such a terrible picture, a terribly sad picture. Poor baby was sitting eating his dinner and was interrupted to be ushered away to death. Oh my God! Really? Let me see. Is that what they're saying? There's a child's plate of food on the table. I never knew that, guys. I never really knew that. Oh my God, I don't want to see those. We're not going to look at that. The next person says, let's go back up here. That's too bad. Crazy to imagine going from feeding your kids some nuggets on the couch to what happened. I don't and won't ever understand it. Me either. The bloody knife with the cup that says "because kids" is haunting. The next one says, does that look like she took those boots off before going out the window? I don't know. What you make of that? The next person says, that looks like it was already there because the prosecution showed the clothes that she was wearing when she went out the window and there was a bra included. Okay. Here's another one. There are people who will make sure they drive nice cars and wear nice clothes to appear wealthy and put together in public while their home is not so great because no one will see them there. I don't know what that has to do with this. Okay, here's a long one from 16 hours ago. And this might relate to some of you guys. As someone with ADHD who is a type A about some things and type B about others, this is what my house looks like, and I don't even have kids, excluding all the crime scene things in this case that wasn't obvious. But what I noticed right away was that most of the clutter is just day-to-day stuff. Water bottles, wipes, t-shirt, a chip clip, a pillow on the floor, and a balled up blanket. Kids' toys, a toe pin with a bra and a shirt on it. accepted. It's all stuff that takes 10 to 20 minutes to pick up, and suddenly the house is tidy again. Now, the books thrown into the cabinet are, for me, an out of sight, out of mind thing, like because they're off the counter or table, and I don't have to think about what to do with them right now. One day, yes, but no one will be digging through that cabinet anytime soon. I'm undecided on this case still, but I think it's important to remember that she was also in the middle of a mental health crisis with PPD and insomnia, and at least I'm not a parent, but if I had a busy week or a hard week mentally, the tidiness of my house is the first thing that falls to the back burner. Just food for thought. Okay. The next person says, honestly, so is mine. Ha ha ha. I'm just being a judgmental, sarcastic bully, hiding behind my keyboard while staring at dirty laundry, dog toys, and empty Diet Coke bottles strung across the living room. Okay. This one says, I just tripped over a dog toy, and this sounds like home. I just keep looking at the comments with people saying that the house is proof that she's mentally ill, and I'm like, damn, there's no hope for me then. Okay, right? All right. Let's go to the next one because I don't really want to talk about her house. I mean, I don't think her house is what made her do this. I don't think her house had anything to do with it. Let's see what this one just says. Okay. I figured out what went wrong for Lindsay. Okay, let's see what it is. All that time prior to her tragedy, as she likes to call it, she was seeing a psychiatrist, talking to therapists, mental health nurse practitioners, but she really needed was a chaplain. Guys, just discount all that psych assessment. Here's the chaplain to give hers. Oh, they're talking about from testimony yesterday. This was from 15 hours ago. That's what I thought. She was acting like she was a celebrity and the kids are with God. She told her, yeah, really? Oh, I think that the court was cut out early because of the doctor. Huh. Maybe Dr. Z can take her. Okay, listen, y'all. Maybe Dr. Z can take her out to dinner so he can evaluate her and then take him with her, you know. The woman is an LC groupie. She completely forgets to document the voices, but somehow manages to slip that intel to Dr. Z. Oh, but she uses her best judgment on what to document. Oh, and the voice alluded to, what the F does that even mean? That was her tale. Lindsay alluded to, and the chaplain filled in the blanks. I'm not even being sarcastic. I think that must have really happened to both her and Zeisel. Okay. The next one. Chaplains don't have to document anything. They speak to people about. They tend to form their own They tend to for their own records. They can speak to patients, providers, if they have concerns, though. Okay. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Now that Elsie is going to blame the chaplain for not getting her sooner, we'll probably catch a stray too. Oh, that's not good. All right. I didn't really like the chaplain's. Oh, here we go, guys. Here we go.
Hi, Counsel, will you for the jury?
Yes.
Hi. Yes.
Here we go. Let me turn it back up. Shit. Oh, that's so loud.
Como.
Dr. Mack, before we broke, we were talking about protective factors in suicide. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Can you just explain to the jury what a protective factor is?
Well, when a person is suicidal, they have risk factors and they have protective factors. Risk factors are those aspects of the individual that make it more likely that the person is going to act on their suicidal thoughts. And protective factors do the opposite. They are things that hold the person back from acting on their suicidal interests.
And in this case, you're aware that the defendant had previously indicated that her kids and her mother were reasons why she didn't continue with the thoughts of suicide in the past, right?
Well, objection is not the thoughts, it's the action. No.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
I'm not sure if your question is that kept her from acting on suicidal interests or ideation.
I guess the important part I'm trying to piece together is it was her statements to professionals that her mother and her kids were reasons why she wouldn't have committed the act.
Correct.
Okay. And you are aware that at the time of the event or after the event, she indicated that a voice told her that she needed to kill the kids so that she could kill herself.
Yes.
And this was the same day that she then attempted to kill herself.
Correct.
Now, on the day of January 24th, 2023, you are aware that the defendant had reported that, for all intents and purposes, earlier in the day was a good day.
There are reports that earlier in the day was a good day.
And is the fact that she reported good feelings consistent with the suicidality or inconsistent?
I apologize. Did he say that she said she had a good day or someone else did? I just didn't hear that.
Yeah, if you could maybe kind of bring that out, what that source is.
Well, as far as the reports of it being a good day, when you spoke with her, did she describe the events earlier in the day as a good day? Playing with the kids, that kind of thing?
She described the day as being a fun and productive day.
And you're aware that others reported, including her husband Patrick, that earlier that day it appeared to have been a good day.
Right. So one example is when Patrick was talking to the Child Welfare Agency that evening, I believe, he said that was the best day she had had in a long time.
So,
or something to that effect.
The fact that there were reports of being a good day, is that inconsistent or consistent with the idea of the attempted suicide?
It's not inconsistent with suicide. It's also not inconsistent with the depressive disorder that she had. Much of the time, depression, major depressive episodes start to recover after around 3 or 4 months. It also is in my own view in psychiatry, and I believe others, an awareness as a person is beginning to recover from the worst of their depression. Sometimes suicides do happen when the person starts developing a little bit more energy and ability to act on their interests.
So in your experience, do people sometimes display those positive feelings immediately prior to either an attempt or a suicide?
Yes, that is something that does happen in my experience. While they're still very depressed, but they begin to be on the trajectory towards relative improvement.
Now, just going back for a quick second, you had talked a little bit about hallucinations, and you described different types of hallucinations, meaning things that you can taste or hear or see, right?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the what's called command hallucinations?
Yes.
What are those?
Command auditory hallucinations are a type of hallucination where you're hearing something and it is telling you of an expectation for you to do.
And are those things usually persistent?
It can vary sometimes. It can be persistent. Other times it can be sporadic.
Going to your conversation with the defendant about the events of January 24th, 2023. You, in your interview with her, were able to speak with her about her recollection of that day, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things that was done in that interview was that she was explaining what happened in chronological order, right? From the beginning of the day to the last thing she could remember.
That's correct.
Did she also tell it to you in reverse?
She was asked to recite it in reverse, yes.
And did she tell the same story forwards and backwards?
Yes.
Was she able to recall details of some parts of the day but not others?
Yes, I would say that's correct.
And did she describe to you when she heard this voice?
Her experience that is called a voice occurred in the late afternoon.
Do you recall what she reported about the voice?
Her experience was that the voice was of a male and it was loud.
And what did the voice say?
The voice said to the effect of, you should kill the kids. This is your last chance so that you can kill yourself.
And what did she say happened after she heard this voice?
She engaged in the activity of taking children's lives.
And she was able to describe to you how she did that, correct? And she first stated that she took Dawson down to the basement.
Yes.
And then wrapped the exercise band around his neck and strangled him.
Yes.
And what did she say that she said when she did that?
She described that while that was happening, she was saying out loud, go to God.
And did she describe the same for both Cora and then Callan?
Essentially, yes.
And the voice that she said she heard, was it one time or more than one time she heard the voice?
Multiple times is what she described.
And after she had killed the kids, did the voice continue in her report?
I don't remember that it did. It may have, I don't remember.
And then after the kids were gone, she then made an effort to take her own life, correct? And how did she do that?
Right, so she did. She described that she went ahead to take her life or attempt to take her life with multiple steps. She went to her room upstairs in the house and took the various medications that were present. She cut at her wrists and at her neck, and then she caused herself to fall from the window.
Okay, and as far as going out the window, did she tell you whether she had to do anything with the screen?
She described to me that she cut the screen.
Okay. And then she dove out the window.
Well, objection, that's not what he said.
Well, what did she do after she cut the screen?
She fell from the window.
Did you ask her, or was there conversation about the phone call that she received from Patrick?
There was.
And was she able to clearly identify when the call came from Patrick?
I don't exactly recall exactly when, but it was sometime in the around 18 to 20 minutes that this was happening that she received that call.
Do you recall if part of the conversation about the timeline of events, whether the voice came as soon as Patrick left the house or before or after the phone call?
My recollection is that it happened as soon as Patrick had left.
Now, were there some things in what she was telling you about the events that was different from what you reviewed from other information in this case?
Can you say that again?
Yeah, I'm just asking if you recall that there were things in the version that she told you in your interview that were different or not consistent with the information you knew about the case.
Well, two things come to mind. One is the locking or the closing of the bedroom door, and the other is the cutting of the screen of the window.
Okay, and as far as the locking or closing of the bedroom door, do you recall what she told you about that?
She denied that she had done that.
And so from the information you reviewed about reports from Patrick and everything else, did you know that the door had been locked?
That was my understanding.
And the second thing that you indicated about the screen, what information did you have about the screen that was different from what she reported to you?
I believe there was a question as to whether the screen had been cut, perhaps with a sharp.
And as far as the going out the window piece of it, you were aware that she didn't have any head injury, correct?
Yes, I am.
That she had the spinal injuries, the C1 injury, but no injuries to her head.
Correct.
And as far as her report of taking medication or taking pills, did you know whether she took all the pills that she had in the house or?
Well, I'm not sure about the house. She described all the pills in her bedroom.
And were you aware that there were other pill bottles located in other parts of the house?
I'm not sure I knew that.
How about the phone call? She indicated that at the time of the phone call, she believed she had the baby in her hand and she was doing something like taking food out of the fridge or getting food ready for the kids. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And were you aware, do you recall seeing crime scene photos that show that the kids' bowls were in the living room?
Yes.
And that Patrick later reported that he had seen Dawson eating green beans and chicken nuggets before he left the house? Were you aware of that?
Trigger warning.
So, Dr. Mack, based on your review of this case, were you able to come to an opinion to a degree of medical certainty about whether this defendant was suffering from a mental disease or defect on January 24th of 2023?
Yes, I did.
And what is that opinion?
That, yes, she was suffering from a mental disease or defect, namely major depressive episode as a part of major depressive disorder.
And as far as the substantial capacity to appreciate wrongfulness or criminality of conduct, were you able to come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty about that?
Yes.
And what's your opinion regarding that?
That she had retained that capacity.
And what information do you rely upon to come to that conclusion?
The first point is that this was a continuation. Her mental state at that time was a continuation of the mental state she had had for months. And it was a mental state that included the capacity to control her behavior and also to be able to conform her conduct to standards of law. So in that sense, first of all, there is not an indication to me that there was something that changed the overall capacity in that regard. Secondly, to the extent we are talking about the ability to conform her conduct to the law, one can analyze her actions and her behaviors and her thoughts on that day, or as close as possible to the moments of the deaths. And that includes taking one of her children to a pediatrician that day, engaging in fun activities around the house that day, having engaged with one of her children's teachers the day before, having engaged in normal conversations with the restaurant that she ordered food from, 3V, and then also interactions with the pharmacy, CVS, where she was getting the Miralax from. So in all these places, there was the ability to act normally. There doesn't seem to be any deviation from where she had been all along, which included this capacity. Furthermore, I would add that as a part of her interactions with the community or in driving, she had abided by law and abided by standards of the community at all those times. So there isn't necessarily, to me, any way in which that deviated that afternoon.
So you're speaking about her ability to conform conduct, which is one of the one of the things we're talking about here. But I want to go back to the appreciation for wrongfulness or criminality. As far as that goes, were you able to form an opinion about that?
Yes, sorry about that.
That's
yes.
okay. So what's your opinion about her ability to substantially her substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of her conduct?
So I again would go to thinking about what had been her state of mind for at least the month prior, the several months prior. And in all that time, there wasn't any feature that indicated that she didn't have that capacity. But furthermore, when there were moments when she thought about harming the children, when she had the thoughts about that, she was aware in those moments beforehand that that was wrong or against the law, and that she could be punished for such an act.
You're referring to the December conversation with her husband and her mom?
Yes, and her thoughts about the idea that if anyone knew what I was thinking, the children might be taken away from me.
And also, did the fact that she hadn't had any significant medication changes during that time period, does that also inform your opinion about that?
Well, as that aligns with what I was saying before about how, while depressed, her mental state was relatively stable. It was perhaps improving. I'm not sure about that, but it was stable. There.
Move to strike that if he's not sure about it.
That answer is stricken. All right.
So the fact that she hadn't undergone any more significant medical or medication changes, I should say, did that signify to you that she had been in the same kind of state she had in the months before?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what about the interaction with Dr. Tufts on January 23rd? Did anything about that suggest that there were any concerns or distress that would have changed her ability to appreciate wrongfulness of her conduct?
No. In that interaction, she displayed normal thinking and the ability to think ahead and to navigate the world.
And what about the statements that she referred to when she was killing the kids, the go to God? Does that inform your opinion?
It does.
And why?
My understanding is that the sentiment "go to God" is a way of bestowing or thinking about the children as innocents and as ones who hadn't done wrong, while what she was doing was the opposite, was wrong, or could be construed as wrong. And so "go to God" not only was a hope for the children, but also a description of the situation.
Okay. And what about the report from her that the voice was telling her, this is your last chance? Is that significant to identify whether she would have had some knowledge or known that it was something that was wrong?
Well, to the extent that it was seen as her last chance, yes, because there was an awareness that it was something that would be disallowed by their father.
And as far as after the incident, when she woke up at the Brigham and Women's Hospital, you're aware that she reported to the staff there that she was horrified, correct?
Yes.
And so the fact that she immediately afterwards identified that she was horrified, does that go to her capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct?
Yes. One can consider that her mental state, once she was removed from the dexmedetomidine, was similar to what it had been on January 24th. And in that regard, the feeling of horror, the feeling of shame that comes from being horrified indicates that she was aware that it had been the wrong thing to do.
And then finally, just to go back to the substantial capacity to conform conduct, you've told us a little bit about that, about the fact that her condition hadn't really changed all that much. You outlined what she did that day. But is there anything else to consider based on everything that you reviewed that would indicate to you that she did maintain the substantial capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law?
I think that in the household, she was engaging in this activity methodically, which highlights to me that there was an ability to conform her behavior to expectations of living in a household.
What do you mean methodically?
As I understand the deaths, they were done methodically, and I think you asked me about that earlier, one by one, in a way that was organized and that was intended to achieve a particular goal. Similarly, her attempt at suicide was organized and thoughtful in a sense that it included as many possible methods as possible.
And as far as the killings of the children methodically, did she report to you in any way that she was given direction by this voice on how to complete the act and what exactly to do?
No, she did not.
And what about the call with Patrick? Is there anything about that indicates that she maintained some control or the ability to control herself where she did engage in a short conversation with him?
Well, that aligns with what we were talking about before in terms of being aware that he would disapprove or disallow this. And yet she didn't say anything. She didn't say help, or she didn't say, I'm having these thoughts. So it wasn't stated.
So again, as far as your overall evaluation of this defendant, Lindsay Clancy, regarding the events of January 24th, 2023, what ultimately is your opinion to a degree of medical certainty regarding criminal responsibility?
My opinion is that she retained the capacities that are required for having criminal responsibility for these actions.
Thank you. Oh, and just like to admit Dr. Mack's CV is the next.
Any objection? That may be admitted.
Okay, Stompy.
Mr. Reddington?
Here we go. Mm-hmm.
Dr. Mack, part of your evaluation would be an intent to investigate the person that you're being asked to evaluate for purposes of an opinion regarding criminal responsibility or lack thereof for the district attorney's office, correct?
What do you mean by investigate?
You don't know what investigate means? You want me to explain that to you?
You might.
You're a psychiatrist that's employed by the district attorney, right?
Retained by, yes.
Well, okay, so we're going to talk semantics. Isn't employed by, retained by, mean that you get money from it, right?
I'm paid for my time, yes.
Exactly. And normally I don't even go there. Every one of us are getting paid for our time. Jurors not so much, but nevertheless, you get paid for your time, right?
Correct.
I get paid for my time. The judge, Chrissy, Don, everybody gets paid for their time, right?
Good God.
I imagine, yes.
And you are retained by the district attorney's office. You are to evaluate an individual, right? And the individual in this case is Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And you recognize her, do you not?
I do.
And you actually had a chance to meet with her and do your evaluation, right?
Yes.
And part of your evaluation, you had to investigate into who she was. For example, her education, what she did for work, friends, family, right?
I asked her about her life. I reviewed records to learn about her life, yes.
Okay. So you're in a mental institution investigating or questioning a woman who's on medication, who is there because she's suicidal and under 101 24/7 observation. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And you get the history from her?
Yes.
So did you talk to any collateral contacts?
No.
So how is it that you can tell this jury what her life story is? Did you get it from her?
I got it from her
What
to
did
the
she
extent
tell you
that,
about her
well, I'm
education?
sorry,
What did she
what,
tell you
can you
about
say
her-
your,
Never
Damn.
mind. What did she tell you about the education?
Wait, listen. You look over there and listen to the question and answer the question.
can
Wow.
you say the question,
Let him
please?
answer the question.
What did she tell you about? I'm sorry.
Ask the question,
What did she
answer
tell
the
you?
question, and we'll go from there.
What did she tell you about education?
She described her education in terms of being a hard worker through high school and college and then going to nursing school.
Okay, where'd you go to nursing school?
I think the nursing school was through Partners Healthcare, I think at the MGH.
And do you recall what the nature of the nursing was?
Well, she had always wanted to be a labor and delivery nurse, and she was able to achieve that.
So she worked as a labor and delivery nurse
That's my understanding, yes.
for a period of time.
For several years, yes.
9 years, 7 years?
I'm not sure exactly.
Did you talk to any of the nurses that you work with? I mean, was she respected? Was she a hard worker? Was she somebody that was ducking out early, didn't want to work?
I didn't talk to any of her colleagues. I'm aware that she had been there for some time, and I did not hear about any aspects in which her work was deleterious.
Who would you hear from, them?
Well, one might have heard it from the notes from her spouse. It might have heard it from
Let's
the
talk
defendant
about let's
herself.
talk about one might have heard it. Is the one you're testifying?
Yes.
Did you hear about it through the notes of the spouse?
No, I didn't hear about any way in which her work
Okay, so why
wasn't.
are you telling me that? Why are you saying one might have heard about it through the notes of the spouse?
Well, I think your question was, how would one learn about any deleterious acts or components of the person's work? So I didn't hear about any way in which she wasn't working hard and retained as a nurse at an excellent institution.
So basically, you don't know, is what you're telling me. You don't know what her reputation for work ethic was. You don't know what her hours were. You don't know what her reputation in her work community was. You just don't know. Isn't that right?
Combined with the records and also the report from Dr. Resnick, who described her own view of herself as being a hard worker, I don't know further than that.
So in addition to being a labor and delivery nurse at Mass General Hospital for a number of years, you knew that she obviously was married, right?
Yes.
And her husband was Patrick, right?
Yes.
You know how many years she was married, right?
I do.
How many?
I don't know it offhand, but I believe I understand or knew the date when they were married, which may have been 2013.
So the fact that she was married, you know, that did she want to have kids or did she find them to be a burden?
She very much wanted to have children. She described that that was her lifelong interest.
Had one child, Cora, right?
I can't hear you.
The first child was Cora, right?
Yes.
Did she have any delivery issues with Cora?
Not that I recall.
How about the second child? What was the second child's name?
Dawson.
And how old was Dawson at the time of the incident, as we say?
I think he was around 4.
And did she have any issues with his delivery?
Do you mean the delivery or in the postpartum period?
I mean the delivery.
If I recall, I think she had a tear, which is called an episiotomy, and that was something she was unhappy about.
Sure. Did she have medication prescribed to her after Dawson?
Do you mean psychiatric medication?
Sure.
At some point, I think she was prescribed an antidepressant medication in that period.
What was it?
I think it was sertraline.
And do you know whether she took it?
She has told us that she did not.
And when she went home after having the baby, Dawson, she then came home to a little daughter, obviously Cora, had Dawson as an infant, correct?
Yes.
And was she living in a town, or where was she living when she had these two kids?
I think she was living in the same house in Duxbury.
She was living in Weymouth? Or?
She may have been. I'm sorry, I don't know.
That's all right. So at some point she moves to Duxbury. She's with her husband, and she goes back to work, does she?
Yes.
You didn't make any, in your investigation, you didn't come across any information that she didn't want to go back to work because she was lazy or just didn't want to work, right?
No, I think she always wanted to work.
Did she have anxiety about going back to work after Callan, the third child?
After Callan?
Yeah, Callan. It's Callan, C-A-L-L-E.
Yes. Yes. She wanted to go back. As August and September arrived, she was hopeful to go back to work, but she became anxious about working. There were other factors too. She became anxious.
No other factors yet. We'll get to the other factors. Why was she anxious about going back to work?
I was about to say,
Go ahead.
she was anxious about the well-being and nurturance of her children as she went back to work. One being that the baby was not taking a bottle. Another, that in that span between the point that her husband went back to work and she was expected to go back to work, it was overwhelming to have 3 young children that she was caring for all by herself. As time went on, she was ambivalent about hiring somebody to help, hiring a nanny, and that was another area of anxiety. So there were several areas of anxiety, and as we've discussed earlier today, anxiety was something that she had throughout her life.
I'm going to pull you in, okay? This is a cross-examination, sir.
All right, next, just ask the next question.
So when you say that she had anxiety, and the anxiety was about having her youngest child, Callan, correct?
Yes.
She was anxious about going back to work, correct?
Yes.
But you also, as you were waxing eloquently, indicated that she was having anxiety about having a nanny.
Yes.
What was she anxious about with the nanny?
In my understanding,
No. What is your understanding? Tell the jury what you investigated about her anxiety with the nanny.
So through my evaluation, what I understood was that there was ambivalence about having a nanny, that is to say, having somebody who helped. There was some degree of wanting to be able to handle the children on her own. The other part of it is some ambivalence about other people other than herself, or perhaps her mother, caring for the children. Because I know that my evaluation discerned that she felt very positively about her ability to take care of her children, but also some ambivalence about other people taking care of the children.
What time frame are we talking about? Summertime? Fall?
The end of summer, late August, early September.
Isn't it true that in the summer, she and Patrick and the kids felt that they were on top of the world, having a great summer, right?
Well, that's what she said. That's her quote.
Okay. And then come the fall, towards the end of September, that's when she started to have symptoms of anxiety, right?
Yes.
Up to this point in your investigation, you have a young woman who was a nurse for a number of years, we assume from your investigation, a good reputation as a hard worker, right?
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, one of the things that you had mentioned is that she was, how about exercise? Did she like to do exercise?
Yes, in the past, exercise was her.
Yes, right? Yes?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure, I can repeat the question. I asked you, sir.
I'm objecting because he's interrupting the witness and not letting him answer the
The question called for a yes or no answer. All right? And so, go ahead.
Go ahead.
What is wrong with this judge?
Sure. You mentioned in direct examination for the DA that she was like to do exercise, correct?
Yes.
And would you consider a person who is an exercise aficionado, especially a woman who, for example, runs, let's say, 5K or a road race within about a couple of weeks after having a baby? Is that hyper-exercise? Is that hypomanic? Okay.
In itself, it's not hypomanic, no.
How about if there's a string of exercise that is a little bit out of the norm, coupled with decluttering, removing personal property from the home, cleaning out the home, things of that nature? Would that be hypomanic in your opinion?
Not in and of itself, but are you talking, when you were asking about exercise, were you talking about in the period 2022 or 2020?
2022.
Okay.
After Callan. Okay? And I asked you about running the road race after Callan. Okay? You with me?
Yes, I am.
So would you suggest, sir, that that is something one would at least anticipate, consider, or investigate as being this manic or hypomanic that you're talking about?
No.
So, by the way, one of the questions that you were asked, sir, is that when you got involved with investigating this case, do you recall that from the DA?
So,
do you recall that from the DA?
The term investigate, if it's okay, I'll use the term evaluate.
When you got appointed or retained by the DA.
Right. So, and the question is?
My question is, when were you retained by the district attorney, the prosecutors?
It was sometime in early 2025.
Early 2025. So like what, February, January?
I think the reach out had occurred in maybe December of 2024. I think that the retention was early in 2025.
What's a reach out?
Well, the communication, the reaching out. From the district attorney's office.
Okay. And then when you were asked that question, you indicated that you had to wait for a motion to be filed or something with the court. Do you recall answering that question?
No.
Well, if I suggest to you, sir, it was in December of 2024 that a notice of lack of criminal responsibility was filed. Does that seem to fit with the reach out?
Objection. Can we approach?
Sure.
Why is this attorney being so rude to this witness? And why is the judge attacking the witness and the prosecutor when all she's trying to ask is, can you please let him finish answering the question? Now, come on. You know, they allowed these other experts to just just go on with their explanation. It wasn't just yes or no. Isn't that correct? Yes or no? Good Lord. It's almost as if this judge is pro-defense. And I hope that's not the case. He should be unbiased. He should not be on either side. He just needs to make sure everybody follows the law. Thank you, Diane. Yes, thank you. I'm glad you saw that too. Thank you. He almost looks so angry. Like he was just coming unglued underneath his robe. He's just going to come unglued. He just seems so angry. And then yelling at the witness to look over there. What do you look over there? The other witnesses looked at the jury as they spoke. Just wild. Oh, yeah, yes, Diana, yes, the verdict. Yes, you're right. He got loud like that. I remember that now. Good analogy. You can leave. Listen, you can leave. We are over here just watching the trial. We don't allow trolls, and you don't tell people to shut up in our chat. Okay? So you can either be nice and we'll let you stay, or you can keep on saying ugly things and you can leave. Okay? Thank you. What the heck's wrong with people? You may be entitled to an opinion, but you do not say shut up in our chat, okay? We just don't allow trolls. We don't allow anything derogatory toward any people in chat or chat or anybody else. We want to keep it nice. That's all.
All right, counsel. Thank you, Judge. So, your understanding of the procedure is that a notice has to be given to the court that a person like Lindsay is raising the issue of criminal responsibility, correct?
I imagine that's the case, but I don't know the procedure here in Massachusetts in that regard.
Okay, you don't know the procedure?
The procedure for making notice?
Right.
This is the last time I'm going to tell you. Please,
If I
be
tell you,
nice.
sir, that the notice is filed in December of 24, when was it that you had the reach out?
The first communication about the case was in, as I said a few minutes ago, in 2024.
And do you recall the circumstances of that communication? DA called you, a letter, what?
No, I was contacted through a retention firm called Park Dietz and Associates.
Dietz?
Mm-hmm.
Park, he's a psychiatrist, isn't he?
It sounds like you know him.
I do know him. And actually, Park Dietz is a rather famous psychiatrist, is he not?
Yes.
He's testified in many cases, correct?
Yes, but
overruled.
I said Park Dietz and Associates. I didn't say Park Dietz himself.
Okay, well, you know Park Dietz, I imagine, right?
I do.
Yeah. And you know that he's the guy that testified in the case and cited a Law and Order episode that didn't exist at the time he gave his opinion. So is he still active?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is he a psychiatrist now?
Yes, he's a psychiatrist.
And on your letter,
Thank you, Cinderella.
it says Park Dietz, D-I-E-T-Z, and Associates, forensic experts, right?
I can't see what you're looking at, but that's what the letterhead basically says.
Mack, right?
I am.
Okay, and this is your curriculum vitae, right?
Yes.
And in big letters up above, it says Park Dietz and Associates, right?
Yes.
Now, how does that work? You get a call from this retention group, Park Dietz, and then you get assigned a case?
When an attorney or a district attorney's office contacts them, they might think that it might be a case that I might want to be retained on.
Okay. Do they, to your knowledge, try to get someone that's
familiar with that particular topic, or just anybody that has a random psychiatry degree?
Well, there are only certain people that they think of or consider, people that Dr. Dietz has thought of in terms of having a robust career and
You have a
background.
robust career?
I've been active as a teacher and as a clinician over about 20 years, and I've been a full professor at Penn and Jefferson and Georgetown.
So that's in your curriculum vitae, correct?
The 3 professor level appointments?
All of your stuff, the things you wrote, things that you're interested in, your fellowships, professorships, all that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's introduced into evidence by the DA, right?
Yes.
So the jury's going to have it to look at, right?
Okay. I didn't know that.
Let's just take a look at it now. Is it your understanding that when you are, and I mean you individually, not Park Dietz Associates, requested to look at and investigate into the lack of criminal responsibility of a individual charged with a crime, that you got to try to be independent?
Being independent is the expectation.
The answer yes, you try to be independent?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is it appropriate for you to evaluate an individual with another Park Dietz associate guy?
You're referring to Dr. Hobron?
I am referring to Dr. Halpern. He's another one of the DA's witnesses in this case, right?
Correct.
And you know Halpern, right?
I had not met him until we jointly went to do the evaluation this April.
Jointly went to do the evaluation.
Yes.
What did you do? Both ride in the same car over to Tewksbury to talk to her?
No.
Did you have separate cars?
We did.
And then you met up beforehand and you went in to meet with Lindsay?
Yes.
Both
I think
of you
that was.
together? Both of you together?
Yes.
So you work under the umbrella of Park Dietz and Associates. Heilbrunn, who's going to be testifying Monday for the government, works under the umbrella of Park Dietz and Associates, and both of you interviewed her at the same time as what you told this jury?
Yes.
In your opinion, is that appropriate, sir?
Yes.
Did you talk to Kirk about your opinion?
We have talked about each other's opinion. We have different opinions as far as I understand it.
Did you talk to him about his report?
No.
No?
I have not talked to him about his report.
Have you talked to him about testifying here today?
Not in terms of content.
What does that mean?
The other day he called me and said, what day are you going up to Boston?
Okay.
And
Shipping up to Boston. Did you tell him?
No, I wasn't sure what day I was going up to Boston.
Okay. Did you review his report?
I have reviewed his report.
All right. And has he reviewed your report?
I don't know. I assume so, but I don't know.
Now, looking at your CV, you indicate that you educated at Cornell, you got a medical degree, you had some fellowships. Do you have any particular interest in your practice, sir?
Yes.
And you have licensure in Delaware, right?
Yes.
Pennsylvania?
Yes.
District of Columbia?
Not at the moment.
It says 2005 to the present, but not anymore.
Well, I'm not sure what date that CV is, but I allowed my DC license to not be renewed.
Maryland?
Same, I let it not be renewed.
New York?
I actually renewed that recently.
Massachusetts?
No, I haven't since I left here.
South Carolina?
I haven't renewed that in many years.
Connecticut?
Same.
Virginia?
Same.
So what does that mean, that you have licensure? Does that mean you can be a psychiatrist in these states as long as it's active, or what does that mean?
Licensure means that one can act as a physician when your licensure is in effect, yes.
Okay. And as far as professional and scientific societies, you belong to the American Academy of Child and adolescent psychiatry, right?
Yes.
You belong to the American Academy of Juvenile and Family Court Judges. Is that correct?
I don't belong to that group at the moment.
Well, did you? Is that on your resume?
Yes, there was a moment when I was the representative from the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry and the American Psychiatric Association and also the American Academy of Psychiatry and Law of all three to the National Council of Juvenile and Family Court Judges. So at that point, I was a member of the National Council.
So I asked you about your interests or focus as a doctor. Would you agree, sir, that one of the things you put down is that you were involved in ad hoc reviewerships in the Journal of American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, right?
It does say that, yes.
And then American Journal of Addictions?
Yes.
Pediatric Quality and Safety?
Yes.
That's dealing with little kids, right? Pediatrics?
Well, at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, we see patients up to 24.
Okay.
At Nemours, I believe up to 21.
So you also express interest in child psychiatry. This comes under academic responsibilities. Child psychiatry, right?
Yes.
You have been involved in the doctoring course for first-year medical students, right?
Yes.
Supervision of adult psychiatry residents, right?
Yes.
Clinical evaluation, Department of Psychiatry, dealing with children and adolescents, right?
I'm not sure that last one that you read.
Number 8.
No, but what does it say in its entirety?
Ongoing clinical education of PGY3 residents, Department of Psychiatry, Georgetown University Hospital, Institute for Children and Adolescents.
Do you mean Regional Institute for Children and Adolescents?
I don't know what it means.
I'm just wanting to make sure I'm responding to your question.
Do you have it with you? I mean, you can look at it.
The Regional Institute for Children and Adolescents was a residential center in outside the Beltway where I served for 3 years.
Okay. The focus, nevertheless, is on children and adolescents, right?
Not at that time. What you mean when I was at Georgetown?
I'm just looking at your resume.
Okay.
How about lecture of patient safety and quality improvement in child and adolescent mental health? Is that something that you were involved with as a lecturer, sir?
Yes, about patient safety and quality, yes.
Answer is yes?
Yes.
Just make it quick. You were a lecturer on a morass returns, adolescent cannabis, doubles lettuce, and other hallucinogen use, dealing with what, pediatrics, kids?
Yes.
Okay. You also did under lectures by invitation that you've been involved with lecturing on wither psychosis in adolescents, right?
That was the title of a paper I gave, yes.
So the answer is yes, right?
The answer is I gave that paper, yes.
Okay. Adolescents accused of murder or manslaughter, right?
Yes.
Okay. Wither psychosis, adolescent killers, a couple of years later, again, maybe an update, right?
Right.
Divorce for the clinician, right?
Right.
Divorce legal process and medical, social, and psychiatric sequelae, right?
Right.
Killer adolescents, drug school in the courts, right?
Right.
Jumping ahead, 2014, for example, you had the morass returns, adolescent cannabis and other hallucinogens, right?
I imagine, yes. I don't know exactly which one you're looking at, but that's the title of a lecture that I was giving.
Childhood development and psychopathology, right? Is an interest, right?
It is an interest, yes.
Childhood development, again, in psychopathology, lecture to the United States Department of Justice, right?
Yes.
Lecturing to the United States Department of Justice, Department of Immigration, right?
Yes.
Cognitive bias think tank is another one of the lectures that you gave. Is that correct?
Well, it was a committee or a task force that I co-led about the prospect of diagnostic error when people have cognitive biases.
And what's a cognitive bias? Just curious.
So when you think about diagnoses, there's always a possibility that an individual is sort of guided to one diagnosis or another based on various forms of preconceptions or biases. So a major part of this concept of patient safety is to prevent misdiagnosis. And there are a lot of techniques that are used in medicine and in this case in pediatric hospitals and also in psychiatry to try to make sure that the users or the diagnosticians' biases don't creep into making the wrong diagnosis.
Research publications, sir, dealing with neuropsychiatric systemic lupus, arithmeticious age, and the neurodevelopment model. That's one of your research publications, right?
Yes.
Dealing with psychiatric classification from the ancients to DSM-4, Psychiatric Clinics of North America, right?
Yes.
Alcohol abuse is another research that you did.
I've edited several textbooks on substance use disorders. Yes.
Okay. So in addition to child and adolescent aspects of psychiatry, you're also interested in focusing in on alcohol abuse, substance-related disorders, alcohol abuse disorders, addictive disorders, treatment of addictive disorders, right?
Those are some of the areas of interest, yes.
Novel risk factors for central line associated bloodstream infections in critically ill children, right?
Yes.
And it goes on and on with a lot of your focuses on children, minors, probate court, correct?
I don't know about probate court, but...
Well, you've had occasion to do evaluations for probate court, haven't you?
You'd have to remind me. There was a period when I was the physician leader of the state of Maryland's Office of Forensic Services.
Right.
So
that's what you said on direct, so that's why I'm asking you. But how about the new tools in the toolbox? Proactive prevention of CLABS, 1 in patients with behavioral health and concerns. What does that mean?
Well, CLABSI, central line associated bloodstream infections, are something that is a major concern of all hospitals around the country, and preventing them from happening is not only the work of cleaning the apparatus that touches patients, but also we learned that when patients have psychiatric problems, they actually are at a greater risk of developing a central line associated bloodstream infection, which is a significant complication of being in the hospital. So I started that work when I was at Georgetown, when I was an adult, mainly focused on adults, and carried it on when I was at Children's Hospital Philadelphia and at Nemours in terms of the pediatric risks for CLABSI.
Okay. How about clinical manual of adolescent substance abuse disorder? That's another one of your chapters, right?
I don't think I wrote a book about adolescent substance use.
Number 29, Mack 8H, Clinical Manual of Adolescent Substance Abuse Treatment, Journal of Psychiatric Practice.
Yeah, that was a chapter, not a book. But yes.
Okay, but nevertheless, your focus and your interest is on adolescents that like to smoke weed and drink, right?
No.
Okay. Would you agree, sir, that you were interested in the American Psychiatric Press textbook you wrote for substance abuse treatment, right?
Yes.
All right. And think like a psychiatrist, but always a doctor, be a doctor, web drugstore, perils, drugs, alcohol, bloodstream infections in children's hospital, focusing on that, right? Where in here does it say that you ever came within breathing distance of a pregnant woman and your practice, your interest in your writings?
So I remember being at the Brigham as a resident and going to, how long ago was that?
Yeah, give us a year.
Well, you asked me when.
So yeah, that's when. When?
That was the memory I have for that particular situation was 2001.
2001, so 25 years ago.
Right. And so since then, I went to the Medical University of South Carolina, and then I went to Georgetown, and all that period up until 2015, I was doing general psychiatry work with areas of focus in peds or in addictions, but also with forensics as an area. I see myself as somebody who's a generalist who happens to have a couple of areas of focus. In 2015, I did move from that generalist model to, when I left Georgetown, I moved to Children's Hospital Philadelphia and the University of Pennsylvania. And in those years, since then, I've been working in pediatric hospitals, where at CHOP, Children's Hospital Philadelphia, the age is up to 24, and at Nemours, it's up to 21. So that is the overall area of adult child psychiatry that I've been working in. Throughout the years at Georgetown,
Okay,
I would like to answer because I have more to tell you.
Let him finish the answer. Go ahead.
So at Georgetown, certainly that was all adult, and Georgetown has its own labor and delivery unit. And so that was plenty of engagement with women who were pregnant or who had just given birth. And at both Children's Hospital of Philadelphia and at Nemours, there are these special units that have been designed for the last several years of high-risk pregnancy units. So actually at CHOP, one of my first roles there was to develop the psychiatry services coverage of the high-risk maternity unit there called the Special Delivery Unit. And I was the co-leader and then the leader of the consultation service at CHOP. And so I led the group of adult and child psychiatrists to tend to the psychiatric needs of that unit. Recently at Nemours, the same unit was built. And so, yes, in these pediatric hospitals, there actually are units of women who are about to have birth, who have just had birth.
Well, I'm sure in these pediatric hospitals, there are women about to have birth and have had birth. And I'm sure that there are competent doctors that treat them. Correct?
I agree with you.
How about you? How many women with postpartum psychosis have you treated?
Roughly 10 would be my estimate.
Over what period of time?
Over the period since 2001.
And when you would treat these women, would you be involved in, for example, testing them for their mental health?
Well, usually the teaching has been that what was called postpartum psychosis is actually a form of bipolar disorder. So what is important is to say, let's do a full evaluation of the individual symptoms and signs, and then treat them and engage in treatment. And usually that's going to be a form of bipolar disorder treatment. That's the teaching that is a general perspective.
So with your wealth of knowledge on women that are pregnant and suffering from postpartum psychosis, do you know whether or not Lindsay was ever diagnosed with postpartum depression?
I believe that the various notes from the clinicians over the year of 2022 to 2023 utilize the term unspecified mood disorder.
Right. How about postpartum depression?
I don't think that appellation was used.
Okay. So was she ever administered EPDS?
You mean the Edinburgh?
Yeah, was she ever administered that?
I don't know if she was or wasn't. I don't remember.
Isn't that something you're in here testifying about this case? Wouldn't that be important to know that she was almost off the chart on the Edinburgh scale for postnatal depression?
Well, I have said that she had depression.
Well, postnatal depression for a woman who's pregnant or had a baby recently is a heck of a lot different than some guy who's depressed about a job, right?
I don't understand your question.
Well, do you know what her readings were on the Edinburgh test?
Not to my memory at the moment, no.
Why not? You read the medical records, didn't you?
I mean, if you would like to show me, I'd be
I
happy
don't want to show you
review it.
anything. I'm asking you as a testifying witness for this jury, did you look at her medical records?
I did.
And the medical records pertain to her being a person that just had a baby, right?
8 months ago.
I'm not sure that which records you're talking about, but when can I finish? Can I finish? Can I?
I'm not going to finish. 2022, obviously, because we already talked about the summer. She was fine. When did she see Tufts?
She started to see Dr. Tufts in 2022.
When?
I believe it was, well, she went to Dr. Tufts in September, and it was in October that she started taking the medication that Dr. Tufts had prescribed.
Okay, and that was for what?
You mean which medication, or what was the purpose?
Medication.
Sertraline.
And otherwise known as?
Zoloft.
And she took it after a while, is that correct? Is that what you said?
A few weeks, yes.
And the reason she didn't take it was what?
Time, as my evaluation.
Hold on a second, Doc. Sorry. All right, let's go ahead.
Damn.
You want me to re-ask that question?
I'm okay.
Okay.
So over time, Ms. Clancy has avoided taking medication.
She's what?
Avoided taking medication.
Says who?
The description she gave me.
She told you that?
My awareness from my evaluation is that she resists taking medications. And for example,
No. Tell me what you mean by she resists taking medication.
there are individuals in this world who do not want to take medications, and I think she described that she is one of them.
You know, she saw Dr. Tufts because she apparently was anxious, right?
Yes.
Prior to that, other than having anxiety about public speaking as a nurse in nursing school, and after she had one of her children, she didn't have any psychiatric history of medications, right?
She had not taken medications, but she had had a lifelong degree of anxiety. It hadn't at the level of disorder, but she had
lifelong.
Yes.
Okay. How about grammar school, high school, college? Did she have difficulty that she was anxious?
So what I was saying is that anxiety can drive people, but she had a lot of anxiety and she was hardworking, and the anxiety helped her to be hardworking. But when it comes to medications,
Hold on. Mr. Reddington, you got to finish the question.
But when it comes to medications, she described that she didn't want to take medications. And an example was the time that after the birth of her second child, that sertraline had been prescribed, but she chose to cure her anxiety and depression by exercising. And that is something that people do. But it also highlights that in this case, she didn't want to be taking medications. And I think that we also understand that in the fall of 2022.
All right. At this point, I'm going to stop. Next question.
My question was, you said that she had a lifelong resistance to taking medication. That's what you said, right?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Yes.
Then I asked you, grammar school, high school, college, did she have any records, any witnesses, any documents that she had a resistance to taking medication?
Only her description to me.
She didn't tell you that she was resistant to medication in grammar school and high school and college? What are you, making this up?
Yeah, sustain. Next question.
She didn't tell you that.
I understand her to have told me that generally she did not be taking medications. She didn't necessarily specify in grammar school, but that is her basic.
College.
Yes, I think that her description was as a adolescent and as a young adult, she was not interested in taking medications.
You really have that written down somewhere?
I'm happy to be proven wrong, but I believe that that's what I understand it to be.
You believe that's what it is? You don't know whether you have it written down somewhere, right?
Can I refer to my report?
Read the whole report. I don't care. Because it's not there.
Coughing.
Well, on page 8, what I had written was, Ms. Clancy's reluctance to take medication generally was accompanied by her concern for medications entering her breast milk. So the general...
Breast milk, she's pregnant. Come on. That's the only time that she indicates that she did not want to take, except for benzos, medication because she was breastfeeding, right?
I don't agree. I'm happy to be proven wrong, but my understanding is that she described that she generally did not take medication,
right.
benzodiazepines included.
Let's not guess. All right. Let's look at Dr. Mack's report. Okay. Medication history. During the period before January 24, 23, she was taking several medications. That would be Tufts, bladder, and all the rest of them, right?
Okay.
Is that right?
I didn't exactly hear your question. I'm sorry. Can you repeat it?
You said in your report, defendant was taking several medications that had been prescribed for her, right?
In the fall and December of 2022, yes.
So it's real easy. It's Tufts and Gelot that were prescribing these meds, right?
They were among prescribers, yes.
All right. And her reluctance to take medication was accompanied by her concern for medications entering her what?
I believe it says breast milk.
Breast milk. Okay. So other than her concerns as a mother about her breast milk and having these drugs get into an infant's body, when else did she tell you that she was resistant, as you just told this jury, to taking medication? Like she's somebody who doesn't want to take the medication, doesn't care to take the medication. Where is it?
Overall.
Well, I didn't say that she didn't care.
Okay, how about if she was resistant?
My recollection, and I'm happy to, if you would like me to spend time finding it.
Prove you're wrong, I know.
What?
Prove you're wrong. It's not in your report, though, is it?
Okay.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Now, you had mentioned, sir, I believe that the DSM is something that you all use in your diagnoses of people, right?
Yes.
And one of the things that you are here to testify about would be postpartum issues, postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, right?
Are you referring to postpartum psychosis, the disorder, the proposed disorder, or as a symptom?
Well, when you come in here as an expert, hired by the DA to tell this jury that this woman was not suffering from postpartum psychosis, and you in your testimony refer to the fact that you use the DSM to guide you, if that's the right word, in your diagnoses, would you agree with me that that's a fair statement?
That the DSM is the standard for making diagnoses? Yes.
Right. It's not a very good standard, is it?
Well, it is the standard.
It is the standard. How about, are there other standards, sir, that, like, for example, World Health Organization, International Disease Control, IDC, have you ever heard of them?
Yes.
Okay. Does the IDC, what does that stand for?
The ICD.
What does that stand for?
The International Classification of Disease.
Does that classify postpartum psychosis?
I think it actually does not.
Does it classify, you think, or you sure?
My recollection is that it does not.
Okay. How about postpartum depression? Does the international category indicate that?
I'm not sure. We in the United States.
No. I'm asking about the other, the ICD or whatever it is.
I don't know.
Okay, that's good enough. This here is what you're talking about, the DSM, though, right? 5 TR, text revision, right?
Yes.
And you're talking about the fact that at some point in DSM-6, there it appears as though postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis will be added into the DSM-6. Is that correct?
Who said that?
I'm asking you if that's what you mean when you told the jury about it possibly being put into the next edition.
There is a syndrome that's been proposed called postpartum psychosis. So I would differentiate that from the idea that the person of psychosis in a postpartum period. The syndrome, proposed syndrome of postpartum psychosis has not been included, and I am not aware that it is going to be included, although I understand there are calls for that. I would also say actually the movement for DSM-6 is not necessarily active at this point, but I would highlight again, because I wrote my college history thesis on the history of the DSMs.
What was it, DSM 1, 2, 3 back then?
Well, there's been a classification by the American Medical Association going back to the end of the 19th century. DSM-1 was in 1952, DSM-2 was in 1968, DSM-3 was in 1980. The major change in 1980 was to fall in, as I discussed earlier, the descriptive model for diagnoses. And that is to say that since DSM-3, diagnostic groups are grouped, or disorders are grouped by what you see, what symptoms we are seeing, not by what we assume is the cause of the illness, and not by any theories about how the illness works. So since DSM-4 in 1994, as a part of making DSM-4, a literature review was completed by Dr. Ellen Frank, which indicated a roadmap for what to include in terms of postpartum designations. And since then, there's been what's called a specifier. So if you highlight depression, you can add a specifier to say when this depression occurred. The limit is that it's a 4-week limit. So under the rules of DSM, after 4 weeks, you wouldn't necessarily, you wouldn't call it postpartum. Postpartum psychosis, and here I'm referring mainly to literature, including a review in biological psychiatry in the last 12 months, is a proposal that there is a type of bipolar disorder called postpartum psychosis, where you can have mania or bipolar attributes, you can have depression, you can have delirium. And so when you think about the rules and the guidelines that have been in place since 1980 for revisions of the DSM, they look for, can this category be sufficiently separated from other categories? And does it help treatment? And over time, even though there have been calls, well, there have been hundreds of diagnoses that have been proposed or requested to be in the DSMs, very few new diagnoses get inserted. And right now, that is the situation for the syndrome called postpartum psychosis, that it is not something that has been approved. And I know there are people who are calling for it. But in the current time...
Okay.
Next question.
Okay.
Thank you. Are you aware, sir, that postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression are pretty much virtually not even mentioned in your DSM-5 TR?
I wouldn't agree with that. I was about to say.
So you would not agree with it, right?
Well, I was about to get to that.
Sure you were, but you would not agree with it, right? Is that correct?
I don't have a basis to say that.
Okay. So looking at, and this is 1,050 pages of people putting together like a cookbook, fair to say, right?
No, I wouldn't call it a cookbook.
No? Would you agree, sir, that postpartum is referred to, page 147, in sex and gender-related diagnostic issues? Would you agree with that, sir?
Is that the introductory chapter?
This is the chapter, sir, that is pertinent to bipolar disorder. You're familiar with it.
Okay, so it's the bipolar chapter.
And referencing 147, sex and gender-related diagnostic issues. You're familiar with that, I imagine, right?
That's a subset. I mean, that's a portion of the chapter I imagine that describes.
Right, it's a paragraph.
Issues. Okay.
It's a paragraph. Out of 1,000 pages, it's a paragraph.
What's your question?
Women may be more likely to experience rapid cycling and mixed states and to have patterns of comorbidity that differ from those of men, including higher rates of lifetime eating disorders. Come on. This is what they talk about with postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression, eating disorders, and the difference between women and men?
Is that your question? I'm not sure I understand your question.
Now you answer it, yeah.
What's your question?
Postpartum disorders, sir, the difference between women and men, and they make reference to eating disorders?
Well, I think the section header, if you don't mind reading it again, was aspects about gender. And so in that section, I imagine they're describing it. I didn't write the DSM. I'm not here to represent it.
Okay.
I can just tell you about it.
All right. Okay, right here. Sex and gender-related diagnostic issues, right? Would you agree that's under the bipolar and related disorder section? Yeah. The DSM. Okay. Page 147 talks about women more likely to experience rapid cycling and mixed states and have patterns of comorbidity that differ from those of men, including higher rates of lifetime eating disorders. Right? Did I read that right? That's all right. Okay. And then it goes on for the rest of the paragraph that women with bipolar 1, read along, or 2 disorder are more likely to experience depressive symptoms than are men. Did I read that right? That they, meaning women apparently, have a higher lifetime risk of alcohol use disorder than men. Really? Did I read that right?
Yes.
And that they also and much greater likelihood of alcohol use disorder than women in In the general population, some women with bipolar disorder experience exacerbation of mood symptoms during their premenstrual time period. Right?
It says that, yeah.
Yeah. And that this has been associated with a worse course of illness. Many women with bipolar disorder also report severe emotional disturbances during perimenopause when estrogen levels are decreasing. Did I read that right?
All of it. Sorry.
Right, because
It does say that.
okay. And that there does not appear to be an increased risk of mood episodes in pregnant women with bipolar disorder, except for those who discontinue medications for pregnancy, right? Is that what it says that in the DSM?
Yes,
Right.
it does.
So what does that tell you, in 25 words or less, sir, when that sentence where it talks about there does not appear to be an increased risk of mood episodes in pregnant women with bipolar disorder, except for those who discontinue medication for pregnancy. What does that mean?
What it means is when thinking about women who have bipolar disorder who are pregnant, the risk of having either a manic episode or a hypomanic episode or a depressive episode generally stays stable compared to when the person is not pregnant, except in people who do not take medications for bipolar during the pregnancy.
And then it goes on to read, the specifier with peripartum onset should be used for mood episodes that begin during pregnancy or within 4 weeks of delivery. Is that the 4-week cutoff that you're telling the jury about?
That's the 4-week cutoff. That's that specifier. The peripartum specifier.
When was this last amended? 1958?
You're talking about the 4-week number?
Yeah.
That was created in DSM-4 in 1994.
And how about the World Health Organization? What's their cutoff using that term?
I don't know. I can tell you that the proponents of postpartum psychosis illness utilize, I believe, 12 weeks, maybe 6 weeks, but not more than 12.
How about the, what is it, IDC, ICD?
The World Health Organization's International Classification.
If I tell you it's a year, would that mean anything to you? It's not 6, maybe 12, it's a year.
Does it mean anything to me?
Yeah, does it mean anything to you?
With regard to what?
It's a year. You're talking about 4 weeks, but they're referring to a year.
Well, the distinction between the ICD and the DSM is substantial. The DSM...
All right, Mr. Ray, why don't you ask a question?
Thank you. So would you agree with me, sir, that the way that women are treated postpartum, after having babies, prior to having babies in Europe is a heck of a lot different than we treat women here?
Oh my God.
So that paragraph that we just went through, we're talking about sex and gender-related diagnostic issues, right?
Yes.
They mentioned the words postpartum, period. They mentioned, I don't mean period like the end of the sentence, I mean postpartum, period. They mentioned that, right?
Yes.
And I read that correct. That's a paragraph, right?
Yes.
And then out of the 1,050 pages, we can then go to another, page 156, sex and gender-related diagnostic issues. And it makes reference to the gender ratio for bipolar 1 disorder, right?
Okay.
Would you agree that the gender ratio for bipolar 1 disorder is equal between women and men?
Yes.
And does it then go on and say that bipolar 2 disorder are mixed, differing by type or sample? There is little or no evidence of bipolar gender difference in the general population. And some, but not all, clinical examples suggest that bipolar 2 disorder is more common in women than in men. Is that right?
It may be. As I was...
Because you want to look at it, or it may be because they might be wrong?
Well, women have depression more than men, unfortunately. And so that is something that it gets reflected when it comes to bipolar type 2.
So patterns of illness and comorbidity, however, differ by sex, with females being more likely than males to report hypomania. Does that sound right?
It sounds right.
and that women would have depressive features in a rapid cycling course, correct?
That's right.
May be a trigger for the hypomanic episode, which can occur in 10 to 20% of females. In non-clinical populations, most typically in the early postpartum period. Does that sound right to you?
It sounds, I mean, you're reading it, so I agree.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And there's a big difference between DSM and WHO, right?
I don't know the WHO's 12 months, what it refers to. When it comes to the proposed postpartum psychosis, one of the elements of the proposal is that it is particularly related to the physiologic changes that happen at the time of birth. And actually, one of the objections that that group has to the way that the DSM is written right now is that they would like it to be solely post-birth rather than one that encompasses pregnancy and birth, because it aligns with the theory that this type of disorder is related to those physiologic changes. So the timing of being closest to birth is instrumental in that proposal for postpartum psychosis, the disorder. When it's described as a disorder that occurs almost right away at the time of birth. And it is urgent.
Who says that? Who?
The literature on postpartum psychosis, psychosis.
What literature? It's not in the Bible, right?
Well, it's not in the Bible, but the reports by the people who are advocates, an expert consensus panel who are advocates for inclusion of the syndrome of postpartum psychosis.
And they've been trying real hard.
Let him finish.
Well, he's just going to go on for another half hour.
Oh my God.
I don't have anything more, sorry.
All right, go ahead.
Would you agree with me, sir, as it relates to this panel of people that you're talking about? These are the people that are trying to get postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression into the DSM-6, right?
I don't think they're trying to get postpartum depression included because it already is there.
In the two paragraphs that I just read?
No.
Okay, is there somewhere else that talks about postpartum depression?
Yes.
Okay, where?
Well, the report mentions, and I'll find for you what are called the specifiers, where...
You know, let me just say this. And I know people look, get upset with me. I don't really care if you're upset with me or not. But basically what we have here is she was never diagnosed with postpartum psychosis by any of the treating clinicians prior to the death of her children. So what is the argument here? Thank you. Here we go.
For both bipolar disorder and also for depressive disorders. Well, it's in there, but I'll find it in the book.
Okay. Why don't you look for it?
Why don't we do one thing at a time?
Yeah, I'd like to
and that would be, you said you're going to find it. Just find it.
Okay.
And then once you find it, then we'll go on to the second part, which would be asking questions and answering questions.
So right here on page 173, read it. I'll describe what I'm talking about before I read it, if that's okay. So this is the section, actually starts on page 169, where it goes through what are called the specifiers for the bipolar disorders. And so those include with atypical features, with rapid cycling, with melancholic features. And here on page 173 is the portion about with peripartum onset.
Read it.
Well, let me see how many paragraphs it is. Many paragraphs. Do you want me to read all the way?
No, that's all right. Just summarize it as best you can.
What I would summarize, and a similar passage is in the chapter on depressive disorders, is that it provides a way to designate that somebody's depressive disorder, or in this case, their bipolar disorder, had peripartum onset. Now, that's important, and they provide a lot of important information there about epidemiology and the course. And the course, by course, I mean how it's going to go in terms of the disease. That's what the DSM does. Besides giving criteria for disorders, it provides basic information about course, epidemiology, and the features that the individual has. So there's a similar section in the depressive disorders.
Stick with the section that you just pointed out. Okay?
Yes, sir.
You'd agree with me in a nutshell that that talks about with psychotic features, delusions, hallucinations present at any time in the current manic or major depressive episode in bipolar 1 disorder, right?
No, I'd have to see what you're reading from.
Okay, sure, it's right here.
Yeah, but that's a different portion.
No, that's what you were reading from. Okay,
No,
so
sir.
how about down below here where it says with peripartum onset?
Yes, that was what I was referring
The
to.
specifier, what's a specifier?
So the system has a way where we can emphasize features of a person's illness. Remember, as I said, the groupings in the DSM revolve around the major psychiatric symptoms. This is the bipolar chapter, there's a depression chapter, there's an anxiety chapter. So here, the specifier is our way of communicating that the person's problem, in this case, has peripartum onset.
Okay.
And as if I could connect it all, the emphasis on the proposed postpartum psychosis disorder, they object to it being peripartum. They would like it to be postpartum.
And who's they?
The authors of the expert consensus group that I referred to published a paper in biological psychiatry in the last year.
About what? I mean, psychiatry covers a large ground.
Yes. It's a paper that summarizes information about this proposed disorder, highlights their assumption that it is actually a type of bipolar disorder.
Can I just interrupt? What disorder are you referring to?
The proposed postpartum psychosis disorder.
All right. So there is a group of people that are trying, to your knowledge, to get postpartum disorder in the next version of the Bible, right?
Effectively, yes,
Okay.
but I wouldn't use all those words, but yes.
Okay. And then when you're referring to the peripartum onset, in one paragraph, you're talking about the specifier applied to current manic, hypomanic, or major depressive episode in bipolar 1 disorder, right? Did I read that right?
Well, it's more than just one paragraph. It goes on to all the next.
All right, Counsel, let me see Counsel at sidebar here. Just you've got scheduling.
Golly. My Lord. Okay, listen. I've never seen this kind of behavior in a court. Sorry, I just have. This is kind of wild. But anyway, let's see. What are we talking about? Is he way or no way at all? Right? Right? LOL. And then she got. And I'm just saying, listen. And I agree with Diana. He's handling it better than I would with somebody yelling at me and that kind of thing that's going on in this courtroom. And I know the judge is getting frustrated. You can see that he is getting frustrated. It's just wild. I mean, it's entertaining. Yes, it is entertaining. Yeah, nor I, right? It is entertaining. However, it's kind of like not helping us get this moved along. And I know what he's talking about as far as, well, there's this whole big discussion in other countries it's seen one way, and over here in the United States it's seen another way. But what we don't know is why in Europe, per se, it's a year. Over here, they're talking about 4 weeks, right? We don't know. We don't know what the reasoning is behind that. But in my mind, based on what we've heard so far of all of the testimony, if she was never diagnosed with this prior to killing the kids, why are we having this argument? Are you telling us because after she kills the kids that somebody's decided, oh, she was misdiagnosed, she should have been diagnosed with this in the onset? Is that what you're telling us? Because it is confusing what they're going after here, isn't it? In my mind. Yeah. Wow. So, yeah, and he is kind of rude. And I know he's just trying to get his point across. I get that. And I know he feels like he's not being listened to. And he's very theatrical. We know that too. We've watched him the whole time. So we'll see what's going to happen. It is already 3:55 there. So they might in court today and then start back up Monday morning with the same witness. I'm not sure. Yeah. Applying the diagnosis to fit the crime. Thank you, Diana. Thank you. Absolutely. Is she still what she did? I don't know. I mean, look, you know wrong from right. Let me ask y'all a question. If she's thinking in her mind, she heard something tell her, it's your last chance to do this, whatever. And she goes and does this, and she does this in a certain order. She takes the little girl and she takes Dawson, what she considers her difficult child, and does him first. And then she does Cora, and then she does the baby. And then she goes upstairs and she takes a handful of pills, whatever pills are in the, the bathroom, etc. And goes out the window. Do you think that any time in the middle of all of that, she thought that she would get in trouble for this? Or did you think that when she went out the window, she was just going to die and that would be the end of it? She would never get in trouble. It's over. I mean, this is something we just don't know here. I mean, I don't know what was in her mind. I wasn't there. But regardless of whether you're a man or a woman, you've taken the life of your children. Very interesting afternoon over here in court. Very interesting. Maybe she thought she died. You know what? See, she thought she was going to die. And so it didn't really matter whether she was right or wrong, or she knew the difference.
We're going to break at this point.
I knew it.
So, you know what I'm going to you've now heard more evidence. You've heard testimony from a number of people. You've gotten more and more exhibits, but you still have to keep that open mind, all right? Because you haven't heard all the evidence. You haven't heard the closing arguments, as I've said before. You haven't even heard the law that you are to apply to this in arriving at your verdict. So I'm going to stress, as I always do, don't talk about this case. Don't read anything about it. Don't listen to anything about it. Just guard against that and really keep an open mind. All right. So I'm going to excuse you till Monday morning. And then I ask you to be here hopefully at 9 o'clock. We'll come back out and we'll continue with the evidence. All right. And as we are well on schedule. All right. So I don't want to get ahead of myself, but in case you're wondering, we are definitely well on schedule, much because of your work on this. So I hope everybody has a nice weekend. Maybe it'll stop raining, get outside a little bit. So again, thank you for all your time and dedication on this, and we'll see you on Monday. Okay?
All right, Mr. Testing.
I'm going to let this run in case he says something to these attorneys after the jury's leave, because the judge just looked a little upset. Here we go, guys. Shit, look, it's circling. Are they cutting the feed now? They might be. They might be cutting the feed now. We'll see. Oh, there it goes. Hang on. It's just kind of sitting there. We'll see. There it goes. Okay, they've cut the feed. It's over. All right, so I'm going to turn this off and we'll talk for just a minute. All right. So let me get myself back up here. Here we go. There. All right, so there you go. That is the end of court today. Quite fascinating. Lots of things going on. I don't know if anything you heard today changed your opinion or any opinion that you've formed so far about guilt, not guilt, sane, insane, because we know she's guilty. She said she's guilty, but she decided to go with because she was insane. So that's about it. I am going to come live this weekend, and we're going to talk about Krista Pike, and we're going to talk about Lacey Peterson's case. I might have to change the time. I'm not sure. And like I always say, go out and enjoy the rest of your day. Be careful out there, and go hug your babies. Life is short, and our time with them is even shorter. And the one thing we don't want to have to say is, "I wish I would have." Nobody wants to do that. So go on, make the day of it. Enjoy yourself, and also listen. You know, we don't mind people coming in here, but please do not be rude to the host or anybody in the chat. I'll let you stay, but you just have to be nice. We have discussions all the time about what we think we see in what they're doing. But anyway, that's all I got to say about that. I'll talk to you guys later. Have a good afternoon. Bye, guys. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Time to hit the road. Vroom, vroom. Let's go.